This exciting and interesting story begins with the main character named Kim Yi-yeon, who finally reached the top floor of the tower. The higher you went up the tower, the more difficult it became, and the people were damn weak, but they kept climbing. The loyal guild member who helped them get through this journey exists for both Yi-yeon and the others. But, unfortunately, everyone died, as expected, and only the S-class hunter remained. Our main character is the only surviving person. As the girl was about to leave the scene, she suddenly heard someone's voice behind her. Yi-yeon immediately realized who it was, so she turned around and rudely asked how he dared to call her by her name. Yi-yeon called the man a disgusting person who steals other people's corpses. But suddenly, the girl unexpectedly receives a notification that the owner of the tower has appeared. After the horse appeared, he activated the fear embodiment skill on the 33rd floor. The monsters that appeared were determined to destroy Yi-yeon, so she began to fight. The girl remembers that if she loses, death awaits her. But she had no intention of dying. Yi-yeon activated the Dawnwave skill, realizing that she couldn't continue this cycle for much longer. Thoughts were running through her head that she should die and go back to the tower to start over. But, obviously, the girl was already tired of dying every time and starting all over again. And Yeon was really angry about this because she had already been reincarnated 58 times. But now she remembered that first, the owner activates the embodiment of fear. Then, after this skill, the villain's lasso skill is activated. Then the tower owner activates the 99th floor's fear embodiment skill. Thus, Yi-yeon remembered the order of the attacks so well that she began to dream about them. So the girl begged herself that now she would definitely win. And after that, she would go home. She was so angry that she managed to hit twice as hard as before. The tower's owner finds himself wrapped in strong chains, not understanding what is happening. His face suddenly softened, and he called Yi-yeon's name, as if he wanted to tell her something important. But the girl, of course, did not listen to him, and simply plunged a huge sword into his body. Looking into his frightened eyes, Yi-yeon said that she had been dead for a long time, and so the main character asked the owner of the tower to get out of her life. After she pulled out the sword, she wondered for a moment if it was all over. The girl was surprised when she received a notification that the owner of the tower had been defeated. This was the condition of the epic task, which the main character successfully completed. This time, she decided to remember that nothing is over until it is over. The owner of the tower could not believe that he had lost to a man, because for him, it seemed like a humiliation. When he said that his great plan had been ruined, Yi-yeon replied that if the world state was so important, then he would definitely not die with honor. The owner suddenly fell silent, and the girl asked if this was really his plan. She asked why he was crying, explaining that they had been through everything together, and now it was time for them to say goodbye. The notice said that the Lord of Temptation forbids such speech. But, in the end, the main character asked to go home quickly, because her dog was waiting for her there. It was the Maltese lapdog Cerberus, who must have been waiting for her alone for a long time. The Queen of Waves and Healing reminded that when the curse was lifted, the dog would not remember that time, to which Yi-yeon said that this was what she was waiting for. The owner said he would find a way to get revenge on her, and the girl noted how stubborn he was. The main character told him that he should try to take revenge on the unoriginal owner, and not on her. The owner approached her from behind and said that since she had destroyed his dream, he would destroy hers. But the girl brushed him off and said that he was already defeated, so he should stop talking this nonsense. Yi-yeon asks if he knows how many people he has killed, and that he speaks of revenge as if it were some kind of whim. But the owner still did not calm down, promising her that in the next life he would definitely take revenge. The man smiled and told her that she would stay here forever. Everyone began to curse and criticize the owner of the tower, being dissatisfied and angry with his words. Since the task is completed, Yi-yeon can now leave, and they can all argue as much as they want. The evil bloodlord offered the girl to make him her dog, and she was outraged. When the lord did not agree that he was a grandfather, Yi-yeon said that she and the old man were already more than 100 years old. Eventually, the master called her to collect the rewards, and the girl realized that she could not delay any longer. But at that moment, a system alert suddenly reported an error that they were trying to fix. The girl was genuinely surprised because she did not expect to receive a new message. The system notified that Yi-yeon is currently unable to visit the quest window. The main character became furious and indignant, asking them to immediately give her the awards and return her back. The system gave a hint that an S-rank hunter becomes stronger when he is reborn. When she was offered a job where an S-rank hunter becomes an evil duchess, the girl became wary. She literally froze in place when she received the notification that the system update was complete. The next notification stated that she had successfully completed the tasks, but Yi-yeon heard that due to a system error, the rewards would be changed. It so happened that the result of the new award was her rebirth in another novel. The main character looked at the screen thoughtfully, not understanding what rebirth meant, and then the system explained to her that instead of the previous reward, she would be reborn as a heroine in a novel about an evil duchess. But obviously, Yi-yeon was not happy with this arrangement, and she asked to call the management. The girl was so upset and angry that she asked again to call the author, and then she hit the system with her big sledgehammer, unable to take it anymore. In fact, Yi-yeon was in a world where an S-rank hunter becomes stronger when he reincarnates. At this moment, we are transported into the main character's past, to the day of her exams. Yi-yeon prepared for the exam for 4 years and 7 months, and when she passed it, she decided to celebrate over dinner. But unfortunately, when the girl was crossing the road while talking on the phone, she was hit by a car and died. She was soon informed that she would be reincarnated into the novel she had been reading in preparation for the exam. At first, she was interested in becoming a hunter, but with the knowledge of the novel and the reincarnation, Yi-yeon was able to pass even the dungeons that others could not touch. The main character also made a deal with 3 constellations from the original establishment. Despite Yi-yeon possessing an irresistible strength, she has never been able to defeat the boss. The antagonist and final boss of the novel she found herself in, the tower owner, was too powerful. He had no weaknesses whatsoever, and the incredible variety of attacks made it difficult to come up with a strategy. But the main character managed to develop a strategy after 58 reincarnations. Now Yi-yeon has changed, and she asks what they should do now. And while the girl was thinking about this, the Lord of Temptation was glad to be in a familiar world. Yi-yeon realizes that she was originally supposed to return to the original world, but she was angry that instead of giving her the rewards, she was sent to another novel. The girl had never read this novel before, and she also remembered the task window. Only with its help can one get a rough idea of what is happening. Apparently, the main character was reborn in the novel, and she hates romance. Yi-yeon felt that something was definitely wrong, as if there was no more strength left in her arms. In the system, she saw a patch to restore balance that she had never encountered before. The system has consistently shown only the highest level of accuracy, and everything seems to have been created so painstakingly, as if it was made especially for it. The system, which had previously been so well thought out, now began to experience failures. And Yeon realized that it turned out that this reincarnation was not planned. Then the main character thought that perhaps this was the work of the tower owner. This means that his last curse was so strong that it caused an error in the system. And Yeon decided that there was no point in sitting and thinking about imprisonment. She needed to start completing the task. She needed to escape from the dungeon. And then the girl would be able to get out of this body. She noticed how the evil ruler was inviting her to destroy everything around her, and that he was inspired. He said that his name cannot be spoken in this world, to which Yi-yeon asked what he knew about this world. The Lord said that this world was connected to his homeland, although the main character thought that it was an ordinary fantasy. Yi-yeon asked the master to check her and others' stats to see what had changed. The Lord said that the characteristics are worse than in the underworld, but better than in the past world. But the girl decided that it was okay, because she had hardly used anything in her past life anyway. In general, the main character's abilities have become a little worse than they were. She tore off the bars in 1 or 2 moments, thinking that she should sort out the standards of this world. And when she realized how easy everything was, she thought that she didn't have to worry at all. The greatest warrior of the Ramdish Empire is the cold-blooded Duke Marziz. He is the only duke of the empire renowned for his swordsmanship. The Marsis family has raised many students, but now faces imminent collapse. The only saint in the empire, and the crown prince's fiancé, Leon Karis, has disappeared on the outskirts of the duchy. The prime suspect turned out to be the empire's worst villain, abandoned by her family, Renee Marsis. When Ante Marsis, the heir, was told that there was a stranger in the dungeon, he ordered preparations for battle. Kirill Martzes, the duke's second son, said the fighter could prove to be quite challenging. And then Ante ordered that they would begin the attack on the count of 3. But before they could even move, someone's voice was heard from under the shadow of the basement. Ante got angry, and Kirill, his eyes wide in surprise, tried to understand who was there. As it turned out, Renee came out of the dungeon, surprised by the large number of people, but wished everyone good morning. At the table, Auntie asks Renee to tell him who let her out of prison, and the girl replied that she got out herself. The main character was unhappy that she was wasting so much time here, because she needed to complete a task. But Auntie still did not calm down, and asked to name the person who helped her. As he continued to ask if she had hired an assistant, Renee began to wonder if something was wrong. Auntie asked if she was listening to him, but Renee was looking at his system window at that moment, which was glitching. Then the girl turned her gaze to Auntie's brother Kirill and noticed that his window was also the same. But even though the system's windows were buggy, her relationship with them was rock bottom. Suddenly, Renee received a notification that she had completed the escape mission, and an additional mission appeared. The task said that she should improve her relationship with Auntie and Kirill, and improve her reputation. In response to their questions about what she was mumbling about, Renee replied that everything was fine, understanding that she had to adapt to their manners. But for now, Renee has decided not to touch them for now, in order to take care of her reputation. Renee told them it didn't matter, because she didn't quite understand the situation yet. And then the girl asks Auntie why he decided that it was she who killed the saint. Auntie slams her fist down on the table, spilling the tea, and says, as she always said, that she wants to get rid of Lady Karis. Auntie says that Lady Karis has disappeared from their territory, and everyone suspects Renee. The man furiously asks how much longer Renee will disgrace their family. Finally, after all the screaming, the girl told him that she understood him. When she asks where the body and evidence are, Auntie says that she hid it herself. Kirill corrects him and says that there is actually no direct evidence. And then Auntie said with a heavy sigh that envy of Karis was also a motive. He asks if it wasn't her, then who could have killed such an innocent person? He tells Renee that if she confesses, the Duke may forgive her, at least until the court hearing. But Renee wondered why they were talking about the Crown Prince and not the Emperor. Kirill said that the Crown Prince was personally considering the matter, and then Renee asked why he would travel such a distance. But in response, Kirill asked if she really still thought that His Highness liked her. Auntie explains that His Highness has been engaged to Lady Karis for 3 years, and Kirill asks if Renee is tired of unrequited love. And then Renee realized that the heroine of this novel fell in love with the Crown Prince, so she tried to kill his bride several times. And apparently, this time, Renee succeeded. But it seemed so obvious to her. The quest description states that Renee was accused, meaning she was not guilty. The system has neither creation nor feelings, but it never lies, because the content of the stories does not contain a lie. But, one way or another, the truth may actually be hidden. Then, Renee wondered who could really have killed Lady Karis. Renee says she now has an idea of what's going on, and asks her to listen. She said that Lady Karis could have escaped on her own, but Auntie and Kirill replied that her body was nowhere to be found, and that it was a disappearance. They asked her to think with her head, saying that Karis was supposed to marry the Crown Prince in a month, and why should she disappear in that case? Knowing that they were supposed to have a wedding, Renee said that the chances were even higher then. Renee smiled slyly and asked if maybe Karis ran away, because she didn't want to get married. Auntie asked if the lady really looked like the kind of person who could throw such a tantrum. Renee responded by asking how he lived with such a narrow mindset, saying that he wouldn't get far. Rena liked Kirill's reaction, and she thought it was worth exaggerating. When Renee said that the saint must have suffered greatly, Auntie asked what she meant. The girl tells him that he himself told her that the saint is very kind. Renee assumed that Karis had run away, because the Crown Prince wasn't so good. That's why, smiling, Renee asks Auntie why he doesn't go and see the Crown Prince. The system notified that Kirill's closeness had increased by 10, and Kirill himself laughed hysterically. Renee asked Auntie not to doubt her, because she doesn't know the others, but she is still his sister. She asked him to trust her at least once, because now he was trying to make them show sympathy. Renee asked if it was obvious that he could confide in a family member. Sighing, Auntie says that he would believe her if she showed him something that could be trusted at least once. Their family had already given them enough opportunities, hoping that Renee would come to her senses. But unfortunately, Auntie said that the result was still the same, and Renee replied that there was nothing to be done then. Then Renee asked them to give her just a month, and she would prove her innocence. The brothers were genuinely surprised by the statement, and Auntie asked if she could prove it. Renee asked him to trust her just once, and he asked if she knew what she needed to do. Smiling, the girl asks if he is really worried that she might be right. In the end, Auntie agrees with her and says that he will even put his name on the line if she proves her innocence. Renee told him that they had agreed, and then told Kirill that he was a witness. A table appeared in front of Renee, asking if she was ready to accept the new task, and the girl was actually waiting for it. After reading the conditions of the task, the main character was surprised that her relationship with Kirill had already improved. But still, she didn't understand at all why they wouldn't improve with Ante. Renee understands that even if her innocence is proven, the relationship will not improve. This is what made her wonder what kind of hidden settings Ante had. The girl extends her hand to her brother and asks him to take care of her this month. Ante did not understand her words and said that it would be wise to prepare for defeat now. He still didn't believe her, and Renee understood how much he suspected her. But they shook hands anyway, as if they had made a pact, and Renee thanked him for his concern. Kirill, watching them, awkwardly scratched the back of his head and thought that something had changed. Ante told Kirill that he had not planned to shake hands, but he could not avoid this handshake. As an excellent swordsman, Ante can distinguish the hand of an ordinary person who doesn't even know how to wield a sword. And when he shook Renee's hand, he felt no skill, no kindness, nothing. But a second ago, Ante unconsciously reached for his sword, not understanding why he did it. Some time passes, and when Renee is left alone, she wonders what she should do now. She realized that she didn't have enough information, and even if she should start somewhere, she didn't know where to start. She decided to start by getting a source of information, because in this huge mansion, there should be at least someone who would be friendly to her. When she approached the first maids, they asked her to stop asking strange questions. The other maid also became angry and told Renee not to disgrace the Duke's name. Another maid asked not to bother her with nonsense, saying that she was busy. The girl doesn't understand how Renee even survived when everyone treats her like that. The relationship with the person was falling apart, even if she just met someone, so she didn't know what to do. Eventually, she decided to give up trying to get information from the estate. Renee suddenly grabbed one of the maids by the hand and asked her to at least show her to her room. Some time passes, and the maid brings Renee to her room, which turns out to be quite large. Renee looked around and decided that, compared to the way she was being treated, this room looked better. She walked over to one of the wardrobes and thought that things weren't so bad. The main character opened the closet and decided to start with the fact that she needed to change her uncomfortable clothes. Imagine her surprise when she opened the closet doors and saw the glitter, luxury, and wealth inside. Renee couldn't resist when the cute candy wrappers caught her eye. Renee assumed that the Duke was rich enough, but not to spend so much on a noblewoman. She understands that with such a fortune, the Duke can buy any information. But in reality, it was easy for Renee to find admirers, because the evil bloodlord had his grandfather's sorcerer powers. And the Master of Temptation, the main character knew, had the skills of a grandfather. But now, after balancing the stats, the combat transportation skill was activated in the midst of a battle, causing the death of her subordinate. She needed to stop using her skills, and now she can kill someone like before, and maybe be reborn again. Renee needs to proceed with caution, and first make sure that the saint is truly alive. There is no evidence. The saint could have escaped or been killed, but no one knows. If the saint is alive, then it must be confirmed. And if she is dead, then the killer must be caught. Renee asked the Queen of Waves if they could find the saint, and she supported her. The evil bloodlord asked if it was possible to accuse someone of a crime. Renee thought that there seemed to be someone here who was connected to the sacred, so the old tempter might be caught. The girl leaves the room, realizing that she won't get any information here, even with money. When the Wave Queen expressed her concern, Renee thought that she, an S-rank hunter, was no longer afraid of anything after the tower. The evil overlord suggested going to the place where the saint disappeared, and Renee thought it was a good idea. Renee understands that she can't give up, because in this world, even nonsense can be useful. When she came to Auntie's office, he asked if she had really come to get a report on what had happened. Renee replied that if he didn't want their family to be stigmatized, then yes. The man sighed heavily, thinking that she was threatening him, but still agreed to give her report. But he set one condition, that there would be security guards next to Renee the whole time. Ante looked around and stopped his gaze on one man, whom he appointed as a guard. Renee said that they would still be watching her and reporting everything, so wouldn't it be easier for them to send their closest assistant? And besides this, the main character also asked to give her a carriage. Soon Renee and her companion come to the place where the saint was last seen. According to the report, the saint disappeared while providing healing services in the slums. While Renee and the guard were looking around, the girl suddenly heard someone's voice. Priest Melson approached them and asked in a serious tone what was going on here. Renee didn't expect the priest to look exactly like that, and she wondered what that shining book in his hands was. Renee replied that she had come to find a real employee and offered to cooperate with him. The priest asked if she was claiming that someone else was to blame, to which Renee replied that it was a fact. She told them that they also had no evidence against her, and since they could not find the saint, they were unlikely to succeed in this matter. The main character smiled and said that she hoped they understood that she wanted to work together for the common good. The other workers began to say that Renee was right, and they could try to look for the saint. The priest could not resist asking how they could believe in the innocence of this lady. Renee chuckled to herself, immediately realizing that the priest was not good with the language, and then the girl showed that she had brought donations for those who were worried about what had happened. As soon as the priest picked up one of the boxes of jewelry, his eyes lit up at what he saw. The priest immediately apologized to Renee and asked how he could be of service. First, Renee asked if he had any of Leon Karras's things. The more the better. The priest said that he had nothing but the prayer book that the saint brought with her. He asked if there was anything else needed, and Renee thought that the more money, the faster the process would go. Then, the main character said that she wanted to look at the tent where Leon was staying. When the girl looked inside, she noted how clean it was. An escort came into her tent and wanted to talk about this donation. The man thought that Renee hated the church because something similar had happened to the archbishop. Renee became wary and frowned, not understanding what he was talking about. The guard immediately apologized, assuming that Renee did not want to talk about it anymore. He said that when the archbishop declared Leon Karras a saint, Renee threw champagne in his face. The escort also recalls how Renee said back then that it was unfair that Karras was made a saint. And then the archbishop told her that she had committed an unforgivable act. Renee realized what had happened, and people still didn't believe it, and the archbishop's actions were in vain. The man asked if there had been a misunderstanding back then, but Renee asked him to think what he wanted. Renee says that now everyone is like this, that everyone does what they want and thinks what they want. Finally, she told him that she would look around here and that he should wait outside. In the life of the main character, even in meaningless reincarnations, there was something that she experienced several times, and she realized that this was the same thing that she would experience in the future. In this case, facts are useless, because the truth is that no one wants to listen to it. Renee realized that she couldn't trust anyone, and since she was here, she was the main body. She decided that no matter how much they suspected and accused her, she would still believe Renee. Even if Renee is bad, there is nothing she can do. And if everyone thinks she is bad, then she will be bad. From this moment on, Renee Mars's heroine will never doubt herself again. The alert system indicated that the additional task had been completed. The priest spoke to one man, saying that Renee had come to prove her innocence. The man would never have thought that His Highness the Crown Prince would send this man. The man who was named the Mercenary King at the age of 20 is the main guildmaster of the Shira, one of the 2 sword masters of the Empire. He thought that such a person would be able to solve such a case. He asked the priest if he believed that Renee wanted to prove his innocence, and he said that he didn't quite believe it. The man then thought that the priest must have been bribed. But what seemed more surprising to him was that Renee had come all this way to prove her innocence. Looking at the papers in his hands, the man thought that Renee was rather impatient. He had heard rumors about her, that she had cut off the Viscountess's hair, stolen medicine from the prince's carriage, and tripped up a saint. The man asked the priest to refrain from giving out any information and not to tell Renee anything. The priest tensed, and the man added that this was the crown prince's order. The man tells the priest that they should meet the duke's daughter, but suddenly, when he looked at the priest, he seemed to pass out and fell head first onto the table. The man is overcome with slight panic when he realizes that the priest has fainted for no reason. He didn't feel any magic, but literally, the next moment, he clearly felt someone's presence behind him. The man turns around sharply and immediately fights back. He was able to recognize almost immediately that it was the energy of a dream demon. Even he, a sword master, could barely stand up to it because this power was comparable to a high-ranking demon. He wondered who could summon a demon of such a level, especially in a place where there were so many priests. The man guessed that it was a summoner, and he was definitely stronger than the crown prince. In a world where everything is uncertain and unstable, there is only one thing that keeps Sidine Ansarade going. What helped a child orphaned by war survive was strength. Even if he managed to create a large mercenary guild, even if he gained power and money, the thirst for power would not leave him. The only thing that could quench his thirst was the power of the crown prince, the strongest man on the continent. But the longer the thirst lasted, the more Sedin felt the emptiness in everything. Everyone around fell asleep, and Sedin understood that one demon could not do this. He felt that the energy was strongest in one direction, so he hurried to check there. And when he found himself in this place, he became wary, feeling that the limit had been exceeded, and he had never felt such power. Sedin thinks that this is beyond human understanding, that it is a natural disaster. Even he doesn't dare compare it to the Crown Prince, because he is someone no one dares to harm. Sedin couldn't afford to miss such a great opportunity, and he needed to find out who it was. What he achieved was not his goal, and satisfaction comes only from becoming stronger. That's why Sedin decided he wanted to get stronger before he entered the tent. When the man was inside, he asked to see the one who did all this. But literally, at that very moment, he felt himself becoming sleepy. All this time, 3 different demons were circling in front of him. Then, Renee approached the passed-out Sedin and asked what happened to him. The system previously apologized to Renee for any inconvenience they caused. Renee asked the system if she could find a saint by her prayer book. The Lord of Temptation was angry and asked him not to ignore it. Eventually, Renee resigned herself and decided to invite all the priests to a quiet hour. And now, the next moment takes us back to the present time. Renee looked at Sedin and thought about how handsome he was, that he looked like a black cat. Opening his eyelids, the girl thought that there was something special in the man's eyes that attracted attention. The main character was slightly embarrassed when the evil Bloodlord told her that she was a true connoisseur of beauty. The Lord of Temptation said that he took her tastes into account during the demon summonings. The Lord of Temptation was unhappy that Renee was suppressing him just because he told her that she liked handsome men. Renee covered her ears with her hands because it was so loud, and she asked the master to stop. Renee also noted that Sedun had a great characterization, and it was no wonder why the demons had a hard time. In the end, the main character decided that strength was everything to them. But suddenly, the Lord of Temptation suggested that she kill Sedin right now. But the girl refused and asked to leave him alive because she liked him. And all because Sedin turned out to be the first person whose attitude towards Renee was not negative. The girl noted that Sedin is not only cute and sweet, but also obedient. Judged by his attitude towards her, he is not one of those people who judge others based on other people's words. Judging from his titles, he has a lot of information, and since he is a sword master, there is no need to worry about him. And in the end, the main character decided that Sedin would now be hers. Looking at his face, Renee said that she wanted to tame him because he was like the perfect pet. The Bloodlord was angry, but Renee told him that he could do whatever he wanted, and then asked the tempter if he had come up with anything. The Overlord gives her the report of the dream demons, and Renee noticed that, for the most part, there was nothing special. Renee knew there was a witness, but they were just going to hide him and keep quiet. What made her even more angry was that these were orders from the Crown Prince and this guy. The girl accidentally hit the guy on the nose, causing him to blush. The Lord of Blood, the Queen of Waves and Healing, and the Lord of Temptation began to talk a lot. Eventually, Renee got fed up and simply decided to block them. She left only the Water Sister because she needs her help with the treatment. Renee decided to correct her mistake and then scold each of them separately. She looked her future companion in the eyes for the last time and left the room. In his sleep, Sedin hears someone calling him and asking him to wake up. He heard someone telling him that from that day on, he would be his master. While Sedin was sleeping, the Water Sister healed his nose, which Renee had accidentally hit. When the man woke up, he immediately felt that his nose hurt. After this, he remembers his energy and tries to remember where it went. At that moment, while Sedin was slowly coming to his senses, he heard a female voice. Turning around, the man saw that he was in the same room with the daughter of Duke Marsis. Renee noticed that he seemed to know her, so she asked if they had met before. Then, Sedin tells her that he has never seen her before, but Renee, of course, does not believe him. Sedin visibly tensed up and asked the girl to move a little further away. When she asked him if he remembered her spirit, the man froze for a moment. Sedin definitely felt something when the main character put her hand on him. He was so shocked that he froze on the spot and widened his eyes, saying that this couldn't be happening. Renee smiled at him and told him that it was true, that he had indeed come for her. She told him that she thought he was a little smarter, and then asked if he had carried out the Crown Prince's order. Then her face suddenly became serious, and the girl asked him why he didn't tell her that there was a witness. Worried, Sedin answered the main character that he had no idea what she was talking about, and then Renee asked him not to waste time, saying that she personally met this man and found out everything. She asks what the saint was doing and who told her to hide it. But what bothered Renee most was that Sidine and the others simply pretended not to know. When he said that the saint had left on her own, Renee replied that there was no reason to keep her in prison then. Sidine tells her that the crown prince assumes that the saint is missing because Renee threatened her. Renee didn't expect that answer, so she said that Sidine was smarter than she thought. She says that since it has happened, it is a reasonable assumption, but it is not true. But Sidine responded that the crown prince seemed to think differently. The man mentions that the new bride disappeared right before the wedding. Leo, the crown prince, lost his trust after his fiancée disappeared, or his fiancée's reputation is just as important to him. Renee thought about it, and Sidine said that it was different from the rumors. He said he heard that Renee was in love with the crown prince, but listening to Renee, it would seem more likely that she hated him. Renee asked why she should like the man who took her into custody. And then, after a short minute of silence, Sidine says he has something to say. He shares that, in reality, the relationship between the crown prince and the saint is nothing more than business. At that moment, Renee screamed and asked if they really didn't love each other. But then the girl thought about it and asked why Sidine was telling her all this. Renee said that the crown prince must have wanted to hide any suspicions of the murder of the bride. She says he had a lump in his throat, and now he's finally gotten rid of it. With a heavy sigh, Renee says she's found out everything she wanted to and says it's time to go. But Sidine suddenly asked if she was a demon, to which Renee replied that she was, of course, human. But then the man asked how she was able to achieve such a body condition. He said that this was a power of incredible proportions, and no matter how you look at it, an ordinary person could not possess it. And this force is not just powerful, but a very dark force, as if harboring an old grudge. The man asks the lady how she got such power. When she said that you only have to die 58 times, Sidine froze. He thought it was a joke, because he had heard that the lady had never held a sword in her hands before. Sidine reflects on how such a force could unite an entire continent. But Renee asked what she should do about it, because she wasn't interested at all. Sidine told her that she was following the path of the sword, but the girl only thought that she wanted to go home. And suddenly, Sidine tells her that everything is decided, and he will serve the lady as his teacher. The words came out so unexpectedly that Renee literally couldn't believe what she was hearing. Sidine Ansarad has so many achievements that he has become known as the light of the empire. And the only thing that really interested Sidine was the path of the sword. Sidine was moved by admiring glances, but even the crown prince, who is considered the strongest, was not enough for him. Sidine was stronger than Renee, but this difference in skills did not depress her. Gray was overcome by boredom when he lost his goal. Nothing was interesting to him anymore. But one day, he saw a light that illuminated his forgotten desire. And this light, surprisingly, turned out to be Renee Marcy's. That is why Sidine now, putting his hand on his heart, asked Renee to teach him. The girl was slightly surprised and confused, realizing that Sidine wanted her to teach him. She had never done anything like this, let alone taken on students. It is difficult to live alone, but the main character did not like to take responsibility. She wondered if Sidine was worth giving up this position. But in the end, Renee decided to refuse him, and the system notified her that she had made a choice. The relationship with Sidine worsened 100-fold, and Sidine sadly asked that maybe she didn't like him. The girl said that she likes him, but she just has her own path. She also said that she doesn't like to take on other people's responsibilities, and after that, she wanted to say goodbye. When she turned around and looked at Sidine, she noticed that he had the same cute eyes as Cerberus. The Queen of Waves advises to listen to Sidine, because he is handsome, and yet Renee agreed to do it. Sidine shares that he is experiencing difficulties, and even after meeting the Crown Prince, he does not feel anything. But Sidine says that when he saw the lady, something inside him awakened, and Renee asked what it was. While the man stared into her eyes, the main character became embarrassed, thinking about that very thing. But instead, Sidine tells her to teach him. He excitedly declares that for the first time, he feels like he wants to compete with someone. Renee, with a heavy sigh, only remembers the constellations that told her to consult with him. Renee told Sidine that she was grateful to him, to which he replied that he was not asking her to accept him. Sidine promised that if Renee accepted him as her student, he would help her financially. At that moment, the girl thought that Sidine was the ideal candidate for a source of information. And then the main character decided that she would nevertheless accept Sidine as her student. But in her mind, she answered him that he had survived only because of his appearance. Sidine thanked her, and Renee completed the task to improve the relationship. After some time, Renee wanted to ask Sidine something after he promised to help her. When Sedin said he would answer any question, Renee thought how flexible he was. Renee asked Sedin to tell her everything he knew about the Crown Prince and the Saint. Sedin agreed, saying that he was not going to hide anything from his teacher. But before he tells, Sedin asks Renee not to start a feud with the Crown Prince. He said that the Crown Prince had political power, and Renee asked if he was worried about her. Sedin responds that the Crown Prince should not be underestimated. In the end, Renee agreed with him and simply asked him to answer her question. Sedin told her that the saint, Leon Karis, had received the favor of Beloit and was considered an incarnation of God. Due to her strength and character, Leon is loved by everyone in the empire, and after his engagement to her, the Crown Prince received great support. Every effort was also made to preserve the engagement, and the Crown Prince was not averse to bloodshed. However, the saint disappeared, and in addition, a witness testified that he saw the saint on the day of her disappearance. Renee said that no matter how much she thought about the story, one thought would never leave her. She remembers that the last witness serves a saint who was struggling with something. On the day when the priest came to the saint, she was muttering something in her sleep. He was surprised that the saint was talking in her sleep and tried to tell her that everything was fine. But then the saint said that she needed to flee, and if she did not do so, she would be in danger. And after this, the saint disappeared while the priest was sleeping, and then he reported this to the Crown Prince. Renee wondered what could have been so dangerous that night that the saint had fled. Sedin says that if the bride ran away before the wedding, saying that it was dangerous, then all suspicions will fall on the groom. The Crown Prince is concerned about this situation, and Sedin says there are rivals. There is Princess Aiden von Ramadish, who is the Crown Prince's only rival. When Sedin asked if Renee really didn't know about this, she replied that she had her own reasons. Renee says that to rule out murder, she must find the saint and prove that she is alive. But the girl thinks that it would be strange to return the saint to where, she said, it is dangerous. Renee asked Sedin not to look at her like that because she was not as pretty as he thought. He doesn't know how much the rumors could be so false, but he will go right now and fix everything. But Renee asked him to stay here because she was also here to prove her innocence. But the man told her that he did not quite understand how she was going to solve this. And then, covering Renee's hand with his own, Sedin nevertheless asked if she would teach him. Renee thought she was already regretting her choice, but told him it wasn't hard. Sedin tells her that the Crown Prince never listens to her, and the girl asks who said that. Then, the main character told Sedin that she preferred physical communication to words. Sedin thought that Renee wanted to use force, and that this was a good decision, because the Crown Prince was no match for the lady. Renee replied in the negative, that this was not the case at all, and asked what he was thinking about. If you think about it, yes, it was a threat, but not a threat to life. First, Renee needs to meet with the Crown Prince, but she understands that he will ignore her. However, she needed to get to the man who accused her of the crime. When she asked Sedin if he knew how to get to the one who always sits at home, she herself answered that she needed to set his house on fire. Time passes, and Sedin asks the lady if he can ask her a question. The man wonders why Renee decided to take him with her to the Duke's estate. Renee thought about it and realized that she had only taken him with her because of the mission. But in the end, the girl answered him that she wanted to be friends, and Sedin asked if this meant that they were getting closer. Sedin doesn't want Renee to be burdened by his studies, and he learns just by being around her. Then the main character asked him if he really thought she was burdened by him, and she added, saying that it is much easier for her to understand the situation when he is around. The man replied that it would be much better if he were not around. Sedin says that Renee is the only daughter of a duke in the empire, and he is an insignificant commoner. And he says that just by taking him with her, Renee has already done a lot. Sedin says that Renee's taking him to the temple with her convinces him that she wants to be friends with him. He says that the aristocrats do not treat the swordmaster well, and the Marsis family is famous for its skill in wielding the dream, which was even worse. He didn't want to get involved with them, so he gave up the title of Marsis and became a knight. But the fact remains, Renee thought that they were probably afraid that they would be in danger if Sedin got more attention. Even Renee is familiar with this, that many people respected her power, but at the same time expected her fall. But Renee thought that Sedin was worrying about her in vain, because surely he hadn't seen how the priests were afraid of her. Before leaving, Renee told Sedin that they could go, and the priests watched over them the whole time. There has to be a limit to everything, and the irony is that the one who doesn't do as well as the villain, how can they think they can outshine him? The girl decided to ask if it was true that Sedina was now called the Light of the Empire, and he answered that it was. She tells him that she, an aristocrat, is a disgrace to her family, while he, a commoner, is the light of the empire. Renee told him that even if he was tired and drained, he should not avoid them and remain confident. According to Renee, Sedin shouldn't care what other people think, so he needs to stand his ground. From now on, no one will care about Sedina, and he has no time to worry about those who don't like him. Renee asked him to believe in his reputation and to act decisively in doing what he loved. After everything Renee had told him, he felt as if his apathy had disappeared. Renee tells him that it will be strange if he doesn't behave freely. After such a conversation with Sedin, upon arrival, Renee immediately ran into her brothers. She told them that since Sedin had volunteered to help her, they should not quarrel with him without reason. But Auntie asked in response where her manners were, because besides the fact that she arrived in the middle of the night, she also brought a man with her. While he was trying to quarrel with her, Renee, standing with a stony face, asked him if he had really gone deaf. Renee told him he could chatter all day long, like a little chicken. Auntie became even more indignant after such a comparison, starting to get angry. Pointing to the maids, Renee asked them to ignore what she was saying, and she told her brothers that the two of them would not be able to cope with their younger sister without becoming disappointed. The girl sternly said that the lady was no more, and let them treat her like an ordinary person. In response, Kirill told her that no matter how much she tried to be cruel, she was still a lady, and no matter how much of an investigator for the Crown Prince and a master of the sword Sedin may be, he is still a commoner. And then Auntie said that therefore Renee should know her place and go to her room. Renee began to defend Sedin, saying that he was one of the best swordsmen in the Empire. She says that she brought such an important guest into the house, and they should have started taking care of him right away. Auntie and Kirill froze in place after their sister scolded them, but Auntie asked her that even if she wanted to prove her innocence, how dare she bring a strange man into the house? Renee replied that she had brought a man who could prove that she was innocent. The system notified that relations with Auntie had worsened by 50, and with Kirill by 20. After all the objections, Renee fell silent, mentally thinking that this is what is called oratory. The demons were discussing the fact that Auntie was talking too much, even though the milk had not yet dried on his lips. When Renee asks if that's all Auntie wanted to say, she tells him they're leaving. Auntie continued to shout that he hadn't finished yet, but Renee didn't care and didn't even turn around. She told him that she was busy with a guest, so he should stop bothering her. Renee asked him to read the newspaper tomorrow, but Auntie didn't have time to ask what she meant, because they left. Kirill tells Anta that this is the first time he sees Renee behaving like this, and he asks if he really believed her words. Kirill said that even if Renee was crazy, she was recognized by the king of mercenaries himself, and he said that if Renee was found innocent, then their family would benefit from it. Ante nervously clenched his fist and replied that he understood this, and that was what worried him. If Renee is telling the truth, then they will all be without their only suspect. So the next moment takes us to the morning of the new day. Renee slowly awakens from her sleep, with the sun shining brightly in her eyes. Raising her hand, the sun falls on her skin, and she wonders if the sunlight was only so warm. She remembers that there was no warmth felt in the tower, where only monsters lived. And then the main character realized that it seemed that everything was really over with that place. Renee sat on the edge of the bed, thinking that Sedin would probably wake up soon. It didn't seem like the people in this estate would help Sedin in any way, so she decided to go see him herself. While she was lost in thought, she heard someone knocking on the door, which was the first time she had ever heard it. In the tower, any knock meant that thousands of enemies were already running, and it was necessary to use the skill of heightened senses. However, after entering this world, the skill was disabled, and Mara informed her that Sedin had come, and the reason why that skill was disabled was because in this world, it seemed like no one would dare touch her. The Queen of Waves still advised not to let her guard down, but Renee simply drowned them out so as not to hear. At that moment, she gave permission to enter, and the maid Helen burst into the room. When Renee asked what was going on, the maids informed her that she had been asked to come down. The Rebbe was very interested in how the servants' favor affected her attitude toward her. The maids ask how many people might be looking for her in this duchy, besides the master who wants to scold her. The girl looked at the maids and suddenly realized that something was wrong. She wondered what would be the best thing to do with these maids. The maids crowded around Renee and told her that she didn't seem to know her place. One of the maids lists that Renee does not know how to handle a sword. She has a bad character, and that she can only pretend beautifully. At that moment, the girl thought that it was quite normal to blame others. But then she asked them why everyone was relying on useless numerical advantage. Renee kept thinking about what she should do with the maids, buy them with money, or try to negotiate. But it seems like the main character is saying that the most important thing here is strength. One of the maids asked what she could do to them, since the power was with the young masters, not with her. But in response, the girl said that this does not mean that she cannot do anything. Coming closer to the maid, Renee told her with a serious face that she knew nothing about her. At that moment, the maid fell to the floor. Feeling that she was short of air, the maid began to call for help and scream that she could not breathe. Renee activated Astaroth's breathing skill, the effect of which puts a person to sleep. The maid crying on the floor began to slowly pass out, and the other maids screamed that she was dead. Renee reassured them that she was not dead, but simply sleeping, but the maids were still in a panic. One of the maids knelt down in front of Renee and began to say that she was wrong and asked him not to kill her. Yesterday, Renee talked to Sadine as if everything was fine, but in reality, she was acting that way because they had both experienced neglect. Renee asked the maids why they were so stupid, to which the evil master replied that they were all like that. The girl decided to ask why they offend the weak when they themselves are weak, but Renee immediately realized that in the end, it was she who first used force. Still, the girl exhaled and decided that everything was fine, and that now was just a period. Renee smiled and told the maids that thanks to them, she had no time to be upset. Renee asked where she should go, and one of the maids told her to go straight to the dining room. When she told Renee that she needed to get ready, Renee said it was okay. Renee thought that now the news would spread, and the maids would no longer bother her. When Renee opened the door, she said that she was luckier here than in her past life. Looking at Sadine, who had arrived, she said that a thief cat had arrived. Sedin says he felt an eerie energy, so he decided to come here. At that moment, Renee thought that he and Kirill were completely different. Suddenly, the man unexpectedly asked Renee if she was okay. She asked back why she should be wrong, asking if Sadine would also accuse her of cruelty, but he asked why he would do that. The main character told him that everyone she met here told her that it was her fault. And then Sadine asks her if he can really do this to her. Realizing that this is indeed the case, Renee tells him that she is okay. She tells him that Auntie asked her to meet, so now they will go to him. During breakfast, Auntie angrily asks Renee what the article in the newspaper is about. Renee also frowned and asked him what he wanted her to explain to him. Renee asked him what was so unclear about the article and whether he couldn't read. Auntie wanted to object again, but Sadine asked the Duke to calm down. But Auntie does not understand how Renee dared to spread rumors about His Majesty the Crown Prince. Renee assumed that Auntie was so emotional because he was hungry and told him to eat. Renee again says that she will prove that she is not guilty and asks if Auntie did not read the priest's testimony. Auntie asks how one can trust this information, to which Sadine says that His Highness must have had a reason why he wanted to hide it from everyone. Auntie noted the oddity, saying that Sadine should investigate the matter on behalf of the Crown Prince. But Sadine said he was investigating on his behalf only because he needed to uncover the truth. Auntie asks what kind of investigation this is, where Sadine provides evidence of the main suspect. In response, Sadine says that Auntie is uncomfortable with the fact that he, an ordinary commoner, is providing evidence to his sister. Auntie didn't know that Sadine and his sister were friends, and Sadine said it was okay because it wasn't true. Sadine looked at Renee and said that he was just working on it to get closer to her. The girl was noticeably embarrassed, thinking that sometimes Sadine said crazy things, and then the main character told Auntie that now it was his turn. Renee asked her brother to apologize, reminding him how rude he had been to Sadine yesterday. She reminds that Sadine is His Highness's investigator, and the fact that he is a commoner does not change anything. And then Auntie, bowing his head down, says that he was wrong when he was rude yesterday, but Sadine told him that he should apologize not to him, but to someone else. Renee agreed with him and told her brother that he owed her an apology as well. When Auntie asked why, she told him that he had also been rude to her. He replied that she had also been rude to him, and Renee said that she had found a witness who would refute all the accusations. Auntie tells her that she has become a suspect because of her habitual behavior. He added that the available evidence would still be insufficient. The evil ruler says that he will turn Auntie into splinters, and that he is already preparing a cauldron for him. Then Renee told him that yes, he was right about that, but he still irritated her. Renee was already seething with anger, and Sadine, who was sitting next to her, somehow tried to calm her down. Since they had finished breakfast, the topic was closed, and Renee said that it was time to prepare for the reception of a special guest. She said that someone would be coming here soon, and the Queen of the Waves said that the guest was already on his way. Ante decided to ask who she invited, to which Renee replied that he himself decided to come. In other words, Renee says it's an uninvited guest, and Ante asks her what she means. At this moment, the butler runs into the room and says that he urgently needs to say something. He runs up to Ante and says something in his ear, conveying information. Ante was so shocked by what he heard that he suddenly jumped up from his seat and threw his chair aside. The man opened the door in a rage and asked Renee what she had done. Renee just spread them with her hands, and Sadine asked if he was the only guest. The girl confirmed his words and told him that this guest was familiar to him. An evil overlord wonders why there are so many handsome men in this world. The master said that it seemed that Sadine now had a rival, but Renee said that was not true. But in the end, the girl and Sadine come out onto the alley in the garden, and she sees that guest. This guest turned out to be the crown prince of the empire, Ishir von Ramdish, who was previously loved by the real Renee. Renee greeted the crown prince and said that it was an honor to meet him. From the very first meeting, the main character felt that the system would connect them in the most inconvenient way, but she noticed that their relationship had deteriorated. Even though she had only said hello to him, she thought that if the crown prince didn't want to see her so much, then he should just drive her away. Ante nervously asks His Highness what brought him here, since he didn't even tell him about it. The crown prince suddenly grabbed Renee by the face and told her that she wasn't even trying to pretend that she had changed. The man leaned closer to her face and quietly asked her who she was. Sadine, watching all this, could hardly restrain himself from helping Renee. Suddenly, the girl unexpectedly waved away the crown prince's hand and asked him not to touch her without his permission. The crown prince asked them not to provoke each other and said that if she had something to say, then let her say it and leave. Renee had heard that Ishir was the strongest in the empire, but he still couldn't compare to her. The crown prince's gaze darkened and deepened, and he told her that it didn't matter anymore. Even more angry, the crown prince says that he is now certain that Renee is definitely to blame for the disappearance. Renee realized that he was trying to crush her with his aura, and an ordinary person would not be able to withstand it. Standing to the side, Auntie suddenly remembers how Renee told him that he could confide in a family member. At this point, Auntie stood up in front and told His Highness that he could not put such pressure on a child who had never held a sword. Renee was genuinely surprised that Auntie decided to take her side, even though he was shaking all over with fear. The crown prince says, how can he say such a thing about a man who is now just standing still? He says that after Saint Renee disappeared, she left no trace. But now, looking at her power, everything became clear to him. The man seriously asks Renee where Leon is, to which Renee replies that it is none of her business. He doesn't want to believe her, and Renee says that she has a question about what the crown prince himself was doing that day. The man gets angry and asks how dare she ask him such a thing, and she sees that he is already drawing his sword. Renee chuckled and asked if the greatest master in the world was really afraid of a simple girl. This was the last straw for the crown prince, and he was about to attack Renee, but Sidon stood up for her. The crown prince growls and asks Sidon to get out of the way, growing even angrier. Sidine replied that he would not leave because he believed that Lady Renee was not guilty. When the crown prince asked if he was in league with her, Sidine replied that he was not in league with anyone. Ishir says that no one in the empire hates Leon as much as Renee, and that Leon has disappeared from this territory. Sidine asked if Renee would do something like that when she could do something more effective with her abilities. He tells the crown prince that if he really wants to find the saint, they must unite. Renee was outraged that this was all Sidine said, because if he had not stopped her, she would have hit the crown prince. The Lord of Temptation asked if she would like to kill the crown prince, to which Renee replied that she would control her power. Renee tells the crown prince how the horse himself hid the witness and sent Renee to prison. She also says she hopes the crown prince understands that she did all this out of anger and has asked for forgiveness. The girl said that it seemed like their conversation would be long, so she suggested going somewhere else. After that, they all went to another place while tension was in the air. Ante suddenly grabbed Renee's hand and stopped her, asking what power he was talking about. Sidine turned around, and Renee told him they could go for now. Ante stopped the crown prince for Renee's sake, but with such a relationship status, he won't believe her words. She replied that he didn't need to know, to which Ante said that he had the right to do so. Renee agreed with him, but then asked since when they had been so close, but she apologized to him in her mind because she didn't think he had the right to know, and then she put him to sleep. Seeing what happened, the crown prince asks if this is some kind of magic, and Sadine could not believe that he was able to see the lady's power in person. But Renee said that it didn't matter now, and that the crown prince had come here to sort out the article. The crown prince said that this was also important, so he asked her to answer his question. When he asked if Renee had sold her soul to the devil, she said yes, and that she had also died and been reborn 58 times. The crown prince thought she was just joking and asked her to act more seriously. Then, the man decided to ask how many types of magic she could use. He assumes that since Renee didn't bend under his pressure, she must be a good swordsman. But in response, Renee thoughtfully asked why she had to explain her abilities. In the end, the crown prince says that he will no longer ask questions about her abilities. But he asked why Renee hid it, because if it was known that she was a magical swordsman, she would be treated better. And then the girl wondered if he was saying this to hint that she was being treated this way because she was weak. The strong prey on the weak and rule them. According to the tempter, this world is fixated on this law of the jungle. Initially, the continent was ruled by monsters, demonic beasts that were stronger than humans and reproduced faster. But people were smarter, and they united, fought back the monsters, built walls, and created a state. The monsters were driven beyond the boundaries drawn by humans and took power over the continent. And then the era of humans began. When the danger in the form of monsters disappeared, people already marked their borders and directed them at each other in the fight for the resources of the earth. The Ramdish Empire grew, following the law of the strongest, that monsters must be destroyed and people must be fought. Renee knows that this empire is known as a world where rivalry reigns, a family driven mad by power, and a crown prince who is more interested in his own face than his bride. And the fact that the lady of the family was called a disgrace because of her weakness, such is the strangeness of this world. Renee said that it was true. If she had spoken about her power, she would have been given the place of the heir of Mercies. She says that she could become the creator of a new kind of aristocrats, and people would start taking her more seriously. But nevertheless, the main character says that she is not at all interested in what His Highness said. She saw no point in becoming the heir to the family line, because it would bring even more problems. The main character never needed either power or fame. She also added that she doesn't care at all how people treat her based on her strength. Renee recalls how they ignored her, belittled her, not considering her as a human being. But as soon as Renee showed her abilities, everyone immediately began to take her more seriously. The girl said that people here speak as if they don't know anything about this world yet. Renee says she feels regret in the Crown Prince's words. But what if she had told him everything? She then asked if the Crown Prince would have become engaged to her if Renee had told him about her abilities earlier. The Crown Prince became angry, slamming his hands on the table, and Renee guessed that this seemed to be true. The Crown Prince turned to Sadine, but the girl asked him not to touch him and not to accuse him of anything. The main character reminds the Crown Prince that, first of all, Sadine did not swear allegiance to him. Renee didn't care what kind of relationship the Crown Prince and the Saint had, because she needed to prove her innocence. The girl thought that she wanted to go home to see Cerberus as soon as possible. But suddenly, Renee heard Sadine asking if they couldn't hurry up then. Renee stood up and asked the two of them to focus, saying that it didn't matter whether she was strong or not. Then, the main character asked the Crown Prince to declare that she did not commit a crime, and then she would cancel the article. The easiest way to get yourself off the hook for murder is to use someone who has more respect than Renee. The Crown Prince asks if she is truly innocent, and Renee says that she wants to ask him the same thing. The Crown Prince asks why he would kill Leon if she is his bride and future empress. And then Renee, smiling, says that the reason is that Leon actually wanted to leave the Crown Prince. She understands why the Crown Prince suspects her, because the real Renee did something wrong. Having proven her innocence, Renee must shift all attention from herself to the Crown Prince. Now, Renee will study everything carefully to understand whether the Crown Prince is really innocent. The Crown Prince said he didn't know where she heard it, but it was complete nonsense, to which Renee asked who knew. She suggests that the Crown Prince was unable to restrain the Saint, who wanted to escape from him. Everything that His Highness could gain from marrying the Saint disappeared, so he killed her. Renee asked him if he liked the hypothesis she had put forward. The Crown Prince became angry and shouted that Leon never intended to run away from him. But then Renee asked him if he had any proof of this, because she could prove that she was innocent. The man began to seethe with anger. Every fiber of his body tensed, and he asked to listen to him carefully. He said that if anyone in this world is innocent, it is him. Renee noticed that the Crown Prince's aura fluctuated depending on his emotions, and if he were a criminal, this would not happen. She asked the demons if she should believe him. Noticing that the old man was silent, Renee suggested concluding a temporary truce for now, and then we'll see. The girl tells the Crown Prince that she will withdraw the article, and the Crown Prince will drop all charges against her. When he replied that it was not in his power, Renee asked if he was not the one investigating the saint. The Crown Prince says that even if he is responsible, he needs convincing evidence. Renee doesn't understand why the Crown Prince is so irritable, as if he does it on purpose. And then the main character hands something to the man, asking if this will be enough. She hands him a piece of paper and says that this is the place where the saint was last seen. Renee asks if there is enough proof that the saint is still alive. The reason Renee is accused of murder is because the saint disappeared in the territory of Marsis. But at the same time, when the main character was in prison, the saint was seen in another place. And so, since the saint is still alive, it means that Renee is not a criminal. The Crown Prince was puzzled and asked where she got such information. But Renee asked why she should tell him about it, wondering if it really bothered him that much. The Wave Queen looks disappointed that she didn't clarify this sooner, but Renee tells her it's not her fault. Then, the Crown Prince says that if they can actually find traces of Leon there, the charges will be dropped. The girl agreed with the Crown Prince, but said that they needed to make sure first. And suddenly, the man says that she will have to wait here, which leaves Renee in shock. The Crown Prince told her that no matter how much she suspected him, she was the one accused here. But Renee suddenly took the paper away with the help of magic, saying that he didn't understand anything. Renee still believes that the Crown Prince is the more logical suspect, and she obtained this information herself. Renee suggests that they compromise and cooperate because they suspect each other. Surprised that Renee took the paper away with magic, he asks how he can be sure that Leon was not killed by her. But in response, Renee asked how she could be sure that he hadn't done it too. The girl says that if she wanted to kill the saint, she would have been dead long ago. The main character reminds the Crown Prince that he himself is aware of her abilities. And after this, the girl, holding out her hand to him, asks whether the Crown Prince agrees to cooperate. The Crown Prince just covered his face with his hands, ignoring her question, and Renee thought what a rude man he was. Renee decided that they had reached an agreement and said that they needed to prepare for departure, which would take place in 2 hours. Renee warned the Crown Prince that if he disappeared during this time, she would tell the princess everything. At that moment, Sedine approached Renee and said that he wanted to distract her for a minute. Sedine took Renee by the hand, and she asked what he was doing, to which the man replied that she had just held His Highness's hand. When the girl asked what was wrong with that, Sedine replied that he just wanted to wipe his hand. When Renee left, the Crown Prince asked since when Sedane had become the lady's pet dog. He tells Sedine that he doesn't know what she told him there, but he suddenly changed his attitude, which he will later regret. But Sedine said that he would regret it only if he continued to serve His Highness. He told the Crown Prince that the lady was very different from him, and it was humiliating that he compared them. The Crown Prince said that this sounded very disrespectful, to which Sedine replied that the lady would have reacted the same way. His Highness noted that there was a hidden meaning in Sedine's words, but he replied that he had imagined it. After this, Sedine also left, telling the Crown Prince to prepare for departure. As they were leaving, the Crown Prince asked Rennie if everything was okay, and she wondered what he meant. When he said she had left the territory of Marsis, Renee asked what could be wrong. The man reminded that everyone knows perfectly well that Renee does not leave the territory except for banquets. But Renee said that you can't spend your whole life in one place. When the Crown Prince said he had not heard her say that, Renee replied that it was not surprising because he knew nothing about her. But the main character also doesn't know anything about Renee because she has many hidden sides. His Highness says he has never noticed Renee wearing such things before. In response, the girl said that she never wore anything but dresses. But in fact, the main character prefers other clothes, which are more comfortable. She felt a little awkward about changing Renee's tastes, because lately she had only been wearing dresses. When the Crown Prince asked why she had never dressed like that before, the girl was surprised, and then the girl decides to tell him that she no longer loves him as she did before. The man visibly tensed up, and Renee asked if he really thought she would always be on his side. She adds that once this is over, she won't see him again, so he shouldn't worry. She promised that she would never love the Crown Prince again, and would pretend that she had never loved him at all. The Crown Prince decides to ask what Renee will do then, and she asks him what he means. The man thinks that Renee wants to cling to someone else like he does, When the crown prince said that she would cling to Sedin, the girl was puzzled. Telling that Sedin is a good knight, the crown prince says how he saw him plowing around Renee. Renee was extremely irritated by this opinion, so she asked the crown prince to go about his own life. At this moment, Renee's horse accidentally lost control, causing the girl to almost go off the road. At that moment, the girl noticed that someone had settled down next to her, and when she turned around, she saw Sedin. The man warns the main character that they should arrive in a couple of hours. The girl said irritably that they were driving too slowly, and Sedin apologized for this. But Renee said that the one who should apologize was the crown prince, who was dragging knights along with him and was slow. Sedin asked what she meant by saying that the longer they drove, the more unclear it became. But the girl suddenly asked, as if to herself, why she liked the crown prince at all. She reflects that she should definitely avoid such people now. Sedin suddenly declared that if Renee only gave him the order, he would immediately get rid of his highness. But Renee replied with a heavy sigh that if she had wanted to, she would have removed it herself long ago. But she asked if it was okay to say that, since it sounded like a conspiracy, and Sedin said that he served her, not the crown prince. In the end, Renee told him to just keep it in mind and drove off ahead. When Sedin asked if she was okay, Renee told him that he seemed more agitated than usual. But then she herself said that perhaps she was just imagining things, and answered Sedin that she was fine. Renee activated her blessing skill, and her horse galloped forward. In fact, Sedin was right that Renee was worried, but she just didn't show it. The main task has already appeared a long time ago, and soon the special task will be completed. She remembers how she carried out a special task that would allow her to return to the original world. And the only task that can send the main character back is an epic task. Maybe the genre is different now, or you need to complete a preliminary task first. Just in case, Renee tries harder. But no matter how much the girl complains, the system still does not respond to her. The Wave Queen suggested that there was currently an error in the system that would be corrected after the task was completed. The demons offered her various advice, but Renee said she would refrain from them, thinking that it would only make the situation worse. The evil master advised her to think less and not worry, and Renee understands that he is right. But, one way or another, the girl just couldn't stop thinking about it. Raising her gaze to the sky, the main character wondered if she could get stuck here forever. The note that Renee had had a message about where the saint had been seen, and it was a simple, ordinary place. One of the knights informs His Highness that he has caught the one who took the saint. Renee realized that if it weren't for the prince's men swarming everywhere, they could find the saint. Now the girl realized that all this was just a waste of time. The captured man grunts and introduces himself to His Highness as Derek. The crown prince told him that if he did not want his name on the tombstone, he had better tell the truth. The man admits that the saint did indeed stay with them, but if they hadn't shown him the leaflet, he would never have realized that she was a saint. When the crown prince asked why Leon had come to him, he said that he had invited her to stay the night. The man didn't have time to say anything after that, because Renee asked him to take them to his house. When the man asked her, puzzled, what she meant, Renee wondered what was so surprising about that. The girl explained to him that they, in any case, first needed to check everything, and when the man pointed in the direction to go, Renee was surprised, asking if this was really his house. The heroine was genuinely surprised that a saint came and went to this luxurious place. The Lord of Temptation said that it was quite nice here, and the evil lord offered to take this estate for himself. Renee realized that the demons were talking nonsense once again, so she didn't listen to them. Renee asked Sedin if he smelled anything strange. The man was worried that it was him smelling, but the girl said that he still smelled like lavender. She told him that there was a suspicious smell coming from the house. And after that, the main character took off, running in the direction from which the smell was coming. As she ran through the corridors, with the crown prince and Sedin following her, the smell became clearer and clearer. The girl ran around to different places, trying to figure out where the place was, from where she could smell the smell. And eventually, the smell leads her to a place where there was a large door. When the girl approached the door, Sedin asked what she found there. The crown prince asked her to act arbitrarily, and Renee asked her to come here because there was something here. As they got closer, each of their expressions changed because there was a corpse inside the room. Soon, knights were posted around this room, guarding this area. While the crown prince was examining the corpse, the captured man said that it was not him and that he did not know about it. Sedin noticed that smoke was still coming from the ashes, as if it had happened not so long ago. Renee, after thinking about it, came to the conclusion that the corpse had been burning while they were wandering around the village. And then the girl realized that if Ishir had not brought the knights, and if Renee had acted alone, she would have been able to save this man. The demons say that the task could have become even more confusing, but in any case, it is not Renee's fault. Renee doesn't know what will happen with the mission, but it still costs a human life. When Sadine asked if it could be the corpse of a saint, Renee replied that it was not yet known, but that sacred powers emanated from the corpse. There are not many people in the world who possess sacred power, and if a person possessed a powerful sacred power, it remains with him even after death. The main character could not believe that they were watching the terrible sight of a burning man. Not much time had passed since the man had burned, and Renee rode on, accompanied by 2 companions. This is only proof that the saint was alive until recently. The crown prince whispers and asks why Leon was killed and what she did wrong. The ring in his hands was the same one he had given her, but Sadine asked if he was sure about it, and then he said that he couldn't be mistaken because he had ordered it himself. This ring has a powerful spell placed on it that cannot be broken by normal means. The special mission was completed, but unfortunately, a person died. The Queen of the Waves tried to console Renee somehow, but the girl said that everything was fine. The main character has seen people burn many times, because she herself loved to burn them in fire. She saw her comrades perish in the fire at the top of the tower, while the monsters below raged in a mad dance. That is why the girl was clearly familiar with this smell, because in her past life she encountered it too often. The detained man says it is unfair because the saint left at dawn, but the crown prince asked him what kind of corpse it was then, and the man replied that he himself did not know. Sadine asks the crown prince to calm down, but the man continues to say that he has no evidence. As a result, His Highness became angry and abruptly threw the man aside. After the man fell to the floor, the crown prince asked him what time the saint had left. Then the man declares that the saint did not say a word to him, and that he is telling the pure truth. Renee asked Sadine to step outside for a moment because she wanted to conduct the interrogation in person. With a snap of her fingers, Renee put Derek into some kind of hypnosis, telling him that from that moment on, he would only tell the truth. Veliar's whisper skill has been activated, which puts the subject into a state of hypnosis. This skill is handy, but there are risks if you choose the wrong target, so it shouldn't be used by someone like Ishir. Now, the girl asked Derek to tell her when he last saw the saint, and he said that he saw darkness. While Renee thought that this skill would work on him, Derek said that he saw strong hatred. Suddenly, the man says that he does not feel the sacred powers and does not see the saints. And then Derek declares that he sees not a sacred power, but a demonic one. Renee thought about it. She already knew perfectly well that the saint could not have suffered at the hands of demons alone, but judging by the fact that the criminal used the power of suggestion, he definitely has power. Then, the main character wondered what the criminal had in mind to do such a thing. The Healing Wave Queen suddenly raised her hand, and Renee asked her what was wrong. The Queen of Waves stated that the Crown Prince is trying to get rid of the evidence right now. After this news, the girl immediately ran to his office and burst inside. She told His Highness that he must have something to say to her, but he only asked what she meant. Renee shouted to him that he had found the saint's suicide note. When he asked if she had a secret connection with the knights, Renee replied that she simply had good intuition. But the man replied that he did not think her behavior was just simple intuition. He smiled and said that Renee was definitely either in cahoots with the knights or she was following him. But Renee smiled back and asked what was wrong with that, since he would have done the same thing. But then the Crown Prince declared that he was not in her place, and the girl only hissed in response. Ishir says he didn't show the note for her own safety, but Renee asks what kind of nonsense it is. But the Crown Prince said he would see if Renee could remain as calm when she read the note. Leon writes that her life was doomed by tragedy, and she could not tell anything because of her duties, for the sake of the Empire. Renee reads how the saint wrote that she could not stand it anymore. Leanne writes that it is a fake engagement to a man who does not love her, and the one who tried to kill her because of this engagement. Both of these facts tormented Leanne for a long time, but she was able to forgive them both. No matter how much they tormented her, she could happily say that she loved them. And all because there is someone she could not forgive. But she herself dragged herself into this situation. After reading the note, Renee realized that this was the end and told the Crown Prince that she was now in the same boat with him. When the girl said that the boat was sinking, the Crown Prince asked what she meant. Renee screamed that if this note was found out, it would be the end of both of them, and her mission too. If you fail a few additional tasks, nothing will happen to Renee, but she is afraid to imagine what will happen after failing the main task. Moreover, the reward is a book for which Renee tried so hard and went through so much trouble. The Crown Prince said that if she kept her mouth shut, no one would know, adding that Leon could not do such a thing. Renee agreed with this, saying that someone else had set it up, but she asked Ashir if he didn't sense danger. He says he won't make any statements until the body's identity is confirmed. Renee asked him to bet whether rumors would spread about the note or not. Ashir was surprised that she offered him a bet, and Renee said that he was the only one who didn't understand anything. The girl explains to the Crown Prince that this is a trap to make them accomplices. She asked him if he really thought everything would be according to his will if he hid the note. Renee said it wouldn't be long before the entire empire knew what was written in the note. That is why the main character offered him a bet to test her knights. The Crown Prince accepted her bet and said that if he won, Renee would do as he said. But now, Renee asked him to do as she said, and said that his favorite knights were already there. When the knights arrived, they reported that throughout the empire, everyone was talking about the note. The knights looked at Renee with distrust. His reputation fell, and the people of the empire suspected Renee of murder. Renee was given the task of gaining Ashir's trust and proving it. The girl wanted to stay and continue the investigation, but Ashir insisted that she return. All this time, Renee is being watched by knights, and she does not understand why she should endure their gazes, because she did nothing. Sidine and Ashir went to the imperial palace to find out what was going on. Renee wished she had been given the task of killing rather than clearing herself of suspicion. She suddenly heard someone asking to come into the room, and from the voice she realized that it was Kirill. When her brother entered the room, he looked confused and puzzled. He looked questioningly at Renee and hesitantly asked her what she was doing. Kirill said that her brother came to see her, and she was lying down there, but Renee asked him to say what he wanted. He says that his father wants him to tell him that all charges against Renee have been dropped, but she asks what difference it makes if other charges have now been made. Kirill also reports that their family has been summoned to the capital, and it seems that their father is going to go ahead. While Kirill was asking his sister to prepare for this, she began to think that she didn't like this. Then Renee told Kirill that he didn't look angry, to which he replied that he was angry. But Renee noted that Kirill didn't yet look as angry as Auntie had been. And then Kirill suddenly says that the whole thing is that Auntie loves Leon. Renee was surprised, and Kirill told her that she knew that Auntie had suffered from unrequited love for 10 years. Kirill reminds his sister that this is exactly why Auntie was angry with her, because he wanted Renee to stop pestering Leon. And now the main character understood what was going on, although it still seemed to her that Auntie was exaggerating. But Renee wondered if it was too much to consider her own sister a murderer. Renee realized that since the saint was betrothed to the Crown Prince, Auntie could do nothing. And then the main character began to think about how she could clear herself of all these accusations. The quest spoke of a misunderstanding, and she thought it referred to Renee's mockery of the saint, or her death. In the end, the girl decided to ask her brother if he also thought that she had killed the saint, and he replied that he did not think so. Renee reminds that the note said that the saint had a hard time because of her, which means that she is to blame for her death. If we draw a conclusion from this, Renee says that it turns out that it was she who killed the saint. Kirill noticed that Renee was acting strange lately, and that she didn't remember many things. He said she might have matured, but her passion had definitely diminished. Renee said that it was natural, since the person was gone, to which Kirill replied that that was also strange. He mentions that Renee never said anything about wanting to kill the saint, and then the girl thought, asking her brother what he was talking about. Jumping up from her seat, the main character grabbed her brother by the shoulders and asked him to tell her everything in more detail. Then, Kirill declares that it was not Renee who sent those killers, and that everyone just thinks so. He asked why she was pretending not to know anything, and Renee asked who could have sent the killers then. Kirill tells his sister that the saint is the guardian of the empire. If a person had a grudge against the empire or the crown prince, he could very well send an assassin to kill everyone. Kirill also says that everyone in their family knows that Renee is not smart enough to send assassins. Renee asks why everyone is then sure that it was her doing, and Kirill replies that she herself said so at the ball. Renee asked why he and Ante couldn't shut her up then if they knew what a stupid person she was and that she was talking nonsense. And it turns out that, if we believe Kirill, then Renee herself took upon herself someone else's sin. Renee had never been taken seriously in her family because of her weakness, so she was afraid that it would be the same in society. Perhaps Renee wanted to prove that she was a strong person, and so she blurted out that she could kill everyone's favorite saint. And thus, the main character distanced herself from everyone, and she herself remained the same little girl. Kirill asked her why she was so strong, as if she was holding a wooden sword in her hands instead of a pillow. The girl sighed heavily and told Kirill that they had to stop this. Suddenly, she hits her brother on the head again and says that he is also to blame for this. Kirill, shocked, asks what he did, since Renee herself caused all this commotion. Renee stated that he was simply watching her and raised her incorrectly, even though he always knew how she was treated. Renee noticed that Kirill himself knew this, and that was why he came to convey his father's words. The girl unexpectedly stroked Kirill's head, thinking that he had finally begun to change. Kirill was indignant, telling her that he was not a little child, and Renee replied that she simply wanted to praise him. But, one way or another, Renee says that you have to be responsible for your behavior. The main character says that she and Kirill will take on this responsibility and solve this problem. And so the girl asks Kirill to help her, because he is her brother. They certainly don't have the best relationship, but it's never too late to improve. Then Renee, having returned to her body, will be able to leave this family without regrets. The next act takes us forward a few hours, to the mansion of Duke Marsis in the capital of the Ramdish Empire. As Renee looked around the room, she realized how huge it was, as if it were a duke's estate. Although, in fact, this was not the most important thing for the girl now. The Queen of Waves and Healing Hands, Renee the thing she found here, and the girl thanks her. Renee remembered that those who find themselves in unfair situations need to speak out. But the real Renee didn't have anyone she knew, and so Renee might have written something in her diary. The main character didn't even think that Renee might not have sent the killer, because everyone around her considered her a rare villain. When Renee asked where it was, the Wave Queen said she found it under the mattress. Renee was surprised, wondering if no one had ever cleaned there. The girl decided that she would definitely change Renee's life for the better, and first she would look at her records. Renee wrote in her diary that no one believed her, although she really didn't touch Leon. The main character realized that this was written before Renee was locked in the dungeon. Renee wrote about how Talia was constantly trying to talk to her, and that she was acting too arrogant. Renee didn't even notice how she told her that she had poisoned Leon, but she didn't want to say it. The main character cannot understand who Talia is, who always instigates Renee's affairs. But the girl decided not to think about it for now, because first, she needed to find information about Renee. Renee wrote that Leon irritates her because she constantly pretends to be kind. Leon said she bought a new oven and baked a cake. And she also said she knew Renee didn't send the killer. Renee joked that she was busy so she couldn't send it, and Leon laughed. It's very strange in the temple. They seemed strange to Renee, even when they tried to touch her. Renee got mad at Leon, even though she shouldn't have, but she kept saying she would stay there. Renee cried as she wrote in her diary, asking why she couldn't stop her. Renee suggested that Leon at least tell Ishiru, but she refused. Renee slammed the diary shut, not understanding what the hell this was, because if it was true, then the situation looked different. Leanne also knew that Renee had not tried to kill her, and what's more, they were each other's only close friends. The main character realized that Renee really was stupid, and she so wanted to believe that people were wrong when they called her a villain. And then she thought that maybe that was why she was here, because among all the people there was no one who could help. Renee wrote that her strength and Leon's strength would not be enough to stop this evil. On one of the pages, Renee was asking where to do Leon, and she asked someone to help them. Now the main character understands that if she sits with her hands folded, nothing will change. Now the girl had too little information about this world. But there were many ways to get information, and the most important thing is that Renee knows where to get it. But first, the girl had to complete a task where she had to increase her reputation by 500 in order to receive a book as a reward. After that, she handed Renee's diary to Kirill and said that it was all true. If Kirill doesn't believe her, even after reading the diary, she's going to persuade him with her fists. Kirill asked why she was only now telling about this, and then the girl asked if he would have believed her earlier. But then her brother replied that he wouldn't have believed her anyway, and Renee wondered if he had a conscience. Kirill admits that he still doesn't fully believe in it, but he will try. But he asked Renee not to deceive him, because he would not allow her to tarnish their family. Renee told him that he was not telling her something, and he became indignant. To begin with, the girl asked her brother to calm down, deciding to give him a shoulder massage. And while she was doing this, she thanked him for believing her, at least now. The main character thought that if Kirill had believed her earlier, everything would have turned out differently. She understands that it is difficult for Kirill to believe her completely, and therefore she needs to arrange a banquet where she can prove her words. Kirill said that only a father or brother could organize such a banquet, and Renee told him that he was also a member of the family. Without telling him everything, Kirill replies that even Auntie won't find it that easy to do this. He says that his father doesn't like unnecessary expenses, so there has to be a special reason for such an event. But Renee asked for a banquet that would be attended by the heads of state and influential aristocrats. In other words, the event had to be attended by as many people as possible to hear her words. Then Renee decided to ask how special the event had to be for her father to agree. Kirill says, for example, getting a high swordmaster, and when Renee asked what level he was, his brother answered that it was average. But unexpectedly, the girl asks Kirill to admit that he doesn't like Ante. She told him that she would teach Auntie a lesson, and saw that her relationship with Kirill increased by 10. Kirill blushed and asked uncertainly how she was going to do this. The main character stood up and said that there was one way. Kirill felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had met the demon himself. Renee looks at him and says that if they teach Auntie a lesson, Kirill will be able to reach the highest level of swordmaster. Some time passes, and the next moment takes us to the banquet, which did take place. Some of the guests were arguing about something, until one of the women interrupted them, asking them to look at the dancing people. When they looked closer, they saw that it was the Crown Prince and Lady Marzitz dancing. The guests began to whisper that this was funny, and they seemed not to know what rumors were circulating in the capital. Others said that they might actually feel like they were the stars of the ball. To be precise, this banquet is held in honor of Mr. Marcise's achievements. Kirill asked how he was able to become stronger in such a short time, and he was asked to ask his sister. The guests discussed why so many people had gathered there, but someone thought that the Crown Prince came here because he had also heard rumors. All this time, Sedin was watching them, but Kirill asked him to stop looking at them like that. The guy smiled and asked if maybe Sedin had an interest in his sister. Sedin was immediately upset after these words, so Kirill told him that he was just joking. Sedin congratulated Kirill on his level increase, and he told him that he achieved this thanks to Renee. When Sedin asked what he meant, Kirill wondered if Renee hadn't told him, but before Kirill could say anything, guests came running to him, wanting to ask him about everything. They began to bombard Kirill with questions, although he asked them to wait and ask questions in turn. But since Kirill was not ready for such a collapse, he decided to simply run away. Sedin, meanwhile, began to wonder if all the rumors were true. Even Sedin had never heard of such a way to become stronger in such a short time. The man wondered what could be going on in Renee's head, and he wanted her to share it with him. While he was lost in thought, Renee suddenly approached him and asked if he was enjoying the banquet. Sedin said that it seemed that rumors had spread very quickly, since the most famous aristocrats had gathered there. He said that no matter what Renee says, she is already the center of attention here. But Renee's attention alone wasn't enough, because she knows there's someone here who has information. But in order to attract all eyes, Renee needed to put on a show. The main character understands that only this will allow her to shock everyone and raise Renee's reputation. Sedin was surprised and asked her what she was talking about. At that very moment, the Crown Prince approached the main character and put his arm around her shoulder. He says everyone is asking where his beautiful partner has gone, but Renee has asked him to stop talking nonsense. Sedin smiled falsely and told Renee that she could go and that he would wait for her here. In the end, the girl agreed and told Sedin that she would return soon. Renee asked the Crown Prince to remove his hand, but he replied that it was all for their plan. At that moment, Sedin remembered the words of Renee, who told him to believe in fame and do everything that others do not like. At first, Sedina felt better after her words, but now everything is confused again. Looking at Reen, Sedin thought that he had never before regretted giving up the title so much. Renee, addressing the guests, thanks them for attending the banquet and asks them to raise their glasses to Kirill. Amidst all this noise, the girl felt their mockery, who had come to look at her out of curiosity. So, Renee says she would now like to answer the question that is on everyone's mind. She said that it was she who helped Kirill Martzis become stronger, and everyone was surprised. When one of the guests asked for more details, Renee asked why she had to do that. She asked whether it was possible to reveal one's secrets to everyone, because the fewer people know, the more valuable the information is. In this world, such a level of swordmaster is something unbelievable, so Renee can't talk about it. Renee said she wasn't going to keep the information, but they had to pay for her secret. The atmosphere around her became noticeably tense, and the guests asked what she meant. All this time, someone was standing in the shadows and watching Renee from the side. But this someone finally comes out and asks what truth Renee Marcis wants to hear. Renee looks at her and realizes that she's caught, the only person she needed. It turned out to be the same Thalia, who asks whether the concept of truth is too abstract. Renee didn't think that Talia would decide to come out of the shadows and show herself. The girl remembers how Sadine came up to her and asked her to show him something. Thalia Kipros is the one who made Renee a villain. Talia said that she didn't see any desire on Renee's part to share her secret. Renee asks if Talia is now trying to tarnish their family's reputation. Talia chuckled and said it was surprising that Renee would suddenly care about the family's reputation. Until now, the real Renee only suffered insults and humiliation. But now Renee is not like that. Renee says that what Talia says makes sense to her, but that truth can become a lie depending on who is listening. However, the girl is not going to change her mind, because it is not interesting to share her secret. At that moment, while Talia was listening to her, she began to think that something was wrong here. One of the guests asked what truth matters, and Renee replied that the one she liked. Talia wonders if Renee Marcis was ever like this before. Then Renee said that she didn't like what Talia said, so they should put in a little effort. The guests began to whisper that Renee was not called the disgrace of the Marcis family. Some people suggest that Renee is lying again, because she mocked the saint, bringing her to death. The crown prince asked everyone to calm down, because all the guests' statements seemed very rude to him. Talia apologizes to him because she didn't mean to hurt him, but she asks if the crown prince himself didn't suspect Renee. Talia says that it was Renee who killed the saint, and that her suicide note could have been a setup. The guests adapt to her words, discussing how the past has not gone away. Someone agreed with Talia and said that people don't change that easily. They were just trying to find out ways to become stronger, but now they have changed their minds because of a few words. While Renee was thinking about this, the crown prince raised his hand, saying that he could not listen to this anymore. The crown prince states that the body that was discovered does not belong to Leon. The guests were shocked by what they heard, and someone asked if he really meant to say that everything was set up. Ishir says that the court magician examined the body and found that the corpse had black hair. And he also reveals that the suicide note was fabricated to harm him and Renee. Renee adds that they haven't found the real culprit yet, but most likely this person is connected to Leon's kidnapping. The guests ask why he would do that, since everyone loved Leon, and Renee says they don't know. At this point, Talia wanted to intervene in the conversation and say something about Renee again. And then the main character interrupts her, asking if she sent the hired killers to Leon. Talia was always the one who envied Leon Karis. They were both the daughters of an earl, but only Leon received the blessing of the gods. Among her peers, Thalia was famous for her rare magical abilities. She had everything, so it is not surprising that she was always the subject of interest to those around her. But all these advantages disappeared with the advent of the saint. Thalia hated Leon, who had more outstanding qualities, and her modest nature was perceived as arrogance. In Talia's eyes, the saint's behavior was empty and unnecessary, and the people did nothing but praise Leon for every little thing. Soon the engagement of the crown prince and the saint was announced, and then everything inside Tully simply turned upside down with anger. Talia was literally ready to do something against Leon, but she understood her position very well. Talia knew perfectly well what would happen to her if she laid a finger on Leon. And then Talia accidentally heard rumors about Renee Marcis, that she was allegedly mocking the saint. To Talia, Renee was the perfect villain and perfection, but something was against it. In reality, Talia was just a coward pretending to be strong. Talia was furious that Renee, some stupid girl, was pretending to be an important person. At that moment, a murderer and a monster appeared, and there was a gift that was laced with poison. Talia decided that she would make fun of Leon, and at the same time deal with Renee. That is, kill two birds with one stone. Already now, in the present tense, Talia asks what kind of stupid statement this is, since there is no evidence. But Renee told her that there was evidence, just not from her, but from other people. Renee asked Talia if she remembered the price of her secret to gain the highest level of Swordmaster. This delight, felt at the resistance of an opponent whom Talia underestimated, is dedicated to her. It seemed as if Talia was on the verge of exploding with anger. But Renee doesn't understand why Talia is looking at her like she's some kind of pervert. The Crown Prince notes how bravely Renee attacks her opponent and that she has changed. When the Crown Prince first decided to help Renee, he didn't even think that she would do such a good job. A few days ago, Renee asked him to do whatever she said, and then she would make him emperor. Then the crown prince told her that he understood that she had become much wiser. But how could he trust her? Renee, snatching his sword from his pocket, said that he himself lost the argument. The main character swung her sword, deciding to strike with all her might. But in the end, she didn't have enough power, and the crown prince asked who she was. And Renee asked him not to be surprised and to answer the question. He said that he could get rid of the accusation himself, and that Renee was still not a reliable person for him. But the crown prince says that since he lost the argument, there is nothing to be done. And moreover, Renee has become a different person. Then, His Highness told the girl that this time he would believe her. The crown prince learned of this in a letter from Leon, which she hid in a safe and which she was going to send to Renee. The main character wondered how valuable the letter was if Leon hid it in the safe. When the crown prince said that Leon had always tried to protect Renee, she asked how he could still doubt her. The crown prince responded that Renee should have shown herself more clearly, not killed Leon. Renee also decided not to trust the crown prince, since he was also suspected of murder. Looking at his attitude towards herself, Renee began to doubt even more, so he must prove that he can be trusted. Renee herself knows that she said something stupid, so she wanted the crown prince to make his face simpler. The girl simply asked the crown prince to give her something as proof. His Highness replied that he had something in mind, but he could not give it to her yet. He sets a condition that they will cooperate, and then, when he begins to trust her, he will show proof. And then the crown prince added that he, in turn, would do everything to make Renee trust him. Then they decided that Renee would help him take the throne, and the crown prince would help her. The crown prince was not quite willing to shake hands, but Renee said that was their deal. Finally, breathing a sigh of relief, they both shake hands and make a deal. It seemed that the truth was too difficult for Talia, so Renee decided to offer her easier terms. She asked Thalia to bring evidence of the attempted murder of the saint, and it could be anyone else. This must be compelling evidence, and Renee will not forgive lying in order to find out a secret. She thought that if people started to suspect each other, then eventually someone would definitely confess. Talia said that she didn't understand what she was talking about, that Renee herself allegedly admitted that she sent the killer. Now the main character understood what Talia was really up to. Realizing that there was no other way out, Renee decided to activate the Asmodeus mask skill, which allows her to change her appearance. The girl suddenly started crying, and she told Talia that it was all because she had threatened her. To say that Talia was shocked by what she saw would be an understatement. She nervously asks how she, the daughter of a duke, can threaten a lady. Renee says that this is possible because Talia knows all of Renee's weaknesses. Talia was so shocked that she could hardly speak, and she asked what she had done. Then the Archduke enters the conversation and says that Thalia used his engagement as an excuse. And besides this, the man adds that she blackmailed Renee because he loves her. The people around froze from what they heard. Silence fell, and Talia's eyes widened. Renee was surprised that the crown prince was quite good at pretending. Last night, the crown prince said he would help Renee clear her of guilt. But why should he confess his love to her? Renee asked in a rage that he really thought she liked it. Renee said she knew it could hurt her, but there was no other way out, because there was no point in making excuses. For aristocrats, for whom strength is the highest virtue, the method of earning the highest level of swordmaster will be more effective. Therefore, it is worth finding a different approach to people who are worried about the disappearance of the saint. For example, finding a new villain. The crown prince agreed with Renee's opinion, but said that involving third parties could be dangerous. But Renee said it was only risky if Talia was in love with him. If used correctly, false rumors can become an effective weapon. The crown prince asked if it meant they were going to play a couple in love, although she herself was disgusted by this. Renee said that was true, but it would be better than doing nothing at all. Talia began to say that everything was not so, because as far as she knew, only Renee was in love with the crown prince. His Highness said that he had not previously recognized true love, and then his choice seemed right to him. The crown prince says he realized his feelings after he found himself with another woman. He says that now no one can shake his heart, because now it belongs only to Renee. With her choice, Renee was trying to maintain the trust of Leon, who was engaged to him. The crown prince says that he is the only one who did not remain faithful. It is all his fault. Renee thought that if he had been born in the past, he would have become a good actor. To be honest, the script was shoddy, but people believed in his amazing performance. All this time, the crown prince has been hiding his feelings for the sake of the empire, but he has no intention of doing so here. He said he couldn't stand to see his beloved being accused any longer, and Renee thought she had run out of lines she had recorded. The Crown Prince tells Renee that he knows now is not the right time, and the girl tensed. The man says he can't wait any longer, and the main character is frightened by his gaze. Renee tried to tell him to shut up because it wasn't in their script. Irish puts a ring on her finger and asks if she will agree to give him another chance. Excited and tense, Renee couldn't refuse him in this situation, so she agreed. And so the next action takes us into the coming night of that day. Renee sat outside drinking after everything that had happened, wondering what was wrong with this man. The demons said that they were not against such a relationship and that everything suited them. But Renee hoped to learn something from the book, because that was what it was all intended for. At this moment, Sadine unexpectedly approaches the bench and asks if he can sit down next to him. Renee hoped the conversation wouldn't drag on too long because she wasn't in the mood right now, and Sadine said he just wanted to ask something. The knight sits down carefully next to him, and Renee asks him what the question is. Sadine admits that it was he who found out what atrocities Talia was committing, and if Renee had reported this to society, she would not have had to ask the Crown Prince for help. After this, Sadine asks if he can find out why Renee made such a decision. Since Sadine was needed by Renee, she accepted him as a student, but she didn't think he would ask about it. She asked him if people would really believe it if she made it public, and she said that the most important thing here is Sadine's abilities, not hers. It would be better for Renee to resolve this situation herself than to sit and wait for Sadine to do everything for her. She asked him not to be upset, because the evidence Sadine found would also be useful. For starters, Renee is his teacher, so she has to handle her own affairs. Sadine, slightly embarrassed, asks if that is why she took such a step with the prince. Renee asked if he was talking about his relationship with Ishir, and Sadine noted that they were already calling each other by name. Renee said that it was so, and Sadine reminded her how she had told him that she would not love someone like the Crown Prince. She herself did not know that Ishir would make a confession, and they agreed to tell everyone that they simply felt sympathy for each other. The girl says it would look weird if they did it impulsively. Sedin fell silent, and then said that he would get used to it, and the girl asked what exactly. Sighing, the knight says that he must now get used to being around Renee. In fact, Sedin wanted Renee to use it every time she needed help. He no longer wants to experience the helplessness he felt at the banquet. Sadine wondered if Renee would be able to trust him if he became the person that was right for Renee. The next act takes us to the prince's palace, where Sadine asks the Crown Prince to give him the title of Marquise. Sadine says that this is the position that was originally assigned to him. He tells the Crown Prince that if he cannot give him a title, he will ask for one from another empire. The Crown Prince said that he could not give the Swordmaster to another, so he would give the title to Sadine. But since Sadine had previously refused this, he now has to complete one task. The Crown Prince was informed that some movement had been noticed on the northern borders. Sadine knows that the number of monsters is growing every day, and there are even more of them on the outskirts. Since the people from the temple are very cowardly, the Crown Prince wants Sadine to go with them and take a look. Then Sadine asks if the Crown Prince will give him a title when he completes the task, and he answers yes. In the end, Sadine said that he would go when everything was ready. Before Sadine leaves, the Crown Prince asks him if Renee is so important to him that he decided to take the title again. The knight asks what answer he wishes to hear, and the Crown Prince says an honest one. And at that moment, Sadine really wondered what Lady Renee meant to him. He is not even sure that he dares to talk about the significance of this man. Sadine replies that he doesn't know, but he is sure that Renee means more to him than to the Crown Prince. When Sadine left, the Crown Prince thought that he was becoming as impudent as Renee herself. But at that moment, when the office was plunged into silence, Irish himself wondered what Renee meant to him. After some time, the system sends Renee a new task, which was already in the second chapter. She realized that she could complete all the tasks only by agreeing to a romantic relationship with her lover. The demons began to talk and joke about the girl, but she got angry and asked them to shut up. Renee asked the evil ruler who would want to marry a man who was several years younger than her. The assignment was for Renee to protect Ishir, as if he was made the main character of a novel. While the demons were discussing something, Renee decided to block them so that they wouldn't chatter too much. The girl decided to take a rest, because she had been doing all these tasks without a break. Almost everything written in the first chapter she either already knew or experienced herself. In reality, Leon and Ishir were not truly in love with each other, and Leon and Renee were friends. But there was also something unexpected, namely that Leon and Renee are both the main characters of this novel. And the second surprise was that our main character appeared in Renee's body. In the past world, there was no I, because the main character lived in her own world. And that's why the girl doesn't understand why her character appeared in this world. But there was one more thing that had been bothering Renee for a very long time. It was Sidine, who appeared almost at the very beginning of the novel, and whom she considers one of the main characters. His name didn't appear in the book, and Renee couldn't understand how that was possible with such a handsome appearance. But she wondered if Sidine might have appeared in the novel later, even though he was never mentioned anywhere. Then, the girl wondered if she would be able to find the question when she read the second chapter. While she was thinking, Sidine knocked on the door and asked if he could come in. Renee asked what he wanted, and Sidine guessed that he seemed to have come at the wrong time. But the girl replied that she was just a little tired, so she allowed him to come in. When Sidine enters the room, he notices Renee drinking bourbon straight from the bottle. In the end, the knight says that he came to tell her about the Cypress clan. The main character was surprised that the verdict came out faster than she thought. But Sidine corrected her and said that there was no trial because people from the temple intervened. Renee asked why this happened, and Sidine replied that it was because Talia tried to kill the saint. Renee was outraged that they left Leon alone at a dangerous moment, and now they themselves are interfering. Sidine says that it turns out that this was a request from the saint herself. Renee thought that if Leon had wanted it, the criminal would have been sent to prison. But they were friends. Then Renee decided to ask Sidine what the temple ended up doing. He says that they were able to achieve a benefit for themselves and cancel the trial. They sent Thalia to a monastery under the pretext of her young age, thereby presenting themselves as merciful. They told everyone that they kept the assassination attempt on the saint a secret at the request of the saint herself, and also demonstrated their power to everyone. Renee said that they are real wolves in sheep's clothing, which is why she dislikes those who worship gods. Sidine takes a glass of bourbon and says that he found out which monastery Thalia was sent to. He asks Renee if she is really okay, since the temple didn't even apologize to her. But the girl thought that she didn't even have the right to punish Thalia, because in reality, the apology should not be made to her, but to the real Renee. Sidine suddenly announced that he would not be able to come to her for some time, because he had a lot to do. There was an awkward silence, during which Renee asked if that was all. Then Sidine said that something strange was happening on the northern borders, and he would have to go there. He says that traces of black magic were found there, which sometimes manifest themselves. Renee almost fainted when she heard that there were witnesses who saw the image of the tower. Renee asked what the tower was, and Sidine convinced her that she shouldn't worry. But Renee couldn't resist and shouted that there must definitely be a description of what the tower looks like. Then Sidine says that he heard that this tower is just tall and black. And then the main character tries to calmly say that she also needs to go to this tower. In fact, when Renee closes her eyes, she always remembers a black tower that soars upward, cutting through the clouds and the sky. She also remembers monsters hunting people and people running away like crazy. But the most terrible thing that the main character can remember is the victims of the tower. These victims were good people who offered their own bodies to save the lives of others. While Renee was lost in thought, Sidine asked her if everything was okay. Renee told him it was okay, thinking how cute he was for getting so worked up, even when he didn't know what was on her mind. Now Renee and Sidine have arrived at the northern border, where the tower was spotted. The Wave Queen advised not to strain herself, but Renee wondered how she could not strain herself. The Crown Prince was with them all this time, and he was unhappy that Renee stroked Sidine's head, and she asked why he was starting to argue. The Crown Prince said that they could both disappear, and Sidine replied that that would be strange. Suddenly, the Queen of the Waves notifies that she has found traces of the tower, and Renee is surprised that it happened so quickly. She immediately started forward, moving further away, before those in the yard had time to shout to her. As Renee ran, she felt energy, albeit not a little, but something was wrong. Renee senses more than just one type of energy. At first, it was the type she sensed in the tower. Sidine told her that the further they went in that direction, the more he felt dangerous energy. The Crown Prince began to question Sidine again, because the latter accidentally touched Renee. The girl got tired of this, so she screamed sharply and asked them to get out of the way. Sidine noted that judging by the presence of divine power here, the people of the temple arrived here first. The main character didn't even notice this, because her perception of divine power was completely dulled. Then the girl wondered what she should do, because it was obvious that those people were hostile. But it seemed even more obvious to her that she should not take Sidine and the Crown Prince with her. She told them about the temple delegation in the other direction, so that they would keep them busy, and she had something to deal with. The crown prince began to complain that it was dangerous, but Renee told him that it was her business. Sidine said that it was important to him, because the lady's business was also his business, but the girl refused. Renee explained that if they went with her, they would get on her nerves. The girl asked them to wait a little and told them that she would find them herself later. After this, Renee sat on the polar bear and moved a decent distance away from them. She activated the trap skill, which spreads magic like a dense net to pursue targets within range. Renee remembers that initially it was done with the help of a large number of people, but since the main character has a spirit, she had no problems with this. After that, Renee closed her eyes and concentrated, starting to look for what she needed. She noticed people who had divine powers and who were wary of them. Felt an evil energy, Renee went in one direction and then stopped. She looked straight ahead and saw that she was not imagining what was standing in front of her. The founder of the evil blood sect says the tower feels more dangerous and alien than before. The system asked Renee if she wanted to check the quest, and she wondered why it asked that every time. The additional quest stated that Renee needed to clear the 3rd floor of the tower. The demons began to talk among themselves, and the girl noticed that they were already agitated. The constellations are all-powerful gods who are superior to humans and have special names. To publicize their existence, they lend their power to a contractor, or they watch and support the contractor as he achieves what he wants. Anonymous Constellation A says that his body was imprisoned 5,000 years ago and can be summoned. Anonymous Constellation B says that she is also worried about Renee, and there is someone here who can hurt her. Anonymous Constellation C did not take part in the interview. How to draw up a to-do list. It says here that the constellations can personally descend from the heavens, and this will naturally drive them crazy. Renee didn't know what to do, because if they wanted to do it so much, then she had to let them. Judging by the fact that there are no monsters around the tower, Renee should break through the passage inside. She swung her fist sharply and hit the wall of the tower with all her might. The girl runs inside and shouts to the constellations to finish this quickly. But Renee immediately stops when he notices that the inside of the tower is empty. Looking around, the main character noticed a strange slab. In the tower of her past life, she did not see a floor made only of tiles. It was a system notification that was shown to her at the very beginning when she found herself in this world. Renee was shocked because this system had not directly interfered for several hundred years. It notified her through the tower. It is unusual that the system left a notification in this way, but it is even more surprising that there are several such stone tablets. One of the signs said that there was a glitch in the system, and they apologized for it. Another one said that the user should destroy this error. The thoroughly evil blood suggested that Renee needed to be patient a little longer, and read some more. The system asked her to enjoy another version of the tower in a new genre, and they promised that there would be no errors. The sign thanked Renee for her trust and wished her a speedy passage. Then, a notification popped up in the system that Renee had to go to the top floor of the tower. Renee finally got the epic quest she'd been waiting for, but she wasn't happy about it. She didn't want to believe that there wouldn't be any more mistakes, because how could she trust someone who didn't even say how many floors there were in this tower? The Queen of Waves suggested that the girl first check what test was on the 1st floor. The constellations are connected to the main character, and they will gain freedom when she returns home. Renee thought that since the system guys told her they would help, perhaps the difficulty of the task was reduced. In the end, she decided that she would have to beat up a couple of monsters after all. The condition for passing the 1st floor was to select 3 male candidates for the main role and write their names on the table. Renee decided that now they would see what she could not get through. But in the end, Renee was deceived and she came back. Renee left the tower as soon as she saw the notification, because she couldn't even describe one candidate, let alone 3. The moment the main character returned, Sidine and the Crown Prince simultaneously called her. The men approached the girl and began to bombard her with questions, concerned about her condition. Renee was already scared to death of everything, and now these two were putting additional pressure on her. Renee wasn't sure she could choose the Crown Prince and Sidine as candidates for the tower mission. While Sidine and Ishir bombarded her with questions about where she had been and what had happened, the girl didn't even listen to them. Sidine asked Renee not to disappear like that again, and next time to tell him where she was. When the main character sat down, she said that it was time to take stock. Renee asked the Crown Prince why he was clinging to her, and he asked her if she really thought he liked it. But then the girl also turned to Satan and told him that she did not like excessive care. Sidine apologized to her if she was suddenly uncomfortable, but Renee replied that she was not so weak as to receive protection from others. she suddenly saw that Ishir's sympathy level had increased, although she didn't understand why suddenly. Then Sadine decided to ask whether she didn't like the anxiety or he himself. He says that if it is anxiety, then he will correct himself, but if it is himself, then he cannot do anything. But Renee, slightly tense, repeated to him that she did not like excessive care. At that moment, the system notified that Sadine's sympathy level had increased by 100. Sadine was glad that it was not about him, but simply about excessive attention. At that moment, the girl thought that she had previously thought that Sadine looked like a puppy. But now the main character sees this man as a real fox. The crown prince decides to ask Renee where she went. Renee replied that it had nothing to do with him, so he shouldn't worry. And then the main character asked Sadine if he would leave her and the crown prince for a second. When they were alone, Renee reminded Ishiru that just a month ago he had despised her. The girl's face became even more serious when she asked the crown prince why he gave her the ring. The main character saw in the novel how the crown prince really treated Renee. He told Renee that he wished she would stop because her feelings had nothing to do with him. Renee reminded Ishiru that he had been cold towards her, but now he had suddenly become interested. They agreed to pretend that they had feelings for each other and that such a risk was not his style, since he cared about his reputation. Renee asked him to say something, and the crown prince replied that he had thought so too at first. He replied that he understood perfectly well that their relationship reflected on his reputation. The man also mentions that he had no desire to play a couple in love, but he doesn't know why. But it seemed to him that he had to do it, and the crown prince came to his senses only when he was putting the ring on Renee's finger. Ishir also admits that Renee's words are true, that this time he really crossed the line. And so, to begin with, the crown prince decided that he would be the first to take a step back. Renee noticed that the crown prince had become somewhat polite, which made her even uncomfortable. The crown prince suddenly announced that he would be the first to go to the capital, and Renee asked if everything would be okay. Before leaving, the crown prince turned around and told her that he was not supposed to be there in the first place. All this time, the crown prince treated Renee coldly because she could not help him take the throne. The man remembers how it was the same that day, because that day was especially unlucky. The story takes us back to the past, when Leon's initiation ball took place. Things were clearly going badly that day, but the crown prince had to be there. At some point, Ishir heard Renee screaming that it was she who sent the assassins. Renee yelled at Leon and told her that her dirty pretense wouldn't work on her. The crown prince, watching this, wanted Leon to shut up Renee. The man knew that Leon could do this, because she was the only saint of this empire. He suddenly remembers how his father yelled at him, asking how he dared argue with him. Ishir then said that deploying an army on the border would only sow chaos in the country. At that moment, his father cut his face with his sword, reminding him, as he himself said, that the emperor's duty was to protect the empire. And then the man said that this meant that it was Ishir's duty to protect him, because he was the emperor. He tells him how he raised him with care because he was a talented swordsman, but ended up like this. Then, the father declares that Eden is much better than Ishir, because at least he doesn't pretend. Remembering this moment, the crown prince approaches the screaming Renee and abruptly grabs her hand. As they walked down the hallway, Renee saw who exactly was dragging her, and she felt uneasy. The crown prince was irritated by Renee, who did stupid things out of love, and by Leon, who could not fight back. The crown prince began to shout at Renee that he expected this from her, and then asked if she was tired of it. Renee sat down on her knees and replied in a hoarse voice that she knew she was an unbearable person, but she says that she was scared, because His Highness also knows that there is no place for her anywhere. And then the crown prince realized that Leon was unable to answer Renee because she sympathized with her. He remembers that Leon sympathized with him in the same way, and then the crown prince thought how similar Renee was to him. At that moment, the crown prince told Renee that she had already disappointed him enough. If she was pretending to be grateful, then she shouldn't have dropped the mask. And if it breaks so easily, then she shouldn't have pretended to be so strong. Ishiro was overcome with disgust, because in her broken soul, he saw his future. That is why he does not want to see Lady Marcis, telling her that he will not do anything to her. In the present tense, when Renee was already resting in bed, Sadine said that he also wanted to call him. When the girl asked what exactly, Sadine replied that he wanted to say her name. Leaning on her hand, the main character looked at the knight and said that he could do it. She told him he could do whatever he wanted, and then she remembered something. She remembered the moment when Sadine heard her already calling the crown prince by name. And while the main character was thinking, Sadine tensed up and asked what was going on. Renee tells him how Sedin himself told her that he would get used to her character, so she needs to make one thing clear. She recalls how she initially refused to become his teacher, because in reality, she has a hard time establishing relationships with people. But despite this, she accepted Sedin because she liked him. Renee is afraid of people because you can get attached to them, and that's one of the things her life has taught her. People can die at any moment, or their paths will diverge, and if you get used to them, it will only get worse. But in the end, the main character always became attached to those who were nearby. She became attached to those who came close, even if she pushed them away, to those who stayed close despite everything. But in the end, all these people left the main character and died. Therefore, the girl concluded that if you let someone deep into your heart, you will only get suffering. It will be difficult to shake off these thoughts even after returning to your homeworld. Renee says that when a person gets close to another, he begins to change his decisions. Since she had experienced this many times before, she just wanted to remain herself. Stroking Sedin on the head, the girl asked him if he understood what she was talking about, and Sedin replied that he understood her and would follow her no matter what kind of person she was. The knight said that he was her most diligent student, and his level of sympathy suddenly increased by 100. Renee smiled and agreed that Sedin was indeed a good student. But the girl did not understand at all why Sedin followed her so obediently, although they had not known each other for very long. Renee likes that he hangs around somewhere without any particular reason, and although he sometimes acts out, he comes back to her. But, one way or another, the main character was still more accustomed to being alone. Renee wanted to continue to be in the relationship she was in with Sedin now. Renee didn't want Sedin to make her remember feelings she had long forgotten. Looking at the system, Renee wondered if she chose a love relationship, a coherent text would appear. That is why the girl chose the teacher-student relationship, keeping it in the system. The Lord of Temptation asked if she would regret it, to which Renee merely replied that she would see. The Lord of Temptation wants to give some advice, and Renee reminds him how many times she died because of this. Perhaps it is impossible to be reborn in this world, and there may only be one chance, although this is unusual. Renee decided to make Sedin the first character, and Ashira the second, but she didn't know who to make the third. The Lord of Temptation raised his hand and said there was a good way, and Renee was puzzled. After that, the demons began to argue, and Renee sighed heavily, asking him to say what he wanted. Clearing his throat, the Lord of Temptation makes a brilliant proposal that he would become her candidate for the role of the third character. Renee looked at the chart warily and saw that the first floor test had been passed. The demons were worried about Renee, but she told them that she was fine and there was no turning back. That's why the main character ordered them all to go watch the next task. The second floor task states that the main character's sympathy level must exceed 100. Because of these conditions of the task, Renee became furious, not understanding why exactly this was so. She thought that, overall, this task was easy, and she would just choose one candidate at random. The demons suddenly tried to stop Renee, which made her even more angry, asking what was wrong. One of the demons asked her to remember her past relationships, and Renee said that they never happened. Then, the girl thought that the demons were behaving this way only because she was not dating anyone. The main character was at the peak of anger, and she asked the demons if they thought it was too much. Renee told them that she just didn't want a relationship, thinking they were going too far. She can't even trust herself, so she needs to be smart. To begin with, Renee decided to return to the capital to meet with Sedin and the Crown Prince, and check everything there. Before returning to the capital, Sedin said that he needed to stay here and finish some business. Renee could see the look on his face, literally asking her to take him with her. But Sedin assures her that this is indeed important, because besides, the priests have not yet discovered anything, and it was obvious because Renee had hidden the tower with magic that even the archbishop probably wouldn't be able to find. The girl suggested that she also stay late with Sedin, but he said that it wasn't worth it. Then, Renee stroked the knight's head, thinking that he would persuade her to stay. But Sedin said he was afraid that Renee would leave him if he insisted. Sighing, he says that, unlike her false lovers, he is her true student. And then Sedin asked the main character to have fun only with him, and not with that guy. The girl thought that if Sedin were a little less handsome, she would not follow his lead. She thought about his jet black hair and the green eyes hidden beneath it. And suddenly, Renee realized that she had gotten too carried away, that her face was ready to crack from smiling. Time passed, and Renee asked her brother Kirill if she should teach him to speak beautifully. Kirill was furious, telling Renee that he was tired of sorting out her affairs. He says that when Renee left, he started asking him about her secret method. Renee thought that even if they found out her secret, it would be difficult to use, because this is the secret skill of the evil blood sect, the tempered sword, the blood limit. This secret skill requires you to endure terrible pain and train for several weeks. Talent and patience. Besides, if there is no malice in this person, an ordinary body will not withstand it. Kirill asks where she was, and his sister starts to squeeze his cheeks, thinking that he was offended because she left him alone. Kirill was indignant and asked where Renee learned to talk like an old granny. The demons asked not to treat Kirill like a weakling. Deciding to get down to business, the girl asks if anything useful has emerged during this time. Kirill hands Renee a notebook with notes, and she sees that they mostly just scolded Talia. This document is the truth that Renee asked for at the last party, the truth about the people who tried to kill Leon. Sighing, she says that there is nothing useful, and Kirill asks what she wanted. Renee wanted to see not the tip of the iceberg, but the whole block, the one who arranged all this. Ultimately, she says that you can start with someone who did nothing but benefited. Kirill said that there was no one who would benefit from something happening to Renee, but Renee corrected him, saying that he was talking about Leon, and suggested that the target could have been Ishir in general. And the main character thought that she could immediately remember only one person. Both Renee and Kirill said that it could be Princess Eden. Kirill asked how she was going to reveal this, even if they suspected the princess. Smiling, the girl calmly replied that for this she needed to meet a person. All of Kirill's terrible suspicions were confirmed when Renee suggested that he go to the palace. At the same time, Renee will see Ishir and test his sympathy for her mission. On the day of departure to the palace, Renee asked the Wave sister how things were going with the search for Leon. She asks this because she recently asked her sister to look for traces of Leon. Since she is the queen of waves and healing, she controls all water, and therefore she was skilled in tracking. As Renee expected, the Wave Queen was able to find the smallest traces left by Leon. This whole situation will be resolved if Leon comes back, rather than sitting around and waiting for Ishir and Sedin to find her. It will be faster if the main character herself also takes up the search. Renee was surprised when the Wave Queen informed her that all traces of Leon had suddenly disappeared. The Wave Queen showed a map of the empire created from water, and Renee recognizes some places. While they were discussing this together, Kirill knocked on her door and said that it was time to go. Renee furiously shouted at him to wait a little longer, thinking that with such a character, he would not have a relationship either. Even if Renee had obtained the constellation summoning skill, she would never summon the founder of the evil blood sect. Finally, after a short conversation with the demons, Renee comes outside and asks how long they've been waiting. Both Kirill and Auntie stared at her as if they were seeing her for the first time in their lives. Renee doesn't know what's going on in Auntie's head, but he also decided to join them and go to the palace. What was more important was that Renee had completed the quest and decided to check the condition of the windows. She looked at the status of Auntie's window, where all of his indicators and characteristics were visible. And then the girl checked Kirill's window in exactly the same way, noting that they had made great progress. But she thought that most of this sympathy was gained because she was making fun of Auntie. Renee invited the brothers into the carriage, but noticed that they were behaving strangely. Kirill grinned and told Rena that this was the first time Auntie had seen her in such an outfit. Auntie asked him to shut up, very embarrassed, and Renee did not understand what they were talking about. Kirill explained that before, Renee dressed herself for the palace by hand, but now she is dressed rather modestly. Smiling, the girl replied that now she selects clothes, taking into account the place and circumstances. At first, Renee also did not understand why the real Renee wore such dresses, but now she began to guess. Kirill noted that even Renee's facial expression changed, and the girl asked what was wrong. The brother replied that she didn't look at them as if she wanted to kill them, but simply smiled. And then the main character thought that they still didn't know that Renee was very beautiful and knew how to smile. The main character hoped that in the future, Renee would be happy, so that she could wear clothes that would be comfortable for her, and the opportunity not to push away people she fears, but to smile among those who love her. After some time, we are transported to the moment when they arrived at the Ramdish Palace. Meeting Princess Eden turned out to be more difficult than Renee thought, because the princess's side kept refusing to meet. Then Renee contacted Ishir, but all she received in response was a letter. Ishir wrote that he would give her everything she wanted, but it would take some time to decide on the meeting. But even after such an answer, Renee remained the one who never gives up. After all, the girl has a very powerful shield called Connections. They enter the office and are met inside by their father, Duke de Marcy's. Renee smiled at him, asking if he had a good dinner, and the man asked in surprise what brought them here. The Duke reminds him that he entrusted Ante with the care of the house, and he immediately apologized to him. Renee didn't expect him to start scolding Ante, so she told the Duke that it was she who suggested coming. But, putting his hands on her shoulders, the Duke says that Ante did not keep an eye on her, and it is his mistake. Frowning, Renee replied that Ante couldn't control her because she was an adult and didn't need to be watched. The Duke agreed with her, but said that she herself knew that she needed someone to look after her. Looking back at her worried brothers, Renee now understood everything. The problem turned out to be not in the upbringing of the children, but in the fact that the teacher was not very good. The Duke offers Renee some tea, but she asks him to get straight to the point. Smiling, the Duke says he wants to know the reason why she came at such a chaotic time. And then Renee asks what he's going to do about his lack of political instincts. The girl asks him if he heard that she and the crown prince are now lovers. Then she asked why her father was so slow-witted, since she had somehow kept their family together. She tells how a conspiracy was hatched against the ducal house, and the family did not help to drop the charges. In this situation, Renee says that she dropped the charges against herself and made peace with the crown prince. She not only put out the fire, but also created an entire lake on it, and she doesn't understand why her father still considers her a headache. Renee asked if all this was because she didn't consult her father and did everything herself. Before the Duke could answer, Renee said that she hoped he would understand her, because she was the Duke's favorite daughter. Forcing a smile on his face, the father says that it was a mistake for them not to believe her. Renee also smiles falsely, thinking to herself what a slippery type this man is. Father asked me to inform him about such global decisions next time. Then Renee said that she would keep this in mind, and the brothers looked at her in horror, not understanding what she had in mind. Now that Renee knows that her father is the source of all the troubles in the family, she will have to take action. Renee was already tired of listening to her father's chatter. She wanted to meet the princess as soon as possible. And suddenly, the man declares that, although he hadn't said it before, he is proud of Renee. Due to various rumors in society, he was worried about his beloved daughter, whose face was worthy of attention. He tells Renee that, if you look at it that way, she did an excellent job in her role. Father calls Renee much better than those who could not become a swordmaster, even with the support of the family. And then the girl, smiling, says that this is strange, because the father himself is not a master of the ball. But, she says, those who hear him will think that he became a swordmaster at the age of 3. When the man said that he shouldn't be compared to her, Renee asked why. He talks about how during the war, he took on the care of his family, and then talks about how untalented his sons are. But Renee says that, as far as she knows, in those days, people, on the contrary, achieved greatness. Renee had a newfound respect for her father, since he had achieved such heights, and said that she really didn't know how to hold a sword. Time flew by too quickly. Renee hadn't seen her father for a long time, and she would like to spend more evenings with him. And then the girl finally asks if her father could arrange an audience for her with the princess. She says she just wanted to stop by because a lot has happened lately. And now the main character understood how all the Duke's residences could mock Renee. Renee couldn't even breathe easy in this residence, and it was all her father's fault. Before leaving, Renee said that she hoped that her father would rest well and sleep peacefully. The next act takes us to the Silver Eagle Palace, the residence of Princess Aiden. Renee stood in front of this palace and gnashed her teeth in anger. She dragged herself here a long time ago, but she is still waiting for when she will finally be allowed to enter inside. Just when her nerves were at their limit, she heard someone tell her that she could now come in. Finally, when the girl enters the room, she greets Princess Eden with a bow. Eden von Ramdish also greets the main character, telling her that they haven't seen each other for a long time. It was only when Renee was already inside the room that she realized that it wouldn't be that easy. She tells Eden that she wanted to tell her about a recently discovered clue related to Leon's disappearance. This time, the task was limited in time, and this began to irritate Renee. Princess Iden smiled kindly at her and invited her to sit down. Renee doesn't know what to do because she doesn't know how high Ishir's sympathy is, and then she might fail the quest. Finally, when the girl sat down, the princess asked her what the clue was. Then Renee asks if Eden heard that Sedina was sent to the northern part of the empire. The princess heard that his brother had sent him there to accompany the temple delegation. Renee confirms her words and, taking out something, says that it came from Sedine. Inside were deer bones, which were found in the body of the animal that ate him. Renee says Sidine picked them up because he sensed a strange aura. When Renee asked if Idine knew what part of her body the bones belonged to, she replied that they were knees. The princess examines the bones and says that these are shattered knees, but there are no signs of injury visible to the naked eye. A powerful divine force connected the pieces of bones and restored them. It is rare in the world to find people who have the divine power to completely restore bones. Of course, the princess can only think of one person who has such power. Renee did some investigating just in case, and found out that none of the priests had been in the area. When the girl said that this was proof, the princess, on the contrary, answered her that the proof was Renee herself. Idine reminds that Renee must be one of those who does not want the saint to return. But Renee, surprised by such a statement, said that she too was waiting for Leon's return. Idine said that even if they threw her out, it was unknown when Leon would return. Idine also says that the engagement of her brother and the saint is not just a marriage, but a secret agreement with the temple. While the princess was explaining all this, Renee told her that she already knew about it. Idine asked if Leon returned, Crown Prince would choose Renee over the imperial throne. Renee replied that perhaps this time it would not be the temple, but the Duchy of Marsis that would become His Highness's new power. Renee talks as if she got engaged to Ashir of her own free will, but she didn't want it. Because of this asshole, the girl can't even hold a firm position. The princess smiled and asked if the Duchy of Marsis would really become her brother's new power. At that moment, the door opened, and a voice was heard saying how he was asked whether he would choose Renee or the imperial table. It turned out to be the Crown Prince, who, turning to Idine, said that if she was truly so curious, then he would answer. The princess continues to smile, not expecting her brother to pay a visit. The Crown Prince immediately said that he had no intention of abdicating the imperial throne. When Idine tells him that he heard it all himself, Ishir tells her that, even so, he does not intend to sin against Renee. The princess assumed that he was passionately in love, and then she asks if the words he said at the banquet were really sincere. Taking Renee by the hand, the man turned to the princess and told her that it did not matter whether she believed him or not, but he asked her never to communicate with his beloved in this way again. After this, the Crown Prince apologized to his sister, and he and Renee left the palace. Renee told him that no one could see them now, and he could let go of his hand. After she brushed him off, Ishir asked her to keep her nose in the air. Then the girl, stunned by such a request, asked him why exactly he was angry. The Crown Prince suggested that the lady seemed to be mistaken about something at the moment. He asks why Renee met with Idine, and she says she just wanted to find out something. And after that, Ishir asks if she really thinks she is worth anything, since he got a little closer to her. The demons began to whisper that they would like to see Sidone now, and Renee realized that they were angry. Boldly looking up at the Crown Prince, the girl declares that he is doing this because he is afraid. He knows that Renee could leak all the information to the princess right now, which would reflect badly on his reputation. The Crown Prince knows that Renee has changed, but he tells her that it is not her duty to oppose the princess. He told her that all she had to do was fill Leon's empty seat while she was gone. When the emperor began to say that Renee should not interfere in the family's political affairs, the girl interrupted him. She asks him if Leon came back, would he throw her out, and if he considered her a mere replacement. The main character thought that the Crown Prince should at least respect Renee a little. Looking down, the Crown Prince said he didn't want to lie to her. At that moment, Renee realized that all this time she had been loving a man who did not love her. The main character cannot believe that Renee dreamed of eternal happiness with such a scoundrel. The girl's gaze darkened. She came closer to the Crown Prince and asked why she should remain on the sidelines for his sake. She tells him that she also has honor, feelings, and reason, but he apparently has neither. Even if Renee is hindering the Crown Prince's bright future, he has no right to treat her like this. Renee decided to leave, but the Crown Prince followed her, making excuses that this was not what he had in mind. Renee asked him not to worry because, unfortunately, she needed the relationship now, and she was not going to break it off. She concluded that they would simply remain in the relationship they were in now. When the demons ask Renee if she is very angry, the girl answers that she seems to have become bad at judging people. The main character does not understand why Renee likes such a person, and why for a moment she hoped for him. The Lord of Temptation offers to destroy the Crown Prince, but Renee says he has no right to speak. Renee is tired of meetings where she doesn't get answers, and it looks like she's thrown out another option for the evening. Suddenly, the princess catches up with the girl and says that she would like to apologize for what happened recently. Renee responded that she didn't have to do that, and that she should accept her apology herself. The princess regretted doubting her relationship with her brother, saying that she should not have said all that. And so Princess Aiden says she wants to make amends, asking if they can continue the conversation. Renee replies that she has said everything she wanted to. But since the princess has not yet said everything, she declares that Renee was deceived by her brother. And Eden says that if Renee stays in her palace, she will personally show her the evidence. The system announced that if Renee accepted the princess's offer, she would become her ally. Because of Ishir, Renee was unable to talk to the princess properly. The Lord of Temptation asks Renee to at least once look at Ishir's sympathy, and the girl thought that the mistake could have already been corrected. When she saw that the system was still being updated, she realized that she would have to make choices based only on her feelings. Finally, a confused Renee told the princess that she needed a minute to think. The princess has already heard about this, but tells Renee that she has changed a lot, saying that if Renee were the same, she would have refused immediately. And the main character realized that if the real Renee were here, she wouldn't even listen to the princess's proposal for the sake of Ishir. The princess tells her that no matter what her brother promised her, it was all empty words. But Renee, unexpectedly for the princess, moves away from her and tells her that she refuses. The table reports that Eden's sympathy has dropped by 280. Deciding to ask why Renee made such a choice, Eden says that she made a very logical suggestion. Renee agrees that Ishir is a fool, but he is also very calculating. Renee states that she promised herself that she would only trust her heart. The girl was not afraid that she might fail the quest, because nothing would happen to her for it. In any case, since she didn't know the answer, she decided that she would only trust Renee. Suddenly, Ishira's sympathy table loaded, showing the number 357. So the next action takes us to the Marsis estate, a few days later. Renee spent several days in deep thought, because between Eden and Ishir, she chose Sedin. Renee told the demons that they were both not her type, and even if Eden seemed capable, she was still suspicious. The girl knows very well what it is like to collaborate with a person whose inner being she does not understand. Besides, the main character is going to leave this place anyway. The stories of S-Class hunter Kim Yi-young and current Renee begin differently. In her past life, it all started when her original body and soul ended up in a novel together. But now everything was different in that although the soul remained with Kim Yi-yeon, the body belonged to Reina. The transmigration, in which the body and soul are connected, means that one day the time will come for Renee to leave this body. And therefore, since the main character has borrowed someone else's body, she cannot behave as she pleases. She thought that suddenly someone would be found who could also move into her real body. She remembers her personal life, that she passed her exams with difficulty, and it will be bad if the person who moved into her body does something. That's why she always feels guilty towards Renee, because if a warrior had possessed her, she would have been able to complete all the quests. It's understandable that the environment will change, but she needs to respect Renee's feelings. Upon the return of the real Renee, she will again have to fight with Ishir. And even though the main character does not regret that she cut off this unrequited love, Ishira's level of sympathy continues to confuse Renee's thoughts. She doesn't understand what kind of person would talk like that to someone she likes, but who has 157 points. Renee needed to complete the quest as soon as possible, but she didn't know whose sympathy she should test. At first, she thought that seeing Ishir's face would help her make a decision. But in the end, things became even more confusing. But in the end, the girl decided to leave everything as it was, and that she needed to think about something else. Since the main quest is the most important thing right now, Renee decided to check her reputation. The reputation has reached -443, which means that she needs to return the same amount. But Renee was able to achieve this at least because the charges against her were dropped. But the influence of the name Ishira ends there, and now Renee must raise her own reputation. First, Renee needs to succeed in quests where reputation is given as a reward. Then, she needs to resolve misunderstandings and erase the bad reputation of the past. And in the end, the main character must achieve an excellent result that everyone will recognize. She wondered what she should do because it would be difficult to use the original, as in her past life. After her arrival, all major events happened as planned. In the original, Renee found the will, was placed under house arrest due to rumors, and the party where Renee denied her guilt was thrown by another aristocrat. Besides, the justification was so-so, and Ishir's trust was gained with great difficulty. In her past life, The girl had fully experienced how much of an impact even a small discrepancy could have on the outcome. In her past life, she used the signs in the book to go through events in advance in order to avoid adversity. But this time, there are no events, no original. So Renee decided to follow only her own path. Sadine began to suffer from nightmares from the moment he became a swordmaster. Fear and anxiety continued to plague him, and it became common for him to wake up in a cold sweat. But last time, instead of a nightmare, he had a good dream in which he felt calm. And if so, then he had only had a similar experience once before. It happened on the day Sadine first met Renee. The girl greeted him, and Sadine asked in surprise what she was doing there. Renee told him that he could sleep some more, and that she would just watch over him. In fact, Renee had been watching Sadine sleep for quite some time now. A few hours ago, Renee realized that Sadina seemed to be having a nightmare. She noted that his complexion was not very good, and that he did not wake up, although she came quite close. In the end, the girl decided that it would be better to wake him up than to leave this nightmare. And as soon as she touched him, she noticed that his complexion had improved. She realized that this was good, and decided to leave him to sleep a little longer. And Renee had long ago noticed how handsome Sadine was when he slept. Black hair was common in the past life, and Sadine looks like a man from there. He was a man who simultaneously inspired homesickness and a sense of the unknown. Sadine became embarrassed, saying that it was not particularly interesting to watch him. Renee gently flicked him on the nose, saying that it was up to her to decide. Then, Sadine asked if he could also watch her sleep, but Renee refused. Smiling, the knight asks what the purpose of Renee's visit is today. She said there was no goal, but Sadine replied that he knew that was not true. Renee thought about it and wondered out loud what would happen if she revealed that she was a swordmaster. But Sadine thinks that no one will believe this, because Renee became a disgrace to the family due to her inability to wield a sword. He reasons that Renee helped Kirill grow up, so it doesn't seem like a meaningless thing. When Sadine asked why she had decided to tell this story, Renee replied that she was tired of the way the aristocrats treated her. Sadine is sure that Renee will be treated lightly, and he can't help his regret. The knight says that if Renee reveals her true nature, she will be very busy. The girl asked if he was really upset about it, because that's exactly what she would have felt. When Sadine asked her if she would be sad when she couldn't see him, she said yes. Renee thought it was natural for a person to feel sad about someone disappearing. One day, the main character gave up on the idea of climbing to the top of the tower. She didn't know what would be left of her after she had gone through the entire tower, having spent so much energy. The girl also didn't know how she would return to the original world, because she didn't even remember the name of her family member. Then, the main character wondered if she really needed to go back home. When she lost her desire to live, she was ready to give up everything. But the system made her an offer that if she walked to the end of the tower, then all the people who died here would return to life. Then the girl compared these words to the old man, because those words seemed like a real temptation of the devil. The main character accepted the offer, and although she regained hope, she stopped being sad about the death of her comrades. While the other survivors begged to stay there, she said it was time for them to go to the next floor. She said that the dead here will not be resurrected if they sit here like this and cry. People wondered if the commander was really human, and if she would even shed tears if they died. The girl, with tears in her eyes, asks the commander if they are really comrades. Our heroine was shocked by what she heard, because in her eyes, everything looked wrong. But suddenly, she realized that she could no longer treat her own life or the lives of her comrades as valuable. With the determination that the main character must pass the tower, she turned away from all this sadness. So now Renee wondered if she would really feel annoyed. Sadine puts his hand on the girl's face and asks if she's okay. The girl came to her senses and removed his hand, apologizing for being a little lost in thought. The knight asked if he had made her worry, and Renee asked where they were. Remembering that they talked about the swordmaster, Renee tells Sadine that this is exactly why she needs his help. Sadine agreed without any problems and asked how he could help her. Renee suggested that Sadine place a job posting, a very, very difficult one. But before that, Renee thought about what kind of reward she should give for completing the task. Sadine asked if he could name the reward himself, and Renee did not refuse him. He asked how Renee would feel if he said he was worried about her being attacked by bandits, and she replied that it was better to worry about their lives. Then the knight smiled and told her that he felt the same way now. Renee heard that Sadine went to investigate in the north because of the title of Marcis. Previously, Renee thought that Sadine didn't care, so she asks what has changed. Sedin replied that he was irritated by aristocrats, but something appeared that began to irritate him even more. And when the girl asked who it was, he replied that it was the crown prince, who was bragging next to Renee. Renee asked if he really cared that much, to which Sedin replied that he did care a lot. But the knight adds and clarifies that, besides this, there is another reason. At this point, Sedin asked Renee if he could tell her about himself. Sedin was an orphan, abandoned in the chaos of war, and in order to survive, he had to take up the sword. To get better equipment and a safe place to live, he began working as a mercenary. After the war ended, the mercenaries had nowhere to go, and Sedin began using them as informants. Although Sedina was tired of holding back the aristocrats who came to the guild, he was not so tired that he worried about it. And when Renee asked why he gave up the title, Sedin replied that it was all insignificant. Sedin lived for quite a long time without a goal, felt nothing, and was not attached to anyone. But when the knight got everything he wanted, he suddenly got tired of it all. That's why Sedin impulsively gave up the title at that moment. Sedin knew that many were surprised by this, and everyone wanted to know something secret, but he answered them that he was not interested in it. Sedin suggested that Renee probably thought he was living in luxury. Renee recognized herself in these words, that she was simply enduring and going with the flow. Sedin breathed a sigh of relief, because Renee understood him too. Sedin claims that after meeting Renee, the gear inside him that had been stopped suddenly started turning again. And now he is happy that everything he has accumulated during this time, he can use for Renee. He says that when he finally gets what he has been denying, Renee can use it indefinitely. Eventually, several days pass from this moment and from their conversation. Suddenly, rumors began to circulate around the capital, and it all started on Tis Street. People were discussing the dragon, about whom rumors were circulating, saying that he was mad. Rumors were like the seeds of ripe fruit. They were planted in the hearts of many people. Rumors said that some madman had awakened the dragon from its sleep. Rumors that were considered unfounded were soon sown in the hearts of people like a spark thrown into a dry wheat field. Rumors began to spread uncontrollably, and new mouths began to appear in the place where the fire had taken place. After some time, the maid tells Sedin that she did what he asked. The story tells how the reaper presented his fruits to the person dearest to him. Still, Sedin created an ad that says they are looking for someone who can kill the dragon and bring its heart as proof. Renee was furious at this point because she now understood why Sedin himself decided to set the reward. At the border where the dragon was spotted, Sedin asked Renee if she was angry, but her expression was clear. Renee angrily asked the knight what he was thinking when he chose such a reward. Sedin said that no one but Renee could complete this quest anyway, but Renee replied that it was even worse because she did not use people as slaves. A couple of days ago, Sedin said that they had received a lot of funding, but the final expedition team included 3 people. He explained that at least one swordmaster was needed to fight Hallen. One of these people will be, surprisingly, Crown Prince Ishir. And the last person, as a smiling Sedin declared, will be his teacher. And when asked what kind of person the teacher is, Sedin replied that she is someone who is 1 level higher than a swordmaster. Renee says Sedin was just making a fuss about the secretive swordmaster, but Sedin asks if Renee wanted to tell him about it herself, and then the girl literally exploded. Through clenched teeth, she says that she should have said it first, that she was just some anonymous person. Sedin frowned and said that he couldn't call her just someone because she was so valuable. Renee decided to tell Sedin in advance that she would not accept the award he had come up with. But, to her surprise, Sedin easily agreed with her and asked her to do as she wanted. Since Sedin had been kind to Renee so far, she decided to refrain from arguing, so she told him to ask her next time. Sedin thought that Renee would refuse if he asked, but he thought that this method could achieve its goals. Thoughtfully, Renee asked if he really knew her that well. Sedin immediately began to apologize, thinking that he had somehow offended her, and said that he only wanted to help. Eventually, Renee decided to let the situation slide and asked Sedin to be careful in the future. Sedin promised not to do that again, because everything that Renee doesn't like, he doesn't like either. The girl was puzzled by the fact that Sedin was so kind to her, because she did not understand why. One of the demons asked Renee to stop being so open about not having a relationship. When Renee asked Sedin if he made himself a reward to help her too, he replied that things were a little different here. He states that he wanted to tell everyone that he was with Renee. Deciding to change the subject, Renee asks about the quest, and Sedin says that her reputation is at stake. She asked thoughtfully if they had started with too big a quest. Sedin's expression immediately changed when he said that Ishir would join them later. Renee says he'll only show up when they're done, and Sadine adds that it's just his style. When she said she didn't understand how she liked Ishir, Sadine replied that it wasn't like that anymore, so it was okay. Sadine did not understand Renee's reaction, thinking that she had fallen in love with Ishira again. But Renee was quick to reply that this was not the case. The main character didn't want to get involved in all this because she doesn't know Renee's true feelings. At that moment, while she was thinking, Ishir gently took her hand, saying that he had both shame and conscience. Coming closer to the girl, the knight quietly asks Renee why not him. Renee looks into his eyes and realizes that he has a talent for looking at others in such a way that it can even make them cry. Renee is literally weak before this look. She has no immunity against such a sincere look. Then Renee answered him that she knew that he was a talented man, and that he had shame and conscience. She thought that therefore she too should have shame and conscience towards Sadine. The main character understands that Sadine will still remain in this world, and she will return to her home. When Renee apologized, Sadine smiled and asked what she was talking about. Renee is too kind to Sadine. She does not take responsibility for him, and does not intend to stay in this world. After some time, the commander of the Silver Eagle Army, under the leadership of Princess Aiden, Arwen, asked everyone to stop. Recently, the energy of the mountain has been not just unusual, but even alarming. Arwen couldn't believe that she was just a top-level sword expert. The princess was furious that the Crown Prince was included in the Mercenary King's team. If the Crown Prince had brought back Hallin's heart, he would have become the next emperor without a doubt. Princess Aiden told Arvena that she couldn't just let this go. The princess promised that she would tie Ishir's hands and feet, no matter how many swordmasters there are. When faced with a dragon, no one will return unscathed. And so, the princess ordered Arvena to kill everyone who was there. Arwen didn't want to attack the team, exhausted after the battle with the dragon, for the sake of the throne. Since Arwen was delighted with the princess's determination, she swore eternal fidelity to her. But it would still be a cowardly act, although fortunately, she would not have to kill the Crown Prince. At that moment, she heard a female voice greet her, and she turned around sharply. The people were afraid that the Crown Prince would go to his certain death if he wanted to kill the dragon. The Crown Prince only sighs heavily, unable to believe that these pathetic people have been holding him here for several days already. People say that the Crown Prince cannot be sent alone, and that a detachment must be formed. While Ishir was lost in thought, Princess Aiden asked him what was amusing him so much. In response, the Crown Prince asked if she was really so unhappy that he was going to go without her. He told her that she did not care at all about the people shaking with fear, because she was blinded by the throne. The Crown Prince mentioned that he knew that the captain of the Silver Eagle Knights had been missing for some time, and then he asked whether he himself should say what the absence of such an influential person meant. The princess replied to him that the question of the captain's location was an abuse of the Crown Prince's authority. But then Ishir asked if it wasn't an abuse of power when Eden decided where he should be. The princess told him that she had not yet expressed her opinion, and he asked her to do so. Princess Aiden declares that the Crown Prince must go there for the sake of the empire. People immediately panicked at what they heard and started making a fuss. But suddenly, someone asked them to stop. It turned out to be Emperor Ashtar von Ramdish, who said it was obscene. The emperor also heard that the Crown Prince had sent an eagle to the dragon's habitat. Eden said that she had taken measures to protect the empire, but the emperor asked her not to deceive him. Although, on the other hand, if Aiden had stupidly sat there and done nothing, he would have been disappointed. Turning to Ishir, he tells him that his actions lately have been quite interesting, but, mentioning Renee and noting how impudent she was, the emperor asked Ishir if this was all he could find after the saint's disappearance. After a pause, the Crown Prince replies, slightly irritated, that Renee is not someone to talk about like that. As soon as the emperor heard these words, he laughed loudly throughout the entire hall. Grabbing the Crown Prince by the face, the emperor asked him to look into his eyes. Ishir began to get angry when his father asked him if he really wanted to take this throne. But then he says that the Crown Prince will have to prove that René Marcis is really worth something, or the throne will go to his sister Eden, who can't even pick up a sword. At that moment, Ishir suddenly remembered Renée's words, where she tells him that she is not his instrument. At this point, when Arwen encountered Renee and Sadine, she asked them to identify themselves and who they were. Arwen thought it was Hallin in disguise, but she had heard no word of anyone accompanying him. Renee asked if she really wanted to run her through with a sword, but Arwen insisted that she give her name. Then the main character decided to take off her hood. while Arwen thought that she had heard this voice somewhere before. Arwen was overcome with a slight shock when she saw that it was Renee who said that she had come to save her life. Renee asked her to put away her sword since she recognized her, to which Arwen replied that in this area it was difficult to tell whether a person was real or not. Turning to Satan, Renee told him that she liked Arwen because she was smart. Renee asked Arwen if she didn't know that she was shortening her life right now. Suddenly, the Queen of Waves and Healing reported that she noticed a brightly burning fire energy. Renee came to see who had so stupidly attracted Hallin's attention, and it was the knightly squad of Iden, who were not even capable of attacking a dragon. The girl told Arwen that she simply did not understand that this fierce dragon had gone mad. Renee thought that Arwen already knew this, but simply couldn't back down because of Iden's orders. And then she thought that most of the knights in this world were blinded by loyalty. But anyway, Renee told Arwen that she was just very lucky. And all because before meeting the dragon, as Renee claims, she met her. Renee activates the saber strength skill, which causes the sword to not break or repair itself when damaged, as long as there is water near it. The sword was so shiny that Renee couldn't use it in front of other people, so she activated the blood cult skill. The evil founder of the bloody cult is pleased, and says that his martial art suits Rena the most. The main character didn't expect that this world also had such technology. Sidine was delighted, but Arwen was shocked, realizing that the girl was using magic. Arwen remembers being told that Renee was an ordinary person in her family. As a result, the main character decided to first greet the lizard, who kindly came to visit her. Flames appeared all around. Everything was engulfed in a fire that Renee hadn't smelled for a long time. At that moment, the dragon gave his voice, saying that he had smelled the scent of his kinsman. He talks angrily about how he was chasing a rat, but found something more interesting. A system notification states that Renee has encountered a constellation called Glimpse of the Past, and due to the indirect encounter, her reward has been reduced. She hears the dragon calling her a foreigner, banished from all worlds. And then, speaking about Sedina, he calls him a boy who simultaneously exists and does not. Renee understood what the dragon said about her, but she didn't realize that he was talking about Sedina. But then it dawned on her when she remembered wondering why Sedina wasn't in the novel. Then the girl, turning to the lizard, asks him what she knows. When the dragon began to attack Renee, she immediately activated the chains that prevented the dragon from moving. The girl asked him irritably why he started attacking before she had finished speaking. The dragon replied that it was necessary to maintain the world balance. He tells Renee that she is not of this world, to which she replies that this is nonsense and starts attacking back. Sedin, who was standing to the side, felt that the dragon was also trying to get to him. The night began to fall due to a huge fiery explosion. Sedin tried to defend himself, but for some reason his body couldn't move. He became frightened, thinking that the dragon might have put a curse on him. But Sedin doesn't have time to do anything when he suddenly sees a bright blue light. The main character activated the skill of Dawn Waves and began to defend herself from the flames. Sedin looked up and saw that Renee was standing right in front of him, trying to fight back. The dragon asked Renee why she was protecting Sedin and whether she didn't feel anything from him. At this point, the crippled Sedin tried to get up to help somehow, but Renee stopped him and asked him not to move, sitting under the protective cover. The girl said in a commanding tone that she would quickly deal with the dragon and return. The evil founder of the bloody cult watches Renee with concern. The constellations were worried about Renee, but she promised them that everything would be fine because she knew what to do. Hallin was the future leader of the Scarlet Dragons. He also has a glimmer of the flame of despair and pleasure. While Renee was attacking him, she remembered the constellation the system told her about. This meant that even if the dragon became a constellation in the future, it had such power now, only if it is not the owner of the tower, who brought the main character the most torment. The dragon begins to weaken, and he does not understand that Renee is using such power. Holding a sword to his eye, Renee said that if he didn't want to die, then let him tell her how he knew her. The dragon asked how he could not recognize such a fated soul. He also asked if the fact that her follower woke him up shouldn't change the course of events. Renee didn't understand why this should change her destiny. Be that as it may, the dragon asked Renee to get out of the alien world, because this world is not strong enough to bear her existence. Angry, Renee told him that she didn't end up here because she wanted to, because she also wanted to get out of here. But the dragon was not sure of the sincerity of her words, because Renee also obeys a great power. The dragon was hibernating, but because of Renee's presence, he was unable to sleep, and he is sure that he will only be able to sleep when Renee is gone. But the dragon says that there must be a way to get Renee out of this world, since she herself wants it. The girl, guessing what he wants to say, asks if he really wants to take her with him. Renee asks him if he wanted to tell her something trivial, like that he could keep an eye on her. Renee chuckled, pleased that she had hit the nail on the head. Then the dragon asked why she was hitting him. Because it hurt him. Finally, in the evening, near the fire, Renee says that she decided to leave Holland. Sadine and Arwen couldn't believe that Renee decided to leave the fierce dragon. Renee turned to the man and asked him to introduce himself, since he was now here with them. The dragon Halin did not want to reveal his name to insignificant creatures who had not lived even 100 years. Since they already call him Halin, they can continue, although those who do not know their place do not dare to speak to him. Sadine doubts that this dragon is not crazy, because once he deliberately killed innocent people. Halin was indignant and said in response that people simply do not notice their sins. Halin says that the little people think they can do a lot, and then Renee asked if that was really how he was able to see her true essence. She decided to ask about Sadine, what he meant when he said that he simultaneously exists and does not. Halin explained that Beloit did not create Sadine, and no matter what world he ended up in, he would not be welcome anywhere. He decided to give an example to make it clearer, and said that it looked like the bug that Renee was talking about. Sadine expressed that this does not mean that dragons have the right to dispose of other people's lives. In response, Halin said that there was too much blood on Sadine's hands for him to say such a thing. The knight's face became more serious, and he asked if that was really why the dragon had attacked him back then. Renee asked them to stop arguing so that they would not look to the past and think only about the future. Sadine wanted to intervene, and Renee told him that if he wanted to kill Halin, then she would kill him. She asked Sadine in a slightly rough voice to tell her that he wanted her to kill him, but Sadine only smiled in response and said that he would follow her will as before. Renee thanked him, and Halin was indignant that he had just almost lost his life. Renee reminded him that he had given up after one hit and said that she could hit him again to bring him to his senses. Halin sighed, wondering if this was the helplessness people felt when they saw him. The night Renee defeated the dragon Halin, Arwen could not sleep. Her head was filled with all sorts of noise. All this time, Arwen thought that Renee Marcise was a disgrace to the family and that her values were completely shaken. But now it turns out that she is the teacher of the king of mercenaries, the slayer of a dragon, and the third master of the sword in the entire empire. The day all this becomes known about Renee, the crown prince's fiancé, will be the day of the princess's tragic fall. Arwen remembers Renee telling Sadine to tell her clearly that she must kill the dragon. Then, the girl thought that if Renee was ready to kill the dragon, then it would be easy for her to deal with the princess. She was about to talk to Renee, but she put a barrier on the tent. Arwen couldn't just stand there and wait until she could meet the princess. Therefore, Arve decided to turn to Sadine, asking him then what needed to be done to save the princess. And the knight answered her with an imperturbable face that she should ask Renee for mercy. But Arve understands that it is not so easy, because it means that she will have to tell all the princess's plans. However, she was sure that this was almost the only way to save her mistress. The next morning, Renee woke up in a good mood, and the weather was beautiful outside. Arwen couldn't sleep because of anxiety, Sadine because of Halin, and Halin because of Renee. Halin asked the main character how she could sleep peacefully after yesterday. Renee was well fed, and the air was clean, so she fell asleep easily, and Halin thought that he wouldn't be able to understand her anyway. Instead, the dragon decided to ask Renee what her plans were, what she would do, and where she would go. The girl hastened to shut him up, because now it was impossible to talk about this so calmly. But Halin asked her telepathically what she wanted to do. She hears the dragon declare that he is not afraid of anything. In the end, Renee finally decides to tell him what she plans to do next. Having conjured a chair for herself, the girl sits down and calls everyone to her, saying that she really does have a plan. She tells Renee that since she is here, she should take the dragon's body with her. A few days later, the Lamaze Triumphal Arch was held in the capital of the Ramdish Empire. People looked at the dragon with burning eyes and discussed how Renee managed to catch it. They also argued about the fact that where there used to be mountains, there is now a flat surface. One woman heard that water suddenly poured from the sky and swept away everything that was there. Renee's reputation had improved by 100 and was currently at -263. The Wave Queen apologizes for not being able to hold back her powers, but Renee says she has nothing to apologize for. She only blames the constellation of her grandfather, explaining to him that it was irresponsible. And Renee is also annoyed by the Crown Prince, who arrived later than everyone else and did nothing. The Crown Prince said he was not there because he had his own reasons. The main character thought that if she showed everyone her powers, everyone would think that she had set it all up. To begin with, she had to anonymously accumulate reputation points, and, having heated up people's interest in herself, she would suddenly appear on the scene. She watched the dragon's corpse from above, thinking that even from above it was beautiful. She smiled even though this dragon was not real. Earlier, Renee told Hallen that she would bring back the corpse of a dragon from the demon world that looked like him. While he explained to her that it was difficult to get there, Renee stood and yawned. In the end, the girl asks Hallen, who told him that she would go there in person. She activated the inventory synchronization skill, and the system asked which constellation she wanted to do it with. Synchronization with the Lord of Temptation's inventory occurred, but Renee did not want it. The main character sighs, because she almost accidentally gave up everything. Renee summoned the claw of the red dragon, which had not yet had time to decompose, to set an example for Hallan. Hallen noted that only high-level magicians can enter the graves of such dragons. Renee replied with restraint that she had some connections, and thus she was going to get the dragon's corpse. When she said she would return it after using it, Hallen asked why. No matter how moral Renee was, she wouldn't show Hallen his own corpse. She explains to him that, although he is fallen, they are of the same race. Hallen speculates that some red dragon must be his relative. But Renee told him that when it was all over, she would give the dragon's corpse to Hallen and let him bury it himself. Since Renee doesn't really need this corpse anymore, it would be better if it was kept by the dragon. Hallen smiled and thanked Renee, and the girl realized that it would be a nice gift for him. Anti-Marcis lived a perfect life without a single dark spot. He was born into a noble family of the Empire and was highly regarded for his appearance. If we talk about shortcomings, it was his sister, who was neither particularly intelligent nor skilled in wielding a sword. She was the complete opposite of Ante, so Duke Marcis raised her as a puppet who knew nothing. Even when the girl said that she wanted to study, nothing changed. Her father advised her to focus on her appearance, go to the store and buy herself a new dress. But young Ante, who had no idea about anything, envied Renee from childhood. While he had to work, Renee could rest, eat sweets, and wear beautiful clothes. It seemed to Ante that Renee received more love than he, who put in so much effort. But when he told Renee that he was her brother and had the right to know everything, she asked him how long they had been so close. Soon a ball was held to celebrate the victory over the dragon, which Ante also attended. The man was thinking about how tired he was, and then he suddenly heard someone ask how the Crown Prince could fall in love with a villainess. Ante overheard someone discussing how the Crown Prince had terrible taste, but there was nothing to be done. And then they started discussing Sidine, how he constantly follows Renee around like a little tail. Two girls discuss how Renee seems to have managed to make two men fall in love with her at once. Ante starts to get angry when he hears girls saying bad things about his sister. He suddenly burst onto the balcony and asked the girls to stop this conversation. He said he didn't want to eavesdrop on their conversation, but it concerned his family. When they stated that they did not want to insult the Marcis family, Ante became even more indignant. He asked if they doubted their relationship, and the girls said that this was absolutely not the case. Ante says that Renee doesn't deserve to be discussed by some viscount's daughter. He also mentions that yes, Renee sometimes acts weird and silly, but despite his young age and stupidity, Ante says that Renee does not deserve to be treated like that. He warned the girls that if they continued to discuss Renee, they would never come back here again. Renee had been watching them the whole time, and even though Ante called her stupid, she was pleased that he stood up for her. But as soon as Ante said that it was all for the sake of the Marcis family, and not for Renee, she took her words back. Kirill noticed Renee and asked when she arrived because she was late. Renee replied that her dress was too heavy, which was why she was late. When Kirill asked where she had been all this time, the girl wondered if he had really been worried. Indignant, Kirill cried out that if she disappeared, he would have to deal with the consequences. Kirill asks again where she was, assuming she went to raid. In an attempt to bring Renee back to reality, Kirill reminds her that she is still human and that she is not the master of the Master Sword. Renee suddenly says that she doesn't see Ashira and Sidine, and Kirill asks her not to avoid answering. Her brother showed her where her lover was, and that he was simply not visible because of the crowd. He also said that all these people are waiting to see if they will get anything from the dragon. Then, Ante came up to them, and Renee noticed that his relationship with him was still low on the system chart. Ante asked Renee where she had been, and his face looked serious. He reminded her that because of her behavior, strange rumors were being spread about her. Renee told him that he himself knew that it was not true, and Auntie realized that she had heard these rumors too. When she replied that she had overheard it, Auntie asked what kind of idiot couldn't shut his mouth. Auntie warns her to be careful, because when she disappears, rumors start. Reminding her that she is now the prince's girlfriend, Auntie asks if he really needs to explain what impact this has. Kirill wanted to stand up for Renee, but she stopped him and told her brother to be more careful. They were both surprised, and Renee thought that if she hadn't seen that scene, she wouldn't have said that. She smiled when she realized that they were both genuinely surprised. Seeing Auntie's clumsy attempts to defend Renee, she remembered her family in the present tense. One day, her brother pulled the blanket off her and asked Yi Yeon to stop lounging and go have breakfast. Her brother was not as spoiled as Auntie, but not as sweet as Kirill. In fact, he was an ordinary older brother who constantly made some kind of comments to the girl. The main character did not remember him for a very long time, and now she even misses him. When Auntie asked what was wrong with her, Renee replied that it was impossible to please him because she wanted to talk to him nicely. Renee didn't want to talk to him anymore, so she said she would go about her business. But the girl suddenly thought that she could use magic and push everyone here away. Renee began to push her way through and ask to go through, as everyone around her was indignant that they were the first to arrive here. Everyone was shouting and asking Renee to stand in line because she was pushing her way through them. The girl tripped and almost fell because of this crowd of people. At that moment, she heard someone calling her, and there were two voices. Suddenly, a system appeared in front of her and asked her to choose who would be her prince. The system also alerted her that Ashir and Sedin were approaching her, thinking that she was about to fall. Usually, the main character saves the main hero by holding her in his arms. The system asked who would be this main character and said that Renee had 3 seconds to choose. Renee smiled nervously, not understanding what kind of nightmarish and terrible system this was. It activates a skill that activates body cells and brain activity to a level beyond human capabilities. Since she had time, she invited the constellations to think and choose. The evil Bloodlord chooses Ashira because it would be better to choose a lover rationally. The Wave Queen chooses Sedin because she feels sorry for him, because he has such a cute look. The Lord of Temptation suggests that she hold out alone, because he is too jealous that Renee can be hugged by someone. This choice was the one that Renee liked the most, because she thought that she didn't have to make a choice. The constellations began to argue over who Renee should choose when Ishir and Sedin were already approaching her. After some hesitation, the girl made her choice. The system notification says that Renee has chosen Ishira, and people around like to look at the lovers. Renee mentally apologizes to Sedin, because if she had chosen him, they would have lost their entire reputation. The main character decided that it was better to choose the rational choice, as always. Ishir whispered that if his beloved falls, he must catch her. At that moment, the girl turned and looked at Sedin, again noticing his puppy eyes. Sedin looked only at Renee, pretending that everything was okay with him, and this angered Renee. In the end, she decided not to think about it and asked Ashir how things were going. The Crown Prince replied that he planned to announce that Sedin had no interest in glory after defeating the dragon. After thinking about it for a while, the girl replied that it was a good decision, and Ashir said that she wanted it herself. Approaching Renee from behind, Ishir asked if she wanted to dance, to which she was indignant because she does not like to dance. The Crown Prince notes that all eyes are now on them. In the end, the main character agrees, but only for one dance. As they slowly dance in a circle of people, the Crown Prince says he needs to apologize. He recalls asking Renee not to interfere in family politics, but it ended up working to his advantage. After all, Ishir turned out to be not so shameless, so Renee accepted his apology. But then the girl said that they had a more important matter, and that was the search for Leon. When the Crown Prince said there were no leads, Renee asked if they were really making an effort to search. He replied that of course, but asked why Renee cared so much about it. Renee was outraged because the man was missing, and it was unknown whether he was alive or not. The Crown Prince replied that the Renee he knew would not have looked for Leon. Speaking about how Renee changed too suddenly, he notes that she became like a different person. He says she has suddenly become capable of tasks that could turn an empire upside down, even though she knows neither strategy nor politics. Moreover, returning her gaze to Sedin, Ishir says that she has obtained the main weapon. This attitude didn't quite sound like Renee, and the girl replied that people change. Waving the man off, Renee asked if he didn't like her changes, The main character replied that for the Crown Prince, this was not even a bad condition. The Crown Prince grabbed Renee by the hands and replied that he did not like the fact that she had changed, putting his arm around the girl's waist. The man says that he can tolerate her behavior, but, getting closer to her face, Ishir says that he does not like the changes in her soul. Renee realized that Ishir was acting like this on purpose in front of Sedin. When Renee managed to escape from the trap of his arms, he said that she shouldn't show her displeasure so openly. Telling him that it was his own fault, Renee asks if he really wants her to just go along with it now. But in the end, she agreed with him, saying that she really has changed, has become smarter and stronger. And besides this, she also notes that she, by the way, is not in love with Ishira. The girl asked him why the Crown Prince was behaving so impudently. She asked him to keep in mind that there was a limit to everything, including her playing along. Already on the street, Renee praised herself for having managed to restrain herself. She had a headache, and at that moment she noticed Sedin. She asked why he was sitting there alone so miserably, and the knight replied that that was not the issue. Renee thought Sedin was upset, but he asked how he could afford such a thing. Sedin should have answered exactly that way, but he said that it seemed like he was missing a lot. Sedin knows that Renee is hoping for the prince and is dancing with him in front of everyone to fulfill their plan, but he could not cope with his feelings. Sighing heavily, Sedin lowers his head and asks to forget his words. But contrary to his bad expectations, Renee told him that she understood how he felt. She reasons that no matter how you calculate everything with your mind, some part of your soul will destroy everything. That's why Renee always suppressed these emotions in herself. But everything in this world requires her to be emotional. Knowing that it's a risk, Renee thinks that sometimes you have to go with your feelings to find the right answer. If she thought rationally, the chances of success would be higher if she tested Renee's feelings for Ishiru. But she wonders why she allowed Sedin to stay next to her, why she is so concerned about his expression. This stupid curiosity made a fool out of Renee, and in the end, she chose Sedina. The worried knight asks the girl if she is okay. The system sent a notification that Renee's level of sympathy for Sedin had been determined. The conditions for completing the task stated that the level of sympathy had to exceed 100. The evil bloodlord urges Renee to tell Sedine the results as soon as possible. The girl couldn't understand how many sympathy points she had, if she needed more than 100. Sedine looks even more concerned, saying that he is bothered by Renee's silence. The main character was lost in thought and had already forgotten about him, so she told him that everything was fine. When she said she was a little tired, Sedine stroked her head, noting that she had had a hard time these days. Luckily, Renee didn't have a fever, so the knight suggested that she go back inside. But suddenly, the girl unexpectedly asks Sedin if he ever liked anyone. She asked what she needed to do to tell someone about her feelings, and Sedin asked why she suddenly started talking about it. It was too difficult for the heroine, because she had not loved anyone for more than 10 years. Sedin suddenly stood up and threw his jacket over the girl's shoulders, saying that she looked pale. He asked if it was really that important for Renee to know how much she liked a person, and Renee replied that yes, continuing in her mind that the system was forcing her to fall in love with another person. Sedin admitted to her that he himself did not know about this, because in his life, there was no opportunity to think about such things. However, leaning closer to the girl, Sedin could only tell her one thing. Looking into his eyes, Renee noticed that his warm gaze was filled with tenderness. The main character does not understand why she cannot push Sedin away, although she should. Sedin gently hugged the girl from behind and told her that if she wanted to know the answer, he would try to find it. Renee hears Sedin's calm voice, and she realizes she's starting to feel something. His voice reflected all the good that exists in this world, and he became a real comfort to Renee. After completing the quest, Renee went to search for the tower to receive the third-floor quest. The system assigned her a task in which Renee must achieve 600 trust points with Ishir. From the very beginning, the reward seemed strange to the girl. In her past life, even for completing the most difficult quests, she never received constellation summoning rewards. But now, the main character felt sick from every description of new quests. Renee thought that she had no choice in the first place. The Lord of Temptation offered her to choose who to send, but Renee asked him to stop tempting her. Renee couldn't imagine how she could increase her relationship with Ishir to 600. She was outraged that she would have to fawn over Ishir for points. Her gaze suddenly fell on the butler and the maid, noticing that they were somehow busy. They looked like they were preparing for a feast, at which point the Queen of the Waves became worried. Renee asked the maid why they were so busy, and she replied that they were preparing for a reception in honor of the master's merits. When Renee asked what merits were being referred to, Renee said that she had not been told anything. The maid immediately began to apologize, but the girl answered her that she would not eat her. And then the maid quietly reports that the crown prince's detachment destroyed the dragon. The master of the sword turned out to be Ante, whom the duke could not announce out loud, so he decided to throw a feast. The maid notes that Ante is too modest to tell the truth. There are also rumors that Sedin has been visiting the duchy too often lately. Sedin continues to remain silent, but, one way or another, he himself did not particularly deny it. At that moment, Renee wondered if this was all because of her. She thought that if she revealed the reason why Sedin was visiting the duchy, their reputation would be at its worst. The maid was afraid that her mistress was angry, but Renee reassured her, saying that everything was fine. Deciding to take a little rest, Renee wondered on the way how she could now deal with these rumors. As she was climbing the stairs, Auntie was coming down to meet her. As soon as the brother noticed her, he immediately realized that he was about to get into trouble, so he decided it was time to run. Before meeting Renee at the duke's estate, Auntie tells the emperor that he did not participate in the expedition. The emperor tells him that he allows himself too much and that he knows everything. Ante asks why, then they spread rumors that he is the unknown hero. The emperor replied that it was because Ante was supposed to become one if he reached the high level of swordmaster. In the Ramdish Empire, natural selection applies only to aristocrats. However, it is a pity to lose outstanding skills. Usually they were introduced into high society using a loyalty contract, but Sedin was the one who refused all these offers. The emperor mentions to Sedin that he became a dream master and asks Ante what he did. In response to his question, Ante replied that he simply had no words. The emperor will not openly say that Ante is that unknown hero. Ante says that the crown prince and Sedin will definitely not remain silent about this. If they interfere in this matter, Marcis's reputation will be significantly damaged and Renee will be in danger. When Ante asked if the emperor wanted him to behave like this just for Renee's sake, the man said no. After his engagement to Renee, the prince strengthened his position, and he will no longer be able to undermine his position on his own. Sedin also could not fight for the truth when the crown prince himself was behaving quietly. Asking Ante not to worry in vain, the emperor told him to prepare for today's ball. The man also says that Ante's stupid sister was at least of some use to his family. Ante doesn't understand why he's running away from Renee, who's now running after him down the entire corridor. But Renee wasn't going to give up. She was determined to catch him. The girl activated the law of the sea skill, and a lot of water appeared around. Grabbing her brother by the collar, Renee asks him why he is running away from her. When Ante replied that he hadn't run away, Renee reminded him how he had immediately taken off as soon as he saw her. Ante lied that he remembered something that he had forgotten in the office, but Renee did not believe him. She asked him how he was going to be at the ball, since he would have to lie a lot about who he was. The main character says that those around him consider Ante a real hero, but in reality, he is not. Even though Renee is often away from home, she knows for sure that Ante is not a swordmaster. She also tells him that she always thought he had a lousy personality. But at least the girl hoped that Ante had a conscience. But, unfortunately, Renee tells his brother that he has neither conscience nor intelligence. Turning around, she began to leave, having first wished Ante a good ball. Renee dreamed of destroying everything around her, but the Bloodlord asked her to calm down and think about the quest. They offered her to give up everything and move to the demon world, but Renee refused. Renee will be in the capital for some time, and she will need a force capable of opposing the Duke. She thought that Renee would find the knightly order useful in the future. In terms of numbers, there are about 200 people who have the initial level of swordmaster. The young Duke has his own order, but it is too weak and seems to have been hastily prepared. It was to her advantage that she trained people to death and made them masters of the sword. At that moment, the leader of the knightly order approached her and said that she should not sit there. She asked why, and the man replied that this place belonged to those who were serious about learning to wield a sword. After that, he quietly added that strangers were preventing them from concentrating. Then Renee asked him if he didn't know her and told him her name, but he said he knew. He didn't want to say it, but most of them are waiting for the saint to return. Even though Renee didn't kill anyone, the man still follows public opinion. When the man said that he doubted her, Renee replied in a serious tone that she was also waiting for Leon. The commander's assistants, who had lost him after he promised to return, run up to him. Noticing the lady, the knights asked if she had come to ask them again to teach her how to wield a sword. They began to tell her that she had no abilities, and now she didn't need to study at all. Their reasoning went so far as to say that Rene would still be in the imperial palace for the rest of his life. Rene, despite their words, still came to ask them to teach her, overcoming her shame and fear. In the end, she asked the knights how they talked to Ante or Kirill. They didn't understand what she was talking about, and Rene asked if they were also humiliating them so openly. One of the knights said that they were both close to becoming a swordmaster, as they were on a completely different level. There are people everywhere who divide others into strong and weak, and in her past life, Rene tried to adapt to those they liked. The girl thought that they were all sure that she couldn't do anything, and then the main character told them that it seemed that rumors had not yet reached them about who exactly helped Anta and Kirill rise. She decided to tell them who they despised and show them how terrible the abilities of the one in Rene's body could be. The commander asked Rene to return, but she decided to show them who the real Marsis was. She activated a skill where she had to use her blood as a conduit to obtain the leader's power. A system notification has arrived that the Blood Devil's order has been proclaimed. The evil founder of the blood cult jumped in joy as the skill activated. Rene takes out a large, long red sword. The Bloody Lord almost loses consciousness from joy. The main character asked her constellations to watch carefully and began the battle. The understanding and skill level of the caster differs. Rene's power grows. The knights crowded around suddenly smelled blood. They could not believe that this man was the disgrace of the Marsis family. Rene releases a drop of her blood, which appears as a butterfly, and directs it in the desired direction. A butterfly flies into the chief commander's chest and burrows inside. All the other knights were scared. They tried to protect themselves from the bloody butterflies. Rene grinned triumphantly and asked them how qualitatively different she was from the others. The next moment takes us to a place located next to the Martses training ground. The Crown Prince stops with Satan and asks if it is true here. Sidine says that it is not visible because there is a barrier here that emits terrifying energy. Sidine understood this because he had felt something similar before, although the energy was purer. He doesn't know why he had to build such a strong barrier, thinking that Rene might be in danger. The Crown Prince is also confused because he did not know that Rene could erect such barriers. He would like to break through this barrier now, but then the blow will hit the caster. The Crown Prince asked Sidine what he was doing, and he said he wanted to get inside. Then Ishir said that even a child knows that this is very dangerous. But in response, Sidine asked if his life was really that important to him, and said that Rene was inside. After this, the knight enters the barrier, and the Crown Prince realizes that he cannot lose to him. Once he was inside, he felt no resistance. The space certainly shouldn't be that big. This barrier is confusing even his thinking. The Crown Prince was not even sure that he was currently heading in the right direction. He stopped, surprised, when he saw a red butterfly, and then his gaze fell on Rene, who was standing nearby. The main character turned around and also noticed him, not expecting the Crown Prince to be here. The Crown Prince froze, magnetized to the ground, not believing that this girl was definitely from this world. But he didn't have time to do anything, because Sidine overtook him and attacked Rene with hugs. Sidine was so scared that his voice trembled, although at first he really admired her strength. The girl is slightly confused and asks the knight what happened. Now Sidine was scared, because it seemed to him that at any moment Rene could disappear. He immediately pulled away and apologized for attacking her so suddenly. Rene just smiled and patted his head, knowing that she had made him worry. She asked why Sidine was apologizing, because he was worried about her. Sidine says that no matter what happens, Rene shouldn't apologize to him because he obeys her. And then Rene asked him if he wanted to know why she did it. Taking her hands, the knight replies that when the light goes out, one can find out her true intentions. And the darker it gets, the easier it is for him to see his inner motivations. The thought that Rene might not be here now plunged Sidine into darkness. And in this darkness, the knight found his true feelings. He submits to Rene. Rene asked the knight to stop chasing them, who for the millionth time wants to apologize. He still wanted to apologize, to which the girl replied that there was no need. Sidine suggested piercing the knight with a sword because he was annoying, and the Crown Prince said that if the lady wanted, he could destroy his entire family. They began to argue again about whose punishment would be better, which frightened the knight even more. Turning around, the main character told the knight that he had angered them and asked him to leave. She also told the commander that even if he focused on recovery, it would not be enough. And then the commander declares that he would like to apologize for the rudeness and that he dared to condemn her. Without changing her expression, Renee asked what to do, since this was the limit of his abilities. She also explained to him that she did not need an apology. She asked what she should do with their apologies, because it was just mean and cowardly. If Renee hadn't been strong, they wouldn't have apologized, so she wasn't sure of their sincerity. But even if that was true, she still understood that it was useless. The commander, kneeling down, says that he was at fault and therefore asks that all responsibility be placed on him alone. To Renee, they were all the same, so she asked who he was bowing his head for. What the knight did was disrespectful to the duchy. The commander understands this perfectly well, and he promised that this would not happen again. But instead of forgiving, Renee came closer and gave the man a hard slap in the face. The commander fell to the ground, and the girl warned him that this was his last chance. Her eyes were full of anger and desire for revenge when she told him who she was. The girl explained that she was not the one they would obey. In the drawing room of the Duchy of Marsis, the crown prince asks what happened earlier. He reasons that no matter how strong a swordsman Renee was, it was skill. She said it was nothing, since only one person was hurt. But in fact, Renee was simply being lenient, because each of the butterflies could lose its life. The crown prince sensed an energy that could harm the entire empire. Sedin stood up for Renee, and the crown prince asked how he dared to interfere, and they began to quarrel again. But in the end, Sedin won their little argument, smiling slyly. Sedin checked the invitation from the Marsis family, which stated that Ante was the hero of the expedition to subdue the dragon. Sedina did not like this at all, and he asked the crown prince why he invited Ante. Smiling, the crown prince said that he had come here to give him a choice: kill Ante or tear off all his limbs. The girl said that she was grateful to both of them, but asked them to just leave Ante alone. Renee heard that the crown prince was going to take the throne, and then the Marsis family would be a good support for him. When she asked if there was any need to worsen relations, the crown prince asked why she was so worried about his throne. She reminded him that this was the original condition of their deal, and she always fulfills them. And since they were talking about the trail, the crown prince wanted to ask her for something else. He smiled and clarified that this was strictly within the framework of the deal. Renee said she wouldn't believe him until he told her. As a result, the crown prince asked Renee to go with him to the banquet tomorrow as his partner. Since Renee has a quest and needs to increase her sympathy, she has no reason to refuse. But she doesn't understand why she can't just answer him now. When he asked again if she would go, Renee sighed and agreed. In return, the girl asked not to touch Ante, and the crown prince agreed. After this, Ishir asks Sedin who she will go to the banquet with tomorrow. The knight replied that he would go alone, because he did not want to be with someone he did not need. At that moment, Renee remembered how Sedin hugged her from behind, and she blushed sharply. She tried to shake off these thoughts, thinking that Sedin might be talking about someone else. But the main character did not understand why her heart was beating so fast. The crown prince stated that the hero cannot attend the event without a partner. He says that he knows just the girl who would suit Sedin. This girl is calm, has not been involved in any scandals, and has a good past. Standing nearby, Renee listened to the crown prince's words and made a displeased face. She only had to think about Sedin being with someone else, and she felt uneasy. She cleared her throat, not understanding what was wrong with her heart. And suddenly, Sedin unexpectedly takes her hand and asks Renee if she wants him to be with another girl. Embarrassed, the heroine replied that she would feel uncomfortable if Sedin were alone. She also responded that it would be a good opportunity to put an end to rumors about their relationship. It will be possible to explain that he constantly comes to her house only because of friendship. Sedin didn't know that Renee took these rumors too seriously, and she said that it was not entirely true. The girl explained to him that everything still needed to be monitored. The crown prince agrees with her words, adding fuel to the fire that those above control those below. He was glad that Renee finally understood his words, but she was puzzled. Ishir asked not to turn a blind eye to how people harm her simply by being near her. The main character was indignant, asking why he was saying such things. The crown prince asks Sedin if he could at least help the lady, even as a swordmaster. And even now, Auntie has stolen the lady's merits because of rumors about Sedin. Renee's patience ran out, and she began to defend Sedin. She asked him if he really thought that, because he was the crown prince, he could talk like that. And then Ishir asks what will happen if rumors spread that the hero stole the crown prince's beloved. Ishir asked if Sedin could remain a hero after this, to which the knight replied that he never wanted to become one. The crown prince replied that if Sedin really cared about the lady, he should be more restrained. He wanted to say that Sidine shouldn't interfere with Renee, but the girl interrupted him. Renee's gaze became clouded and darkened, and she asked Ashir in a rude tone to stop talking to her student like that. The Queen of Waves and Healing was horrified that Renee called Sidine merely her student. Sidine gets up from his seat, saying that he is fine, and that he has taken up too much of their time. He headed for the exit, promising to see her at the party, and Renee didn't understand why he was leaving so suddenly. But before leaving, Sidine, grabbing the handle, said that he had forgotten something. The girl offered to at least walk him home, but he refused. He turned around and said that he no longer wanted to tarnish her reputation with his actions. The main character was shocked and told him that she never thought that way. Sidine claims that it was his mistake from the beginning because Renee was kind and allowed him to stay. But Sidine misunderstood her and thereby tarnished her reputation. Renee scratched the back of her head awkwardly and explained to him that things were a little different. When Sidine turned and looked at her, Renee didn't understand why he had that expression on his face. Before leaving, Sidine said goodbye to the main character and then turned around and left silently. The Bloodlord asks why Renee cares so much about Sidina if she will leave this world one day anyway. Renee came to her senses and realized that the most important thing now was the quest, and she needed to stay close to Ishir to raise his sympathy. But for some reason, the main character continued to think that she should follow Sidine. Ishir closed the door, and Renee asked him what his problem was. She doesn't understand why he so unfairly takes out his anger on Sidine and humiliates people regardless of their status. When the Crown Prince asked her if she wanted to go after Sidine, she realized that he was not listening to her at all. The girl answered him that naturally she should go. She wanted to say that it was because Sidine was her student, but the words stuck in her throat. Renee herself wondered if she really wanted to go after Sidine because he was her student, or if it was something more. In the end, she said that she had no reason to explain this to him, so she was leaving. But the Crown Prince stopped her, hugged her from behind, and asked her not to leave him. Thinking he's gone crazy, Renee says it has nothing to do with him. Frowning, she wondered why Ishir was doing this to her. When he tells her that he is her lover, she reminds him that he is fake and it is just their agreement. Ishir knows this, realizing that their relationship is not something to worry about. Renee notes that his behavior resembles anger and jealousy. He says he wants to worry about it, and Renee asks what kind of whim it is. The only thing Renee was sure of was that the Crown Prince was truly worried about the real Renee. The Crown Prince replied nervously that it would be better if it were a whim. Deciding to answer honestly, Ishir says that he himself does not understand what he feels for Renee now. He wanted to tell her, but he thought that she shouldn't know that. The man sighs heavily, asking out loud, "What does it matter what these feelings are?" His eyes darkened, and Ashir said he simply didn't want Renee to go after Sidine. When the Crown Prince sees a girl smiling at another man, he wants to wring his neck. He couldn't accept the fact that her smile and kind look were being received by someone else. Just the suggestion of Sidina makes Ashir want to kill him. The Crown Prince suddenly grabbed the main character by the shoulders, saying that he would do what he wanted. Renee can't understand what's happening to him and why he's acting this way. At that moment, the girl unexpectedly received an urgent system notification. The system reports that a sudden change in the feelings of the novel's protagonist has been noticed, and due to an error, a check is being carried out. The main character realized that the system had started to get lost again, just like the time she had to return to her world. The current conditions of the task were to hear the oath of love. Otherwise, in case of failure, she would go to her world. In the end, Renee couldn't hold Sidine back, and it wasn't like she was worried about him, since she was in a more difficult situation. She didn't know what a real oath of love was, and she believed only in numbers and statistics. The girl could not understand that this is the kind of world where even relationships require preparation. Now Renee can't open the status window, not only for the main characters, but for the others as well. And so, since she can't test the level of sympathy, she doesn't trust anyone anymore. She suffered from terrible mistrust in her past life. But just because she wasn't betrayed in her past life, doesn't mean she won't be betrayed in this one. Especially the tower owner from his past life, because of whom his trust in people worsened. And even if it wasn't the owner's fault, there were many different reasons for the betrayal. Because the girl moved through time each time, she made different choices, and the lives of the people around her also changed. Since the main character did not know who would betray her, she decided not to trust anyone. She could only trust the status window, but now she can't even find out the sympathy level. Not only is Ishir now behaving strangely, but the relationship with Sidine has become awkward. The Wave Queen asked her to try trusting people, and she asked how. When the constellation replied that she could try to see sincerity in their eyes, Renee thought that this was roughly how she could guess their feelings. But she dismissed this opinion and said that the look can be faked as much as you like. Yes, perhaps sincerity does exist, but for Renee, there is no sincerity that remains unchanged. All this is fleeting, and it disappears with just a blink of an eye. She was glad that the vow was one of true love and not eternal. Renee thought that she could just live like that and not complete the quest, since she had no particular reason to return. The heroine has long forgotten the faces and voices of her family, and when she returns, she will be a simple office worker. But, as her grandfather told her, she could just be a lady because being a noblewoman is not bad either. Renee decided to forget about love, so that it would just live here and die. And then there won't be these annoying games and exhausting quests. When Renee fell asleep, the system began to sulk because it became sad. The Bloodlord is frightened by the system's interference and tries to wake up Renee. And while the constellation tried to intervene, the system blocked and disabled the Bloodlord. The Wave Queen feels fear because of this as the Bloodlord closes his eyes and remains silent. The next morning, when Renee woke up, she didn't understand why Grandpa was blocked again. She remembers not blocking it, so she thought it was the system's doing. She decided to ask the Queen of the Waves, but she remained silent. Then she asked another constellation, and he was also silent. Renee is indignant about what happened, because usually these constellations never close their mouths. Even the chat history seemed strange to her, where there were only records of their conversations before she fell asleep. She saw the sign that the system had been updated and thought about it. When the system told Renee that she couldn't come to her senses, the girl was outraged. She read that from now on, conditions and penalties for failure will be added to new quests. After reading its assignment, the system wished Renee to enjoy this world. Renee broke out in a cold sweat, not understanding what had happened to the system. At that moment, the maids knocked on the door and asked if they could come in. She allowed entry, realizing that she needed to continue the quest today. The maids brought with them a bunch of new, beautiful clothes and many accessories. Now her room had become a fitting room, and Renee realized how much money the duchy had. When the maid asked her what she wanted to wear, the girl replied that she didn't know yet. She noticed that their behavior had definitely changed since the last time, perhaps simply because it was a child with blue eyes. The girl introduced herself to Renee as Isni and told her that from that day on she would protect her. When Renee said that she usually didn't set anyone up for herself, Isni explained that it was the commander's doing. Since the commander himself could not do anything, he decided to appoint a guard. Isni says that after she saw Renee's true strength, she began to admire her. The main character realized that people here really love strong people. In the end, the girl agreed with Isni and told her that she would let her first. Isni was very grateful, but Renee said she could communicate with her more comfortably. It seemed like Isni couldn't afford it, but she was grateful to Renee for the opportunity. The Bloodlord noted that one person had stuck to her again, but Renee just thought she was simply beautiful. In her past life, there were also such girls who were her fans. Renee looked at the dresses and thought about what to choose, because she didn't know what was fashionable now. One of the maids reminded that the banquet was coming soon and asked to choose something from the available dresses. Renee looked back at her, not understanding why this woman was speaking to her in that tone. She was indignant because, in fact, there was enough time before the banquet. But the maid was rushing her. Putting her hand on her shoulder, Renee said in a cold tone that she would choose a new dress for herself. Renee invited them to the studio, saying that these dresses were no longer fashionable. Looking back at the woman, the girl only thought that she would not play games with her. She smirked because she had just looked like a real villain. In the studio, Renee notes that the jewelry is small, and the outfits are so-so. She thought these dresses looked pathetic compared to the ones Renee wore, and then she asked to be taken to the most famous high-class studio. The girl quickly guessed that they came here because the Duke gave an order. A disgruntled Isni approached them and asked the maid how she dared to make the lady wait for so long. Renee wondered if this woman was really trying to say that Isni was older than her. Finally, the maid reports that the master said that he would not give money to Renee because of her disappearance as a punishment. Renee realized that he had made a problem out of the fact that she had gone off to hunt the dragon. The Duke does not want Renee to attract attention as the Crown Prince's partner, but there is no reason for the girl to put up with his vile actions. Deciding not to push the issue further, Renee still asked to be taken to the best studio. The woman tried to explain to her that no one would sell her dresses if she didn't have money. And then the heroine guessed that in the past, Renee was controlled with the help of money. In response to the maid's words, Renee declared that she had neither patience nor character. But, smiling slyly, she added that she had money and abilities. Already in the best studio in the capital, Renee declared that she would buy everything that was there. The owner of the salon was surprised by such a statement, because she had heard that now the Duke was not giving her money. Noticing this, Renee asked if she was worried about her. She said that the owner seemed to be worried whether Renee had enough money to buy all this. And smiling, the girl replied that there was no need to worry, because today she would pay with her own money. The hostess thought she meant the crown prince's money and promised to send a check to the palace. But Renee interrupted her and again said that she would pay with her own, taking out her wallet. Inside the purse was a scarlet dragon scale, and Renee had heard that it sold for a lot of money. Isni asked if it was okay that she was going to pay with such a jewel, but she replied that it was just scales. Isni recalls that His Highness recently caught a dragon and said that he would not sell its body. The crown prince gave Renee 120 million, saying that all these scales were just for her. The hostess wondered if all this was because he gave everything to his beloved. Renee turned to the hostess and asked why she was silent and not saying anything. In the end, the owner said that she could give Renee the whole studio, and today she would serve her properly. A system notification informed her that Renee had been promoted to VIP client status, increasing her reputation by 20 points. Renee tossed the purse with the scales to Isni and asked her to hold it. Renee had reassured Isni beforehand and told her it was okay if she lost it. If it weren't for Hallen, Renee wouldn't even have known that these scales were expensive. Hallen tells her that since she gave him the claw, he wanted to repay her with something appropriate. But Renee had over 1 million of these in his inventory, and they were actually just leather. In the girl's past life, dragons were unintelligent creatures, but she won't tell Hallen about this. Hallen noted that Renee did not look happy and thought that was not enough. When he decided that one cheshi was not enough, he conjured a portal, on the other side of which were treasures. Renee looked at the portal in shock, not thinking that the dragon was so rich. He gives Renee a bag of his scales, which he had been saving up for before, but decided to give anyway. Hallen doesn't understand what's wrong with Renee's face, and says that dragon scales can be sold for a lot of money among humans. He heard a story about how one man picked up a dragon's skin, and then people lived comfortably for several generations. Renee thought that she could even buy an entire continent with what she had in her inventory and still have some left over. In the end, she gratefully accepts his scales, and Hallen replied that he was glad. She was about to leave, but Hallen asked her to wait. He reminds her how she told him she would leave him, and he thought he could follow her from that moment on. The Wave Queen states that she hates scarlet dragons because she is incompatible with them. She eventually told Hallen not to follow her, but they would do otherwise. Renee explained to him that she would call him when she needed him and let him come. When Hallen agreed, the girl was surprised because she was sure that he would refuse. Hallen says that as the keeper of balance, he has a duty to watch over her, who distorts this world. He explains that he will not be following her, but will simply be capturing her used powers. The constellations tried to intervene, but Renee asked them to remain silent because she would do whatever she wanted. Renee watches Hallen transform and thinks about how handsome he really is. Hallen told her that behind the unquenchable flame, he would wait for the moment when she needed him. Before the banquet, Sidine meets Berengard's second daughter, Marie Gard. The girl smiles sincerely at Sidine and says that she is very glad to be with him today. Sidine thought that from birth, he achieved everything himself, and therefore, in the eyes of others, he could always be ideal. For some reason, he suddenly remembered his first day meeting Renee. That moment filled him, who was just an empty shell, with fear and trembling, the smell of charred flesh, the last breaths of people, the countless battlefields where Sidine spent his entire life. Renee was able to heal the broken him, and so everything became okay. His heart began to beat faster, and he desired his goddess. He compared it to the good nature that began to spread within him. South, just one word destroyed the student and allowed him to become impudent. He is brought back to reality when Marie calls him and tells him that he must show the invitation. Sidine extends the concert and apologizes to the lady for causing her inconvenience. Marie was happy that she was the partner of the Light of the Empire, Sidina. When Sidine came to accompany her, it seemed like a dream to her, and she still can't believe it. But Marie knows that this is a pipe dream. Looking at her partner, who treats her politely, Marie can't know this even if she wanted to, because Sidine is not her knight on a white horse. While she was thinking, the girl heard one of the guests call her name. Marie was genuinely surprised that she was being noticed for the first time. She didn't know when she would be able to enjoy such a moment as today, and it didn't matter that Sedin didn't feel anything for her. At the same time, Marie also noted that Sedin is really very handsome. He noticed how Kona was looking at him and asked if everything was okay, and she, worried, replied that everything was fine. Marie felt Sedin drawing a line between them, with his cold and polite tone, and then Marie wondered if there was a person who could evoke emotions in his eyes. They both stopped when they heard the Crown Prince and Renee arrive. When these two entered the hall, the guests oohed and awed in surprise, covering them with compliments. Marie wanted to say that Renee looked beautiful today and that they suited each other, but she instantly fell silent when she saw Sedin looking at them. After some time, Marie offers Sedin something to drink. Sedin wondered if he had perhaps looked at Renee too openly, which could lead to rumors. He told Marie that he would bring drinks and asked her to wait for her there. Sedin thought that it would be better for him, because at least he would stop looking at Renee. It would be better if he didn't see her next to the Crown Prince. But despite his decision, his eyes continued to search for Renee. A couple of minutes later, Sedin returns with a drink in his hands, and Marie thanks him. Sedin feels hopeless, because his feelings are in such disarray that he can't even look away. At some point, Sedin noticed that Renee seemed to be looking back at him, but the crowd was huge, so the knight decided that he had just imagined it. One of the guests accidentally bumps into Marie with his shoulder, and her drink spills right on Sedin. Looking at his dirty suit with horror, Marie asks in panic what to do. Sedin tried to convey to her that he was okay, while the girl frantically tried to wipe away the traces. He turned around again, but noticed that Renee had disappeared from her place. But literally, a moment later, he finds her with his gaze, noticing that they have simply moved further away. Sedin decided that it was even better for him so that he would not see them again. His face turned pale, and his gaze darkened when he saw how tender the Crown Prince was with Renee. Marie asked if it would be okay if they greeted His Highness. Sedin shuddered, and Marie answered in confusion that she knew that they seemed to be close acquaintances. And then Sedin said that this was indeed the case, and they could come over and say hello. The knight smiled falsely, extended his hand to Marie, and invited her to go and greet His Highness. A few moments before, Renee heard the guests around her discussing her, but Renee liked it, because it wasn't for nothing that she had prepared all morning. Renee asked the Queen of Waves to raise her reputation so that she would not have to see this circus again, but she asked her to wait a little longer. The Lord of Evil guessed that Renee wanted this in order to complete the quest faster. Renee whispered to the Crown Prince if they could quickly sit down somewhere and have something to drink. The Crown Prince did not know what she wanted to drink and said he could have brought it to her earlier. When Ishir went out to get drinks, Renee thought she should look for Sedin because she was worried about his expression then. When Renee notices a girl next to Sedin, she thinks about how beautiful she looks. The Wave Queen objected that Renee was more beautiful, but she replied that the queen should not compare them. Renee saw Marie accidentally spill a drink on Sedin's suit. The guests who were around discussed how Marie and Sedin were right for each other. Hearing these words, Renee suddenly felt a strange, aching feeling in her chest. The main character was almost sure that she had arrhythmia. The Queen of Waves and Healing causes a huge storm of indignation. A waterfall of despair poured down on Renee, and the Queen of the Waves asked if she really had to treat her now. In the end, Renee decided that she would no longer look in Sedin's direction. The Crown Prince asked Renee what her plans were for today, as it was not her style to just stand there. She replied that even Auntie hadn't shown up yet, and they would enjoy the party first. The Crown Prince said he wanted to stop Auntie because he would take all the credit. When Renee said that this made her angry, the Crown Prince asked why she was holding back. Ishir stated that he had all the powers, and she could use him however she wanted. And when he asked why she didn't do it, Renee replied that it was his powers. Since the main character does not have such powers, she does not want to rely on others. And even when the Crown Prince said he wanted it, she still said she wouldn't rely on him. The Crown Prince is surprised every time Renee uses magic, and she says it's nothing. She said that those who become famous through their mouth will also perish by it. Liars eventually destroy themselves, and even if it doesn't happen today, it will definitely happen. With his arms crossed, Renee reminds them that they have already distorted the Duke's purpose. Renee noted that the Crown Prince got drunk easily, and he replied that she was right. It seems like no one thinks Auntie is the main character of the party right now. Renee thought they were talking about her, how she ruined her older brother's party. When Renee said she was not very perceptive, Ishir replied that she did not know herself. Renee says that this is not so, and she knows herself. But Ishir, approaching her, said that she does not know. He noted that the looks these people directed at her showed envy towards her. But the Crown Prince hoped that Renee would continue to know nothing, because he was pleased to know more about her. At that moment, Marie and Sedine finally approached them, wanting to say hello. Sedine greets His Highness through irritation. Marie thanked Renee for the invitation, noting that the party was excellent. Renee also thanks Marie for coming all the way here. Marie asked to just call her by her name, and Renee responded by saying that she could do the same. Renee allowed Marie to communicate with her informally to make things comfortable. Marie said that Sedine cares about her, and he even forgives her mistake. Renee muttered quietly that Sedine seemed to be treating her very well. Marie enthusiastically tells how Sedine himself came to her house to pick her up. The Crown Prince smiled and said that Marie should say something, because she was saying such things about Sedina. At that moment, Marie looked at Sedine, noticing how abruptly his face changed, and Sedine only replied that he was worried that someone like him might cause the lady trouble. After a brief, tense silence, Sedine bowed and said it was time for them to go. When he and Marie left, Renee watched them with an attentive gaze. The Crown Prince wanted to talk to her, but the girl said that she needed to get some fresh air. The Wave Queen asked what was going on, and Renee said she was annoyed at how helpless she was. Then, the Queen of the Waves told her that if someone was bothering her, she could just go and grab them. She recommends approaching Sedine, and Renee asks if she should just grab him. At that moment, she thought that it would be better to conquer the tower and fight to the death. Renee hates it when goals and outcomes are unknown, because it makes her feel like she's not herself. Renee is tormented by feelings that she has forgotten and tried to forget, so she does not want to let anyone close to her. A system notification informs us that the balance has been disrupted to such an extent that the world is unable to cope with it. The world rejects the intervention of the Queen of Waves and healing, and at that moment, Renee heard a voice. This voice belongs to a constellation she has not heard for a long time. The constellation asked Renee not to let love consume her and to just go with the flow. She asks the main character if she remembers the conditions she set when signing the contract. The Queen of Waves and Healing was the second constellation to make a contract with her. The girl's first impression of this constellation was truly terrible. She asked the constellation to change her appearance, and it reminded her that she herself wanted it to look like her mother. Then the heroine explained that she needed a person, not an image. The constellation understands that the girl feels uncomfortable because of her, because she could not understand her. But that is precisely why the constellation asked her to teach her how to take care of her and protect her. The main character thought that this constellation was strange, because she said such things so casually. Then she asked if these were really all the conditions that she had to teach her to love and care. Then the constellation lifted her into the air, explaining that this was only an additional condition. In fact, the Queen of Waves wanted Renee to color the road of tears she was walking on. The constellation introduced itself as Varuna, and this name was born as a source, but will now become a destination. The voice that came in like the tide went out like the ebb. In an instant, the sensations that filled the space disappear. Thus, the constellation Varuna, which had suddenly appeared here, also disappeared. Varuna asked Renee to follow happiness, because she is their sea, which they are proud of. After this, a system notification appears that the Queen of Waves and Healing has been blocked. The system apologized for the glitches in the program, and Renee grumbles that this system cannot be trusted. A system notification then informs you that the error has been fixed. Renee nevertheless grabbed Sedine by the hand and dragged him along with her onto the balcony. Renee realizes that running away and hesitating is not her style, and no matter the outcome, she will try again. She also decided that it didn't matter whether it was momentary excitement or love for the student. The main thing was that now Renee wants to do what she dreams about. The Lord of Temptation dies of frustration, not understanding why all Renee did was hug Sedina. The Bloodlord was unlocked, and he watched the scene unfold in shock. Renee pulled away from the night, saying that it had been a bit cold because of the rain, but it was much better now. The girl didn't have time to do anything, because Sedine himself pounced on her with hugs. While Sedine tightly hugs the main character, he whispers to her that it is all her fault. Renee was more valuable than his feelings, so he tried to stay away from her for her sake. Holding Renee close, Sedine says he's not going to give up the chance she gave him. Renee blushed and felt like she had just heard something embarrassing. Sedine doesn't know why Renee hugged him, but he liked it anyway. But now it was too late, because Sedine would not leave, even if Renee pushed him away. Renee told him that she understood him, but asked him to let her go so that they could talk. She reminds him how Sedine said he would obey her, but he asked her to sit like that a little longer. Renee was simply afraid that her constellations might kill him if he didn't let her go. Finally, Renee screamed that she would hug him again if only he would let her go. The girl guessed that Sedin had been aiming for this from the very beginning, and he turned out to be not so simple. Sedin says that this is why he didn't want to let her go, because she was making fun of him, even though her face was red. Renee became even more embarrassed and told him that her face was no redder than his. The constellations argued and threatened Renee, but she told them that if they didn't want to watch, they didn't have to. Sedin suddenly spread his arms out to the sides and asked if Renee would keep his promise. A hysterical smile appeared on the girl's face, but she still agreed. Coming closer to Sedin, the main character hesitantly hugs him. Sedin himself hugs her body tighter and presses himself closer to her. Renee knows without even looking that Sedin's face is now red. She didn't care that she was a little nervous, because this was the first time she felt relief in this world. The guests began to notice that Lady Renee had gone somewhere, and noted that Sedin was also nowhere to be seen. Renee said that it was time for them to go back inside, noticing that people were starting to get restless. Sedin says it's a shame because he wanted to continue to have sole possession of Renee. The girl doesn't understand why Sedin always says such embarrassing things, but the main character still told him that they needed to go inside first. The Crown Prince immediately met her, asking if it was possible to leave one's partner without warning. Renee asked him if he couldn't be left alone for just half an hour. When the Crown Prince mentioned that she was talking to other men, Renee said that she didn't have her mouth sewn up and that she could do that. She told him that let it be so and she should not worry about it. At this moment, Sedin comes out and asks His Highness not to make a fuss over a trifle. Sedin, without looking him in the eye, said that Ishur was now behaving very oppressively. Ante suddenly appears and says that he came here after hearing a noise. Kirill asked Renee to stand behind him, and she realized that they were now trying to protect her. Ante asks Sedin what this rude attitude towards the Crown Prince is. Ante declares that no matter the reason or the enemy, Marsis will never leave alone anyone who raises a sword against the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince stamps his foot and says that he kept thinking that the Marsises had become insolent. Renee doesn't understand what they are doing, because that could cause problems. She decides to activate a skill that controls a person's mind. After this, everyone around seemed to be hypnotized and froze in place. But the only one who brought her back to her senses was Sedin. She asked him to come home and not to worry, because she would sort everything out. But before leaving, Sedin approaches the main character and leaves a kiss on her forehead. Renee almost fell over from this action, feeling her breathing become labored and her heart pounding. Sedin smiled sincerely at her and wished her good night. But Renee does not understand whether he was always like this. It was easy for Renee to send home people who were affected by her skill. After all, people started leaving on their own as soon as I told them the key word. It had been a really busy day, and Renee wanted to take some time off first. At this point, she meets Ante, who claims that she is being too open in expressing her dislike for him. He was waiting for his sister to tell her that she had done a good job today. Ante heard today that Renee became the pride of the family. Although her father was very angry, Ante didn't want to take part in this party, where he would be taking away someone else's merits. But everything happened according to the will of his father, the Duke, and the place of the heir was just a piece on the chessboard. All Ante could do was postpone expressing his position. And yet, when Ante arrived and was told about it, he felt pathetic. When Ante approached Kirill, he asked him why there was such a strange atmosphere here. Kirill told him that his father was very angry because Renee became the main Duchess. Ante tells Renee that today he was unable to boast of the name Marsis. When he said that she was a proud member of the family today, Renee was surprised that he even knew how to give compliments. She also told him he was cool, although she didn't expect him to take her side. Ante noted that only the Crown Prince was polite to her and asked if he was always like this. He added that they are not in a relationship where they can love and care for each other. Ante said that if Renee was now going to be Crown Prince for the sake of the family, then she didn't have to do it. Renee got confused and told Ante that he hated her. Ante is not proud of the fact that he has been cold towards Renee until now, and he knows that there have been misunderstandings between them. And that's why Ante decided that now was the best time to apologize. He says that Renee always badmouthed Leon, and when the incident happened, Ante thought Renee had crossed the line. But Ante thought about it right up until the moment he realized that it was not so. Ante was overcome with anger, so he could not think rationally, because Renee had neither the money nor the intelligence to hire a killer. Renee didn't believe his words, but Ante asks her forgiveness for those misunderstandings. And to Ante's surprise, the girl thanked him, causing him to freeze in shock. She thanks him for at least now taking care of his little sister. If Auntie and Kirill had apologized to the real Renee earlier, she would not have been so unhappy and lonely. Of course, she couldn't say that the bad relationship between the three was only their fault. Renee asked if Auntie would tell her this even if she became a disappointment to the family. When Auntie replied no, Renee was indignant, confused. Auntie says that at such a moment, he will guide her and do everything to prevent her from making a mistake. Auntie, like his entire family, will help Renee so that she can live a good life. After some time, Kayla of Yu, a member of the Shira Guild, greets the master. The Shira Guild is the best mercenary guild and intelligence guild on the continent, a place where people who carry out assassinations and gather information gather. In fact, this guild controls the dark side of the Empire. But the irony was that this place was ruled by the light of the Empire. Kayla says that eyewitness reports continue to come in that Leon is usually seen in the north. Kayla reminds that the tower disappeared as suddenly as it appeared. Sidine almost immediately guessed that this was the work of Renee, and that she had some business in the tower. Kayla relays that there are only rumors that the saint lives in that tower, and sometimes she comes down to the village to buy food. Sidine didn't get any useful information, but Kayla said he was ready to take his punishment. Kayla promised that no one except them, including the Imperial family and the Marsis clan, would be able to find out about this. Sedin realized that he needed to find out how the saint and the tower were connected. Sidine created the best intelligence guild in the Empire, but in fact, he was unable to find out anything. Renee lay on the floor in her room and couldn't stop thinking about Sidina, who kissed her on the forehead. The girl blushed terribly, thinking that she had gone crazy because she was also having such dreams. The Lord of Temptation reports that all the constellations saw this moment with the kiss. Constellations suggest looking for another contractor, but Renee reminds her that to do so, she will need to destroy the stone bridge. A little later, Renee decided to ask Ante what a kiss on the forehead meant, and the guy was embarrassed when she asked that. Ante immediately started asking who did this to Renee, or what happened at all. In the end, Auntie said that everything depends on the type of relationship, because in a family, it can mean a sign of love. And when Renee asked what it meant if it was a teacher and a student, Auntie replied that it was a sign of respect. And then Renee asked that, after all, a teacher cannot be liked by a student in another sense. Ante got angry, explaining that if something like that happened, it would be total disrespect. Ante wonders why she asks this, thinking that she has a teacher, and thinking that there can't be such a connection with her students. He also asks Renee to kill anyone who shows Renee such disrespect. Renee felt goosebumps at the thought that she might kill Sidine over this. Anyway, Ante says he will cover for her, so if she wants, she can kill him. Renee was too self-confident, wanting to get the right answer. But then she didn't know how to explain her relationship with Sidine. She never did anything in life that her heart told her to do, thinking that the problem was in her. Now, Renee wondered when the blockade of the Queen of Waves would be lifted, and asked the constellations. The girl decided that when the Queen of the Waves returned, she would have to tell her something. The main character called Isni, and she immediately ran into her room. She asked Isni to get ready, and since that was the case, they would go to the Shira Guild. As Renee asked for the number, she thought that the guild here looked like a regular district court. The guild worker greets them and asks what business they have come for. Isni says that they have arrived to meet with the guild leader, and for some reason, Renee has started to get nervous. Then the employee smiled and asked if they had arranged a meeting. After Isni's rude response, the worker, holding back her anger, nevertheless gives them a ticket. There were 30,000 people in line ahead of them, and Isni flared up in anger at the worker. When Renee admitted that she was close to Sidine, she smiled and replied that rules are rules. Finally, Renee asked if she could pass on something then. When the worker asked what exactly she wanted to deliver, Renee told her to just say her name. At that moment, the girl felt dozens of eyes on her. People immediately crowded around her, not believing that it was really Lady Renee in front of them. When Renee was escorted to the right room, Sidine soon came running there. Sedin panics and asks if they have done something wrong or caused any inconvenience. The main character saw Sidine like this for the first time, and it genuinely surprised her. She gently covered his hands with hers and told him that everything was okay. As soon as Renee began to button his buttons, Sidane visibly blushed and became embarrassed. Sidine apologized to her because he should have been better prepared, but Renee said that she herself came without warning. She said he looked cute when he was so scruffy, and the rest of the room gasped. Sidina was irritated by the fact that they were not alone in the room, so he asked everyone to get out of there. When they were alone, Renee realized that Sedin seemed to be a terrible boss. Then, the knight asks worriedly if they said anything strange. When she says they told her they met a dragon from legend, Sedin replies that his subordinates are talking nonsense. He examines Renee and concludes that she is fine and asks if anything is wrong. In fact, Renee came to ask what that kiss on the forehead meant, but she understood that she simply couldn't say it because she would immediately die on the spot from embarrassment. In the end, she says that she is slowly going to move on, and Sedin responded that this is the right decision. She shows him a flyer announcing the opening of the Ramdish Empire sword fighting competition. The next moment takes us to the palace of the Silver Eagle of Princess Aiden. Ante asked the princess why she asked him to meet. Ante also stated that he knows what will happen if it is found out that he is here. But Indy says he still came here even knowing this. Ante had thought so before, but the princess was really hard to deal with. The crown prince is much easier to deal with because you can pre-order his reactions. Indy reasons that Ante is smart enough that he is deceiving the people of the empire to a certain extent. When Ante asked what she was talking about, the princess told him that he was a sword master. Ante replied that he never said he was, but Eden said that he let people think that. But the princess warned him that she was not going to criticize him, so he could relax. Inviting him to share this glory together, she hands him her father's letter and asks him to read it. Father asked Ante to win the fencing competition and swear allegiance to him. At this rate, there would be a split in the Marcus family, and Ante did not understand why his father was doing this. When Renee learned that the Duke had suggested having breakfast together, she tried to understand what he had in mind. The girl asked the maid to tell him that she would get ready and would be there soon. But, in any case, everything worked out well, because Renee still had something to talk to him about. When Renee sits down at the table, she can't even believe that it's a family breakfast, because the atmosphere here is killer. Her father says that Renee was being cheeky at the party, to which she responded that her character was still there. She asks why eat with a rude person when you could have breakfast separately. But, since the girl did not expect kind words, she immediately decided to get down to business. And then the main character declares that she, too, will take part in the fencing competition. She doesn't understand why they look at her like that, saying that she is also Marcius and has the right to be so. Ante intervenes in the conversation and explains that not everyone can participate in the competition. But at that moment, his father interrupted him and asked Renee if he had allowed her to do this. The Duke asked Renee to simply dress up nicely and wave her hands next to the crown prince without crossing the line. She saw the butler take out a bottle of wine and pour her a glass. When she asked why she needed it, the Duke replied that such a question was wrong. He explains to her that all the food, clothing, and people around her depend on him. Renee says that Marcius has been participating in this competition for several generations, and there is nothing wrong with her participation. The father says it's funny that a girl who has never held a sword in her hands wants to participate. Renee agreed that it was funny, but she reminded him that he himself had not allowed her to take up the sword. He says that she has 2 brothers, and that is enough to protect her, and she replied that he should have said that when he was mocking her. She remembers how the Duke merely watched from the sidelines as everyone called Renee a disgrace to the family. The only memories the real Renee has of swords are a few moments when she swung a wooden sword alone as a child. Renee asked him to admit that he envied her when he saw her talent and was afraid that she might surpass him. The father stands up and says that he thought she had grown up a little lately, but she is still a disgrace to the family. The Duke sighs heavily and tells the girl that she can do whatever she wants. But before leaving, he warned her that then she would lose the name Marcius. Kirill ordered her to beg for forgiveness, but Renee replied that she had said nothing wrong. The brother explains that she will be kicked out of the family, and no matter how much trouble she causes, the father never said such a thing before. And then Kirill asked if Renee really wanted to leave the family. He shouts and asks what money she is going to use to escape. But Renee asked in response that he really thought she was so dependent on her family. After some time, Renee asks Sedin to look at all the information she has about Leon. The girl explains that all this was collected by spirits, so it is difficult for her to understand the circumstances of people. She remembers that her little sister was blocked, so the spirits are very weak. She didn't know what might come of it if she entrusted it to the incubi. Sedin found this incredible, because he couldn't even imagine how much money would have to be spent on such information. Renee thought that Sedin was very surprised by the perfume, which is why he was looking at it for so long. When Renee asked him to tell her if there was anything useful here, Sedin asked if she had a classification. Renee confirmed that there was, and asked if the anonymous swordsman who had defeated the dragon would appear at the fencing. She doesn't know if she can be used in the competition, because the Duke won't just send her there. Renee heard that instead of the nobles, their representatives could speak. Sadine says the Ramdish Empire reveres strength, but it is also very aristocratic. Individual commoners may participate, but their skills must be vouched for by 3 or more nobles. And Sidon just remembered a suitable family that could help them. Sometime later, Renee was sitting bored in the best restaurant in the capital. A man passing by her at that moment thought how beautiful she was and wanted to talk to her. He asked the lady if she was alone and offered to join her. But, to his surprise, Renee refused him and asked him to leave. But the man asked not to speak to him like that and still offered to join. He says that although he looks like someone who would happen to the laziest person, he is not bad. The man took Renee's hand, and the constellations told her that they sensed a depraved aura. At that moment, Renee, without even thinking, abruptly pushes the man away from herself. Goosebumps ran down her body, and she couldn't even calculate the force. At this moment, a worried Sadine runs up to the girl. The gentleman didn't like this fuss, so he asked the man to get lost. Sadine wanted to help Renee somehow, but she told him that everything was fine. A man named Juan Casiu, who is Mr. Sadina, approaches the girl and apologizes for the misunderstanding. Renee immediately looked up his characteristics in the system table. The county of Cassius has outstanding swordsmen, second only to the Marcies. The commander of the detachment is a very recognizable person. He is young and capable. Everyone is discussing his possibility of becoming the count's son-in-law. Sedin explains that he was originally supposed to compete in fencing, and when Renee asked what happened, Sadine said that he had recently left his post and the county. Renee was surprised, saying that he was one of the son-in-law's candidates, and why so suddenly? With the departure of the knight's commander, they lost both their only heir and the man they could send to the competition. Then Renee asked why the count had met with Ishir, and whether he had asked to lend him a knight. Sadine suggested that he had come to file a request for an apology. He also stated that it seemed that the Marsis family was involved in the downfall of the Cassius family. When the struggle for the throne intensified, Cassius tried to support the crown prince. The Cassius were of the same honorable family as the Marsis, so the crown prince was glad to see them. But since then, Cassius's affairs took a suspicious turn. The crown prince considered this strange and instructed Sadine to look into the matter. And then Renee assumed that the commander's sudden resignation was Auntie's doing. Juan couldn't imagine that Renee would call him, but he was ready to listen if she had some business with him. Renee realizes that he has reasons to be wary, because he knows about Ante, and Renee is his sister. The girl asked him not to be wary of her, because she just wanted to offer something good. The main character smiled and told Juan that it seemed like she could help him. Renee is known as the crown prince's lover, and the Marsises have laid their dirty hands on the Cassius family. Sadine suggested that there was pressure from the Duke, because Auntie values his honor. Renee says she knows this because Auntie is a daddy's boy. But that's not the point right now. She was angry that their father was still pretending to remain neutral. A few days later, the opening of the swordsman tournament took place in the Ramdish Empire. The tournament for swordsmen was held under the control of the emperor himself, once every 3 years. The honor and glory of the ruler depended on it. The victorious one received numerous treasures, as well as the imperial sword. People who came to watch the tournament were wondering who would be the winner this time. They saw that Auntie had the most votes, but it wasn't interesting. When talking about Kirill, they discuss how he only recently achieved the level of a swordmaster. Then, one man recalls that there were 3 children in their family, but the second one replied that the princess probably just left her name on the list. They said that whoever fought her would be lucky, and one of them said that the Marsis know how to ruin the festive atmosphere. In the waiting room, Kirill asks if Renee has arrived. He asks what Renee did wrong, that she is not allowed to participate. When Auntie said it was for her own safety, Kirill suggested that perhaps Renee was not as weak as they thought. Auntie replied that he knew this, but then Kirill asked why he forbade her to participate. Auntie suggested that Renee could only protect herself and could probably defeat some weaklings. However, he asked Kirill to look at the empire, explaining that nothing would fall into place until an heir to the throne was determined. Kirill says that Renee is now in league with the prince, and it is too late to remain neutral. Auntie says that Renee is just replacing Leon, and that she is still a disgrace to the family and a fool. He got furious and shouted that there was no point in even competing in something like this. But the brother was also indignant that these words, on the contrary, protected her. If, he says, Renee becomes more noticed because of her strength, it will only tighten the noose around her neck. Then he calmed down and asked Kirill if he really thought that he didn't understand her actions. When the princess summoned Ante, he learned that the Marchus family had never been neutral. The Marchus family has always been on the side of the princess, that is, on the side of the emperor. People like Renee could be abandoned and disposed of at any moment. Ante knew for sure that an unnecessary knight in chess could be removed by order of the duke. Ante states that Renee must live as a fool in order to stay alive. But in response, Kirill asked whether he really thought that the only way to help Renee was to clip her wings. But Ante thought only about the fact that he had to protect the Marsus family, and for this, he would give up his freedom. Kirill is furious, explaining that Marsus is the strongest family in the empire. He says they didn't train all that time to just watch helplessly. Ante thought that he needed to be patient a little longer, because if he became a duke, then all decisions would be made by him. On the battlefield, word is spread that a duel between Theodore Chad and Renee Marsus will soon take place. But then the host states that Princess Renee did not show up for the duel, so they will assume that she refused to participate. After hearing the statement, Kirill asks if Ante is happy. When Cyril hears that it is now his turn to go out, he also hears that it will be a duel between two great families. They said that the lady could not take part due to illness, and Kirill was even upset that he won so easily. But at that moment, Kirill hears that they have found someone willing to take part in the competition with him. The applicant turned out to be Ion Cassier, whose name Kirill heard for the first time. Ante knew that Count Cassier had one daughter, but he did not think that the Count was involved in adoption. Ante suggested that he must have taken someone to complete the team, but Kirill decided that there was no point in worrying, so he told his brother that he would go and have a look first. Ante warned that the Cassier family was of noble descent, so Kirill should not show off. But he also added that Kirill should be careful, which surprised him. He is confused because Ante always said before that he would not leave him alone if he brought shame on their family. But in the end, Kirill answered him that he understood everything and asked him to watch carefully. Previously, Ante would have gotten angry at his words, and Kirill thought that everyone around him had become somehow strange. When Kirill entered the ring, a girl in a black robe asked him why he didn't get up. Kirill thought she was joking, because she was going to fight him with a wooden sword. Kirill looked her over from head to toe, thinking that he had been using such a sword since he was 5 years old. But Jan asked him why she needed a real sword in a fight with a child. Kirill asked her what kind of rudeness she was being, and then he thought that he had heard this manner of speech somewhere before. Jan asked him to stop talking nonsense and attack already. Kirill smiled, saying that he didn't think the Cassier family's position had deteriorated so much. He gave the girl a chance to change the sword, because this competition is not for children's games. Ian tells him that he talks too much, suggesting that he is afraid of being embarrassed by losing to a wooden sword. But Kirill got even more angry and told her that he was not joking. The girl hissed through clenched teeth that it was enough to tarnish Count Cassier's name. After these words, she finally began to attack, and Kirill began to defend himself. Kirill saw the girl fly up and ask him to attack. There was excitement in her eyes. She asked Kirill to play with her. Kirill can't cope with Ion, not understanding where this monster came from. Even though his sword was real, his hand literally went numb from her blows. He was also irritated by the fact that Ion didn't even show signs of fatigue. He attacks again, determined to see how long she can last against the swordmaster. The girl began to wave him off, and Kirill realized that she was moving too quickly. Ion doesn't let Kirill make a quick attack, and he hits with full force. Ian said that it seemed like Kirill was having fun and acting like a child, so he should be taught a lesson. She asked him to remember carefully the sensations he was about to feel. Everything inside Kirill screamed at him to run away from here immediately, but he decided not to give up and continue the competition, defending himself. But before he could do anything, Ion suddenly hit him on the head with a sword. As a result, Ion Cassier won over Kirill Martzes and advanced to the next stage. She praised him for watching her strike until the end without even blinking. Kirill lies unconscious on the ground, and the girl tells him that it was a good competition. An hour ago, Renee asks Sedin if Ante will really participate in the final round. When Sedin responded that he was considered the leading candidate to win, Renee said that the main character appears in the finale. And when the girl asked who her opponent was this time, he answered that it was Kirill. Renee had assumed they would meet someday, but she hadn't thought it would be so soon. The main character wouldn't want to be too cruel to this chicken. Sedin asks her why she cares about their situation, since they themselves are trying to stop her. But Renee replied that they were only following their father's orders and could do nothing else. But Sedin mentions that the fact that they are observers does not change anything. Renee tells him that it is difficult for children to stand up to their parents. Renee asks if he doesn't like it when she's too nice to them. Satan smiled modestly and asked how he could not like that. He just couldn't stand anything that bothered Renee, and she thought he was really sincere. Renee also noted that Sadine got used to her new appearance quite quickly. At first, Sadine was also a little surprised, and it still seems strange to him. Sadine didn't really expect Renee to take on the appearance of an Eastern continent, and then the knight decided to ask if Renee would allow him to find out whose appearance it was. Renee asked why Sadine thought it was someone's face, and he replied that Renee herself had said too often that this face was familiar to her. Despite this appearance, the girl felt much more comfortable in it than in the appearance of Renee. Renee asked when she had ever behaved so consistently, and Sadine told her that she had always gone beyond common sense. In the end, the girl decided to answer his question with half the truth and half a lie. The main character revealed to Sadine the secret that this appearance also belongs to her. After hearing the answer, Sadine immediately blushed and looked down. Noticing the change in his mood, the girl asked what he didn't like, but Sadine put her hand to his face and said that, on the contrary, he liked it. Since this is also Renee's image, Sadine likes everything connected with her. The Bloodlord became indignant that they were sitting in front of them and holding hands. He began to remember how he had courted her, and Renee told him that she had already understood everything. Renee asked Sadine to stop because she thought that if he continued, her soul would fall apart. The girl noticed a wooden sword in the corner and decided that it definitely wouldn't hurt Kirill. Sadine didn't expect that she was actually going to go out there with a wooden sword. And in the end, the main character taught Kirill a good lesson. She dared to make a request to His Majesty, who was present at this tournament. She says that it seems like there is no one in this tournament who wants to fight her. And she asked the Duke how about everyone attacking her at the same time. People began to talk among themselves that Ian was behaving too brazenly, and that this was definitely the end for her. They decided that she was too presumptuous after one victory, and were sure that the Duke would punish her. The princess exchanged glances with the Crown Prince, and did not understand why the Duke was silent. To everyone's surprise, at that moment, the Duke laughed loudly. Renee looked at him in bewilderment, because the man looked like he was out of his mind. After the Emperor finally stopped laughing, he said that this was very interesting. He says menacingly that he values it when there is a spirit that strives upward, seeing no boundaries. The girl smiled and thanked the Duke for his mercy. Ian says that the swordsmanship tournament is an event that the entire nation has been waiting for, and it cannot be turned into a performance by one person. The Duke then declares that Ian must fight to the last, until the number of people in the group is reduced to a single fighter. After all, he says there are no fair one-on-one fights on the battlefield. He asked Yen to show the strength that comes from enduring to the point of complete exhaustion. The Duke says the semi-final and final will be exciting to watch. Auntie couldn't believe that his father had so easily changed the rules that had been followed until now. The current emperor is too impulsive and puts his whims above principles. A tyrant who, despite the early enlistment of the Crown Prince, incites war against the empire. The Duke suggests that they begin the competition, and the people begin to talk with interest. From this moment, by the will of His Majesty, a series of duels of the Sleeping Deer group begins. The swordsman tournament began, and other swordsmen began running into the ring and fighting Ian. Renee handled each of them without any problems and accumulated 5 victories. A little later, after several rounds, there were 8 victories. After some time, the number of victories exceeded 10. People watching the tournament could not believe what was happening. One of the spectators noticed that energy was gathering around Ian's wooden sword. The man sitting next to him took a closer look and asked if he was imagining things. But then the first one asked, "Who knows? Maybe Ian is a secret swordmaster." They began to talk and remember whether there was such a person among the Cassier clan. They know that this line was on the verge of extinction, but this family was known for being able to produce a swordmaster. The end of the match is soon announced, after which all the results of the battles are summed up. The winner of the continuous battles of the Sleeping Deer group from the Nameless Boy becomes Ian. The presenter announces that today's competition is over. Tomorrow at the same time, a series of consecutive fights will begin in the Sleeping Deer group. Ian Cassier's appearance at the tournament literally turned the whole world upside down. Before leaving the ring, the girl bowed to the audience. So the next moment takes us to the second day of the tournament. Everyone was talking about the nameless pretender from the House of Cassier. Although there was still a duel with the main favorite auntie ahead, those who were on that field had no doubt about Ian's victory. People were discussing whether such skill was really possible without the title of swordsman. One told the other that the Swordmaster was not just a nickname. Someone said that Ian was the Swordmaster who defeated the dragon. Since the winners of the competitions have always been Swordmasters, it is time for a new fighter. People were discussing whether Ante Marcis was as strong as Ion and whether he could win. It is said that Ante Marcis is no less an outstanding swordsman, but all that is known is that he is a master of the highest level. Later, the Duke reports that the situation takes a funny turn. He was sure that he would trample everyone, but who could have thought that some girl would appear? He deliberately allowed his subordinates to leave and left the scum so that they would retain neither honor nor wealth. The emperor would like to know where they found such a master. The father approaches his son Ante and says that he is extremely curious about something. Ante apologized, saying that he had driven them all to the brink of extinction, but he didn't know that they had hidden someone. The Duke asks if he failed the task because of remorse. Kirill also felt guilty, because he thought that all this was because he lost. The Duke asks that if this girl is a master swordsman, then why was this not known until now? When Ante says they haven't figured anything out yet, his father calls him useless. He asks his sons if they are not ashamed and embarrassed by their own family. The Duke's blood boiled at the thought that such pathetic people as they were going to lead the House of Marcis. He mentions Renee, saying that they couldn't even find her. Ante suddenly thought about Renee, asking himself why he hadn't thought of it before. Ion's manner of speech, familiar and unfamiliar to Ante at the same time, made him think. While the main character was warming up, someone approached her from behind. The man asked to accept his sincere gratitude for restoring the honor of their family. It turned out to be Juan Cassier, head of the Cassier Count's house, who bowed to the girl. He promised to pay Yen back without fail, but she said it wasn't worth it, since it was just a normal deal. To find out what this agreement was, we need to go back a little into the past. Renee needed access to the tournament, and House Cassier needed a worthy swordsman capable of representing their line in the competition. However, Count Cassier was distrustful of Renee, and everything turned out to be more complicated than she thought. For the first time, Sidine saw how the magic of incarnation was performed by a person, and not a dragon. The heroine understood perfectly well what the Count was thinking, knowing that without Sidon, he would not have let her in here. He said that it was not unusual that he did not trust her, because it was a serious matter, and they had just met. But Renee still appreciated his honesty, and she asked him to let her prove her worth. The girl reminds him that in their presence is the king of mercenaries, the light of the empire, and Renee says that if she defeats Sidine, it will prove her abilities. Thus, during the fight, the conditions under which the opponent would be defeated were announced. One of the rules was that Ion had to fight with one hand to keep things fair. Count Cassier could not believe that a young girl of 20 years old could give the king of mercenaries a run for his money. When an agitated Sidine approached Renee, he asked her warily if she was sure. But the girl was ready 100%. She pulled out her sword and asked the knight to attack. Renee told him that for the first time in her life, she would be playing the role of mentor. Then, having thought it all over in his head, Sidine smiled and took out his sword, beginning the attack. At one point, when he started running towards Renee, he noticed that she seemed to have disappeared. But at that very moment, before he can blink, the main character appears in front of him. Renee asks him to be careful and says that no one has ever left alive in this form. She looks her student in the eye, saying that one extra move, and he is dead. Sidine can't keep up with Renee's speed, but he's skilled at anticipating attack points, and so she thought that the title of the King of Mercenaries was not given to him for nothing. Sidine mentally noted how incredible Renee's pace was, and if he missed even one blow, he would lose his head. Then, the knight decided that if he couldn't keep up with her, he would use her speed against her. He realized that it was enough to just upset her balance, even just by parrying the blow. But suddenly, Renee makes an unexpected turn that Sidine was not prepared for, and because of this, he falls off the court. The fight was over. Renee walked up to Sidine and extended his hand to help him stand up. Sidine was simply amazed by Renee's abilities, and he wondered how great they were. Count Cassier, who was watching from the sidelines, could not believe that Jan had won. Even in his prime, as the mercenary king, the Count could not defeat the mercenary king. He realized that it was thanks to the heiress that the House of Marcis had introduced him to such a strong man. Jan seemed too good, and it wouldn't be surprising to him if there was some kind of catch hidden here. But the Count is in no position to be picky, and he is prepared to be used. If this man competes in the tournament under the name Cassier, he will be able to bring glory to their family. The girl approached the Count and asked if her competence had now been proven. She noticed the strange expression on the Count's face, and she felt somehow uneasy. The man asked to be allowed to ask one last question. The main character was surprised, thinking what else she needed to do to make the Count believe her. The man asks Eon why Lady Marcis didn't introduce her. The girl had to lie that Renee was trying to prevent the decline of the Cassier house, and after that, she immediately changes the subject, returning to their deal. In fact, everything is simple. Ion will use the Cassier surname in the duel, and in return will cure the Count's sick daughter. Then the Count said that it would be better to abandon this idea if Ion was going to call the priest. He tells how he spent all his fortune on priests, but it did not bear any fruit. Then Yon tells him that she will decide for herself after the examination, because there is no harm in trying. The Count was surprised and asked why she was showing him such kindness. He also asked what benefit Lady Marcis would gain from this if Ian used her last name. The girl replied that the fact that she would participate in the tournament was important. After this, they come to the Count's house, and he takes Ian to the room with his sick daughter. When the main character saw the girl with her own eyes, she understood why the priests were useless here. Serene Cassier is not just sick. Her life expectancy has been determined since birth. She is like a broken glass vessel, which, even when glued together, still remains fragile. Although it is not a holy power, the healing energy of spirits is similar to it and differs little from the healing of priests. However, Renee made a pact with a constellation that grants her the ability to easily overcome such fateful decrees. The main character tells the Count that she can cure his daughter and asks him not to disown her. And the girl also asked to add one more condition to their agreement. She asked the Count to keep quiet about her abilities. When Eon finished, she said that now Seren would not suffer so much, and she would become quite healthy. And after this, the heroine told the Count that now it was his turn. Unexpectedly, after a short pause, the Count declares that he will refuse treatment. He said that he had been in this state for a long time, and that even if he were to pick up a sword now, he would no longer be the same master as before. He says his era has come to an end, and it is time to raise the next generation. Taking his daughter's hands, Juan says that if before he was the sword of the Cassier family, now he will be the shield. From now on, he decided to devote himself to raising his daughter as his successor. Now he understands a little what the lady wants from him and what role he must play. He specifies that she asks him to restrain Duke Marcis where she herself cannot act. Iyon umihi at satis, naalala na ang Count ay mabilis na nakukuha ng lahat. If Ion defends the honor of the name Cassier, then he will be eternally grateful to her and the lady for the help they provided, and will help him himself until the end of his days. In the waiting room, Yi-yeon said that it was just a deal, and there was no need to thank her like that. And she asked the Count if he knew what she intended to do next. He replied that he was not aware, but everything could go according to plan. With the change in the rules to a winning streak, the difficulty has increased significantly, and Ante Marcis must reach the final. Ian replies that this is true, but still, Ante is not one to give up his position easily. Soon, during the end of the match, the host announces that Ante Marcis is the winner. It took 3 days to determine the final four, and the wait for the semifinals only became more excruciating. After the final four were determined, a 3-day celebration ensued. A system notification showed Renee that people were betting on her to win. She also received a system notification that people were remembering her name. Some people speculate that Jan Cassier is a secret master, and her fame has increased. Renee was pleased with this news, because she needed to complete the quest as quickly as possible. The semifinals begin in the midst of the festive mood. The first match featured Joshua Hilburn, and a name that is already known to everyone. Ian told her opponent that this time she would at least pretend to try. Looking around, the girl says that all these cries are pure glory. The fight began, and the duel was undoubtedly one-sided. Less than 5 minutes later, the host announces that Ian Cassier is the winner. The fight with Ante ended in exactly the same way, with him emerging victorious. The crowd cheered Ante's impressive strength as he returned to his best form. The matches for 3rd and 4th place did not arouse anyone's interest. All attention was focused solely on the upcoming finale. This will be the most exciting finale in the history of the Empire, which is already just around the corner. Before this, Kirill asked Ante if he was nervous because he had been wiping the same spot on the sword several times already. When Ante replied that he was just nervous, Kirill said that if he lost, he would have serious problems. Kirill is ashamed to admit that he lost consciousness from one blow. He told him that it was a movement that he had no time to follow. Even after receiving the blow, Kirill could not fully comprehend what had happened. Kirill had never heard of Ayan before, because it is known that she is an adopted daughter, Auntie confirms that if she were a noblewoman, she would already be on everyone's lips. Kirill thought that Sedin was also a commoner, but his skills were already known to everyone. A person about whom there is no information, as if he fell from the sky. Then Kirill decides to ask Ante if this girl could be Renee. Auntie, naturally, did not believe him, thinking that he was talking some kind of nonsense. Since she is also a Marsis, she has talent, and it seems she mastered magic on her own. But he reasons that how can Eon be a swordmaster, since there is no way to hide something like that? First of all, he wondered what kind of connection there could be between her and Count Kazier. It's time for Auntie to go out onto the battlefield while Kirill is in the clouds. Kirill couldn't tell him to win, but he wished him at least not to pass out from one blow. Auntie sighs, wondering if these words can even be called support. The final has arrived, and the host invites 2 participants to the battlefield. The host introduces Ante Marcis and Eon Kassier, but the girl, surprisingly, has not yet arrived. Ante doesn't understand what's going on, because it's impossible for such a master to be scared and not show up for the fight. The judge declares that if Ion doesn't come up here by the count of 3, then the victory automatically goes to Ante. People watching what is happening begin to be indignant that the Duke's family has set something up. They started shouting that it was mean and that they had set it all up for Ante's victory. But Ante just stood there and waited for the presenter to count to 3. Time ran out, and Eon Kassier was disqualified from the battlefield. Thus, the title of the Imperial Sword Tournament this year is awarded to Ante. But before the people had time to rejoice, the Emperor ordered everyone to be silent, because it was not interesting. Before this, the Emperor congratulates the younger Duke Ante on his victory. He tells him that even though he received the title for free, no one will doubt his strength. When Ante approached him, the Emperor rolled his eyes, not hearing the cries of honor for the winner. Addressing the people, the man asked why they doubted Ante's abilities. Then, he orders to go out and fight Ante in a duel if anyone has any doubts. But when after some time no one came out, the Emperor felt completely disappointed. In the end, the Emperor himself recognizes Ante as the winner of this swordsman tournament. Now he asked to choose whom Ante would serve faithfully and truly. Ante recalls a recent conversation in the Duke's office when he asked if the Emperor was really on the princess's side. Ante asks the Emperor to answer, but he asks him not to raise his voice and says that it is true. Then the Emperor ordered him to act according to the instructions of Her Highness, for her will is their will. But Ante declares that it is not the will of the princess, but his ascension, and it must be recognized by all. The Emperor asked in an indignant tone how he dared to speak to him in such a tone. Ante asks if this is really for the sake of the family, or for his own benefit. The Emperor ordered him to choose either the family he had served all his life, or the honor he had failed to maintain. Ante could not make a choice like Sedin and renounce his honor. Ante is only a top-ranked expert, not a swordmaster, so he must sacrifice himself for his family. Besides this, Ante thought that he had not yet succeeded anywhere either. The tournament that attracted more attention than anything else ended as if it had never happened. Nobody congratulated Ante on his victory, because he was the strongest contender after Eon. However, all attention was focused on the missing Eon Kasia. People were discussing where she could have disappeared to, since she had not even been seen in the Count's house. There was no sign or word of the Count, and people remember how his family stood on the edge of the abyss. Lady Eon saved an entire family from destruction, and people wonder where they could have found such a person. But not only they were looking for Yen, but also His Highness and the Emperor. The Count asks them what they want to hear from him, because he, their humble servant, does not understand anything. Ishir reminds that he promised to generously reward the survivors from each group. The Count wondered if they didn't like the fact that the fun was spoiled. Perhaps the Emperor is simply disgusted by the very idea of Cassier's revival. Although it was Marcis who led the extermination of the clan, in reality, it was the Emperor himself who was eager to absorb the Cassier clan. There was no better way to strengthen imperial power than to crush the aristocratic force, and nothing was found more effective for its destruction than sowing discord and division under the pretext of a fight for the throne. The aristocrats were constantly walking on the edge and pointing swords at each other, and the Emperor was mercilessly absorbing them. There was a way to become an instrument of the Emperor, which Marcis somehow chose in order to survive. But Count Cassier decided that instead of leaning towards the wrong side, he would belong to neither side. Ishir asked Juan Cassier how he dared to answer him with silence. The Emperor asks how the Count dares to answer that he himself does not know whom he brought into his family. Duke Marcis seems unaware that this was the work of the Duchess herself. And then Juan Cassier declares that he did not bring anyone, and she came to him of her own free will. But the princess says it is impossible that he did not inquire about her origins before accepting her into the family. Juan begins to say that the ancient Cassier family, which he protected, was on the verge of extinction, and he had no choice. He tells how Eon extended a helping hand to their family without asking for anything in return. He had a crumbling family and a sick daughter behind him, so he couldn't refuse. Juan was so desperate that he was willing to do anything to protect those he loved. Therefore, no matter how much they ask him, the answer will always be the same, that he has nothing to tell them. The emperor wanted to drink, but Auntie reminded him that there was a banquet tonight, which he could not attend in such a state. But the man waved his hand away, calling him an impudent bastard, because he didn't dare stop him. He says that he needs to find out who this girl is as soon as possible, and then he can overthrow Cassier. Ante cautiously asks what he plans to do when he finds her. The emperor says that it is worth making an attempt to lure Yeon to their side. But when Auntie asks what if she can't do this, the emperor replies that she will have to destroy everything in her path. Auntie's face broke out in a cold sweat as he realized that his father was planning evil again. The emperor is told that Sedin wishes to see him, and he reluctantly allows him to enter. The emperor informs Sedin that it is extremely insignificant for him to appear like this without warning. Sedin replied that he had come here because he had a message from the young lady. At the same moment, a glass of wine flies at Sedina, which he successfully dodges. The emperor kept wondering where this girl had disappeared to, but she decided to trust someone like Sedin. Sedin said that the emperor could insult him, but he did not dare to dishonor the honor of his mistress. 2 top-level swordmasters, and no one prevented the attack. Ante told Sedin to step back, and if he crossed the line, he would consider it an attack. But Sedin replied that if they continued to insult the lady, he would consider it a hostile act. In the end, the emperor says that he was wrong, but his daughter has been causing trouble for 3 days already. The emperor did not suspect that the only one had such feelings for his daughter, and asked if Ishur knew about it. Sedan replied that it was none of his business, and the emperor reminded him that Renee was his beloved. The emperor asked Sedin to put away his sword, tell him what he wanted, and immediately leave his house. Ante also threatened Sedin, but he understood that he had to endure all this for Renee's sake. Sedin relays Renee's words that this is the emperor's last chance, and if he stops, she will also stop her actions. But if he doesn't stop, she's going to go all the way. The emperor concluded that Renee, not knowing his place, was rebelling against his own father. He says that she got involved with Sedin and apparently adopted his baseness. He asks Sedina to tell her to stop resisting and return home, and then he would close his eyes to everything. But if she does not have such an intention, then the emperor asks her to try to achieve victory. The next action takes us to the banquet that has begun in honor of Auntie's victory. People were delighted. They said that they believed in Auntie's victory from the very beginning. One of the guests invited Ante to have tea with his daughter if he didn't have a bride yet. Ante apologized, saying he had no intentions at the moment. The emperor told them that this young man was only interested in the sword. When the guests said that this made him even more impressive, Ante admitted that he was not a real winner. The emperor's gaze instantly changed, and he decided to move away with Ante, telling the guests that he was being too modest. They go out onto the balcony, and Ante's father asks him, how dare he say such things here? When Ante said that he had spoken the truth, the emperor replied that he had answered His Majesty's questions in exactly the same way. Saying that Ante dared to announce whom he would serve at this reception, the emperor asks if this is how he ordered him to answer. Ante delayed his choice until the last moment at the reception, organized in order to take credit for the destruction of the dragon. The emperor declares that the Marcus family always produces winners, and that Ante became one, quite naturally. But then Ante says that the winner should have been that Eon Cassier. The emperor slaps him because Ante believes that a girl who came out of nowhere is more worthy of victory than he is. Ante decides to ask what Satan meant when he asked to stop. But the emperor asked him to watch his language, explaining that even in the palace, he behaved recklessly. Since Ante was unable to please his family, his father asked him to stay here and think about his stupidity. If Ante wants, he can easily break the door handle and get out of here. But he didn't want that, so he just sat down on the cold floor. When Ante said out loud that he was pathetic, he heard someone's voice that made him shudder. It was, unsurprisingly, Renee who greeted her brother. Ante, horrified, asks where she has been all this time, because her family has already searched for her. Renee simply congratulated him on his victory, and Ante said that it was good that at least she wasn't dragged away anywhere. The girl smirked in response and asked who could have dragged her away. Then the main character asked her brother why he was here, because today he was the main hero of the celebration. The fact that Ion Cassier did not appear in the final was not at all a whim. Ante intervened in Casey's affairs in advance, and even posted soldiers at the entrance to block Yen's path. This is a tournament where Auntie Marcise has already been chosen as the winner, and upon learning of this, Renee decides to help the Duke bring the game to the end. Renee stands against the wall next to Ante and asks him if he feels any remorse. Renee tells him that when she did this, Ante was also on her mind. When he asked what she was talking about, the girl replied that he had slandered an innocent family, torn people apart, and appropriated someone else's glory. No matter how much his father pressured him, Ante should have foreseen the consequences of his choice. But Renee tells him that since he has won, his father no longer dares to reproach him. Ante asked her how she knew this, and Renee mysteriously answered that these were the fruits that the Marcis had sown. Ante didn't understand what she meant, and Renee said that when she and Kirill crossed swords, he immediately understood everything. Then Ante thought that he, a master of the sword, had failed to dodge the blow of some civilian. He remembers Renee saying she didn't care what gender it was. At that moment, the puzzle began to come together in his head, and Ante began to guess that Ion was Renee. When the main character saw that he realized everything, she asked him if he was happy with what was happening. She added that it was still wrong, because it was not for the good of the family, and Ante himself understood this. Ante replied that he understood this, but he had to accept the consequences of his weakness. Now Renee saw that he still had some conscience left in him, and that was enough. Then the girl declares that this time she will help her brother. She tells him that someday he himself will be able to do the right thing, if he has the courage. Renee asks Ante to boldly choose Her Highness Edina. She also asked to go to Edina, to suck up to her, because Ante was going to promote her to the throne. Ante was outraged that she was even joking at such a moment, but Renee said that this was not so. Renee reminds Ante, as he himself says, that if she starts to behave recklessly, he will stop her and help her live normally. And since these were his words, Renee decided to lend him a helping hand so that he could become better. If Ante still didn't understand this, Renee asked him to simply consider it a duty. Turning to face him, the sister smiled and asked him to help her. Ante, in fact, wanted to ask a lot, but he couldn't open his mouth, because he understood that he had no right to ask questions. Kirill, who is at the banquet, looks at everyone, realizing that they continue to behave as if nothing had happened. It looked like they were making fun of each other during the day and applauding at night. Kirill was sure that his brother Ante would choose the crown prince and not the princess. He wondered if Ante was really struggling with the desire to choose Eden. He also wondered out loud that Renee was also hiding something from him. At that moment, Renee appeared behind him and asked if he had called her, which made Kirill scared. Kirill asked with fear since when she had been here, and the girl answered that since now. Kirill asked if she knew what had happened there while she was gone, and Renee replied that she did. Renee said that Ante took credit for someone else's victory, and that Ion was much stronger than him. Kirill was indignant that others should talk about this, but not her. Kirill wanted to say that he already knew that she was Ion Cassier, but in the end, he only asked if she knew how bad Ante was feeling right now. Renee replied that she didn't care, since they both tried to prevent her from participating. Renee asked Kirill to sit behind the curtain and not move, but he refused. And then Renee pointed her finger at him and said that his soul already belonged to her. The Beelzebub shackle skill is activated, blocking the target's movements. Before leaving, Renee said that she was going to turn everything upside down in this family. Some time passes, and the Emperor asks Ante whom he will choose. Ante wasn't sure he could really choose the princess, even though Renee allowed him to do so. He also doesn't know if the crown prince, who was burning a hole in him with contempt, is aware of this. When the crown prince hurried him to make a choice, Ante wondered how such a man could be Renee's lover. In Ante's hands was a sword wielded by the one who wielded the young duke. And the one who owns the young duke has the imperial sword Marcis, and this only means that he who wields the sword also wields the empire. The guests began to be indignant and whisper that Ante had chosen not Ishira, but Princess Eden. They thought that there was a split in the family, or that Ante was trying to sit on two chairs at once. The princess takes the sword from the young duke and tells him that this sword is like his reflection. She says that this sword is beautiful, but there is some stubbornness about it. And as we know, the blade changes its sharpness depending on whose hands it is in. And now that Ante had become her sword, Eden asked him in a whisper if it was time to tell the truth. Ante asked her what she was talking about, and the princess called him modest. She says she doesn't want the sword to remain in the shadows, so she wants to share that glory with Ante. The princess decided to say everything for him, that Ante was that very anonymous hero. As soon as the guests heard this, they began to say that they knew that Ante was the mentor of the king of mercenaries. Eden knows that her brother Ishir would not reveal this truth, so she decided to do it herself. The princess asks if it's time to reveal the truth when Ante became her swordsman. She asked Ante about this, and he was already ready to answer. But suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Everyone turned around, and the princess saw Renee standing behind her. When Eden asked what Renee wanted to say, she said that they obviously knew that Ante was not a hero. Eden says that Renee's bad reputation is never going away, since she decided to so easily trample her own brother into the dirt. But Renee replied that she only intervened to prevent Ante from taking credit for other people's work. The girl's father comes up to her and asks her to move away, because it is none of her business. When he told His Highness that his daughter was acting rashly, Renee interrupted him and said that it was the princess who was acting rashly. Renee repeats again that Ante is not that anonymous hero, and Ante thinks that that horse really decided to help him. Eden asked if Renee knew who this anonymous hero was. Then Renee answered, without any problem, that she knew who it was, but she was just embarrassed to admit it. Renee smiled and said that it was a little awkward to say with your own lips that you were a hero. The crown prince couldn't believe what he was hearing, and Eden asked if Renee was really claiming to be that hero. Renee boldly replied that she was the very secret swordmaster who had defeated the dragon. Of course, no one believed Renee, but the girl expected that this would happen. But the main character was convinced that her plan would be easier to implement. Suddenly, the crown prince declares that everything Renee said is true, and he confirms it. The guests began to discuss that since the crown prince himself vouched for this, then Renee really was a master of the sword. And now they began to wonder who this Ayan Cassier from the tournament was, guessing that it was the same person. Then, they conclude that if this was all true, then Renee really does know how to reach the highest level of swordmaster. The emperor intervenes in the conversation and says that he seems to have misunderstood something, but the crown prince says that this is not so, and asks if he is implying that he is mistaken. The emperor replied that he was forced to think so, and he said that it was obvious that Ishir had been deceived by Renee. The father tells the emperor that after the death of his wife, he raised this child himself, and no one can know her better than him. The man suddenly declares that it is his fault that he raised Renee this way. The father angrily asked Renee what she was doing and ordered her to kneel before him. He asked her to hurry if she did not want to be punished for insulting the family. Now, Renee didn't stand on ceremony and said that it seemed she needed to prove her strength to everyone present. She broke free from her father's grip, stepped aside, and told everyone that we would provide them with evidence. When Renee raised her hand into the air, everyone around suddenly felt a loud roar. A dragon flies to them through the roof, noticing the imperfect creations. Speaking of mistrust, discord, anxiety, the dragon turns to Renee and tells her that she forced him to come here because of some unbelievers. In response, Renee said that for someone who made promises, he looked too displeased. While the guests watched the dragon in fear, Renee reminded him that he himself promised to appear when she called him. And then the dragon Holland turns into a man when he realizes that Renee herself called him. The guests were stunned until Renee asked him why he didn't remove the horns. Anyway, the girl patted Hallen on the horns and told everyone that she had given them proof. Kirill and Ante also stood as if glued to the floor and could not believe their eyes. The main character asks them whether they believe her now or not. The girl hugged the Darkhan and said that here she was, the real Renee. Hallen wanted to say something, and everyone noticed that his gaze was directed at his father. When he looked at his father, he said that he smelled something foul. Hallen tells him that his accumulated karma is rotting and decaying, and one day it will consume him. And then Hallen, turning to Renee, said that he believed that this did not only concern her. With her arms crossed over her chest, Renee asks him not to talk about things she didn't ask for. Hallen explains that he is a flower lit by a god, the third son of Flame, and the 47th dragon. Hallen came to repay his debt to Renee, a debt for the release of his friend, who had suffered for a long time. Since his path is intertwined with Renee, his goal is also connected to this person, so the flames of the whole world will become his eyes and ears. Watching the Emperor, Hallen asks him if he still doubts his existence. Smiling like a madman, the Emperor declares that no one will dare to doubt the existence of the dragon. Hallen was talking about something, and Renee asked him if he had ever been told that clicking his tongue in front of another person was a bad habit. But watching Renee speak and spit so thoughtlessly, like a flame that would never go out, was not so pleasant for Halan. As if by snapping her fingers, Renee finds herself in another place, and Halan asks her to open her eyes. Renee saw what was in the sky and asked in fear why he sent her there. Halan easily caught her and asked his flamemate if she was happy now. Renee replied that yes, thinking that it was quite impressive. Halan says that her business is finished, and now it is time to return to her own. It is an old, crippled soul, tempered countless times, yet its light remains bright. A hero with an inhuman burden, a soul surrounded by many stars, but doomed to loneliness. Soon, the next moment takes us to the Shira Guild, where Halan flew with Renee. Renee told him that she would call him again soon, because with such a powerful force, it would be strange not to use it. Halan told her that she didn't allow him to be around, and she replied that he attracted too much attention. Then Halan asks, "Isn't he better than this Sedin, who is always hanging around her?" Then the girl replied that it was not a question of who was better or worse, but that Halan was not Sedin. Then the dragon realized that she planned to use it only when necessary, but he said that he didn't care when he called him, because he would still respond. Renee was genuinely surprised when Halan suddenly began to squeeze her cheek. A spark that burns alone uses itself as fuel. Before leaving, Halan reminds Renee that if she calls him, he will come running. This is Sedin's dwelling, connected to the Shira Guild, where Renee breathes a sigh of relief when she finds herself inside. After running away from home right before the tournament, this was the place where Renee was able to rest. Sedin allocated the largest room for her, but it is much more comfortable here than in the Duke's residence. So when the girl entered the room, she decided that she should rest a little. But when she plopped down tiredly on the bed, she didn't understand why it was so soft. She lifted the blanket and saw Sedin lying there, who told her that she was late. Renee was surprised that he was here, even though she herself had allowed him to come here. Sedin said that thanks to her, he had something to admire, and the girl asked why he had then given her a room. Then she asked if this was a subtle hint for her to clean up, but Sedin replied that it was nothing of the sort. The knight lay back on the bed and said that he was just waiting for her to return. But Renee told him that he should have waited for her in the living room, like normal people. But when the main character lay down, Sedin replied that this is exactly what he was doing. Sedin admitted that listening to Halan's chatter made him even angrier. He muttered discontentedly that he should have finished him off back then. But Renee told him that cruelty was unnecessary. The girl asked if it was easier for him to calm down lying on her bed. Sedin replied that sometimes it only fueled anger, and Renee asked why he was still there. Suddenly, the knight says that no one but him can enter this room. Renee didn't understand what he was talking about at all, and she was dying of fatigue, so she wanted him to leave as soon as possible. In any case, Sedin thanked her for waiting with Halan outside. Sedin warned everyone before leaving, saying that the leader of the Red Dragons had arrived to express his gratitude for the repose of the maddened dragon. Renee was surprised that they believed it, but Sedin said they had no choice. Sedin asked what about the Duke, and Renee shared that he was up to something, but she told him that he could rest today, mentioning that she had not picked him up in vain. Eventually, the girl told him not to pay attention to her words as she prepared for bed and asked him to return to his room. When Sedin said that he didn't want to, the girl was indignant that he had been rebelling too often lately. His expression turned serious when he said that Renee had abandoned him and disappeared with the dragon. He says that Kona instructs him to sort out the issues, and then she disappears, and Renee doesn't even have anything to say in response. Sedin states that this is why he came, because this is the only place where they can be alone. He wants to take possession of Renee, but those around him constantly prevent him from doing so. So Sedin asks if they can at least be together now. Renee instantly turned red. Her heart rate increased, and Renee thought Sedin had gone crazy. She understood that she couldn't push him away, because she would definitely break bones. The constellations tried to contact her, but Renee was irritated that they couldn't see that she was busy. Then she decided to threaten that if Sedin didn't get off her, she would hurt him. But Sedin replied that he would recover later, and the girl realized that her plan had not worked. Sedin looks at her with his puppy eyes and asks if she really wants him to leave. But instead of words, Renee put her hand on his head, pretending that she wanted to stroke him, but she only moved away from him. Sedin falls on her, covering his eyes and declaring that she is too cruel. The knight claims to have heard Renee tell Halan that he is not Sedin, but Renee replied that in such situations, there was no need to eavesdrop, and that one should leave immediately. She heard Sidine suddenly laugh, so she asked what caused it. Sidine says that at first he wanted to do this, but then he realized that it was not necessary. Renee told him that if Halan insulted him again, she would scold him. Now, Renee began to understand a little about Sidine's hidden preferences and feelings. She may be clinging to it too presumptuously, but she would like to be the only one who knows that there is warmth behind Sedin's sternness. The next morning, Renee went to the palace with Sidine, or rather, to the throne room. Looking at everyone, the girl realized that they were pretty exhausted because of yesterday's incident. She was surprised how they tried to attack her, although they themselves were afraid of the dragon. The emperor thanked Renee for arriving so quickly. After a short pause, the man asks Renee to answer whether she really is that Yeon. But the main character knows that in reality, the emperor is more interested in whether the dragon is covering her. And since he doesn't have the courage to ask her, he clings to Cassier. Deciding to take advantage of this, Renee confirms that she is Yen. The people sitting in the hall began to whisper, gasp in surprise, not believing their ears. The emperor states that his relations with Count Cassier and Duke Marcis have deteriorated because of what happened. She also said that Renee should take responsibility and explain everything to them. Renee calmly replies that she only wanted to perform under the name Marcis. She asks how she could tarnish the honor of the family, and then the emperor turns his gaze to his father. He asked if his father had ignored the duke and turned to the lady for help. The father brushes it off by saying that Renee is too young and can't give the explanation they want to hear. The crown prince is indignant that the duke is interfering in the conversation and asks him not to interrupt. Renee and Sidine bowed to him, and the girl thought that Ishir was finally saying something worthwhile. The emperor also asked no one to interfere and ordered the main character to continue. She says that her father always disapproved of her holding a sword, and then the girl claims that he even posted security at the entrance to the arena. Of course, Renee had trained the guards long ago, so it was not difficult to find out what orders had been given from above. And yet Renee saw no need to forgive the duke for the hole he had dug for himself. The placement of soldiers at the tournament could well be regarded as treason to the imperial house. The emperor asks his father if this is true, but he remains silent. Sidine adds that the duke could not have done this alone, and someone definitely helped him. Guessing that Sidine was referring to someone from the imperial family, the emperor asks Sidine if he understands the danger of his words. Then, unexpectedly for everyone, Princess Aiden declares that it was her. She explained that this was not done to disrupt the tournament, nor to prevent the participation of the lady. Shortly before the tournament began, the princess received news that the lady had disappeared near the arena, and since Renee is her brother's lover, she could not refuse to help. He asked her if that was the whole point, then why didn't she report it right away? Then Edie stated that she did not do it for the sake of preserving the lady's honor. Renee could find herself at the center of a scandal, and the duke desperately turned to her for help. When deciding to cooperate, Eden understood that if this reached the ears of others, her brother and the lady would suffer. Ishir thinks that Iden staged this whole circus to supposedly protect his beloved. The emperor asks the duke if this is true, and the father answers that it is so. Renee, breaking out in a cold sweat, thought this was too much. She activated the skill that allowed her to change her appearance, and, crying, asked her father how he could deceive the princess. She says that he himself kicked her out of the house, and now they lied to the princess to prevent her participation. Sidine again said that the lady was safe, and he was protecting her on the orders of the crown prince. Moreover, the crown prince personally gave Renee the right to participate in the tournament even before she was expelled. Then, Ishir asks his father how he will atone for his guilt for deceiving a member of the Marcis family. But the emperor asked everyone to be silent and asked the duke if he had tried to interfere with the lady. When he remained silent, the emperor realized that the situation had escalated. Preventing the participation of a person with such abilities has caused great harm, but under their laws, they have no grounds for punishment. He declares that Duke Marcis is deprived of the right to attend the council for a year for attempting to deceive. The duke is nothing more than a fall guy, and next time Renee will catch the real culprit, Idine. The emperor announces that this morning's meeting is over. He asked Renee to come to the palace in the afternoon with Ishir and Sidine so that they could talk in private. Later, the next action takes us to a large hall in one of the corners of the capital. The princess says that for a member of the imperial family, 1 year of imprisonment means nothing. She frowned and told the duke that he had failed to keep a proper eye on his daughter. However, thanks to their father's failure, they had new ideas. The princess said that it seemed that the important detail was a lady, and the others said that her enemy was a woman. They didn't even know about it, and they kept doing it, and now they need to fix it. Eden said that for now it's all just guesswork, but there are too many suspicious circumstances surrounding them. Even if Renee had been pretending to be stupid all this time, master-level skills could not be hidden. In the end, she said that Renee needed to be eliminated immediately, and the dragon would try to interfere anyway. She asked the Duke what he thought, and then realized that he still doubted her. The father leaned over the princess, telling her that his destiny was his own, and how could he not sacrifice his own daughter? Then Eden told him that it was excellent and promised to convey these words to him. She also said that they would be able to set the stage for the lady without any problem. But then she says that if Renee had a revelation, that wouldn't be enough. She asked the archbishop to add to the prepared petition the facts confirmed today. The princess told the archbishop not to let her down, saying that he was not the kind of person who would forgive after 2 failures. Later, the emperor tells Renee that since she is his son's beloved, they should have met much earlier. The situation irritated the girl. She could not understand what the emperor was thinking. Everyone's mood is spoiled, and only the emperor remains calm. The emperor announces that it is the greatest blessing of the empire that Renee, who has defeated the dragon, has become the beloved of the crown prince. Renee agreed with his words, saying that the crown prince was the treasure of the empire who would take the throne. Assuming that the emperor had called Renee for a reason, she asks him what he wanted. Sidine and the crown prince immediately stood up for her, promising to fulfill any duties for her. The emperor only confirmed his words that Renee was the one who had stirred up the entire empire. The emperor cannot understand why Renee is so charming that people lose their heads around her. The people around are shaking, lest the swordmaster injure the boy. He said it was a pitiful sight for someone who should put the empire above all else. The girl wondered why the emperor called his son pathetic. The Lord of Temptation doubted the crown prince's origins, and Renee thought there was some truth to that. Deciding to get to the point, the emperor reminds us that the empire is going through troubled times. In such a situation, the presence of a swordmaster or a dragon would be a reliable support. However, that is precisely why Renee's existence must be hidden. Renee replied that the presence of the swordmaster and the dragon would cloud the eyes of the empire's subjects. She added that attracting the strongest to your side is also, in essence, a political art. And then the emperor says that she can back up her words by entering into a sacred marriage. He clarifies that the relationship between lovers is more fragile than it might seem. And if we are talking about political power, then so many unreliable ties will not be enough. The emperor explains that if Renee's identity is revealed, the competition will lose all meaning. However, if the marriage is intended with an oath for eternity before God, then that is a different matter. He says that then Renee will become the sword firmly clutched in the hand of the emperor in this empire. Only then will the state be able to calmly honor such a blessing as Renee. Renee realized that the emperor had doubts about the relationship between her and Ishur. The emperor proposes for now to grant the title of swordmaster to a mysterious figure like Ion Cassier. Renee says that he wants to elevate not an individual, but an empire, and he asks him not to speak so offendedly. Renee understood that if she entered into marriage, the political war would drag on. Then, the man finally asks if Renee will follow the will of her emperor. The girl didn't even have to think about the answer. She said that nothing would follow. The crown prince and the emperor looked at her in surprise and shock, and the latter said that she must have been mistaken. But the main character answered His Majesty that he heard everything correctly. Renee asks if they have forgotten that she is a disgrace to the family and a hooligan, but she makes it a priority that if she is offered a fair price, she is willing to remain Ion Cassier. The emperor laughed, thinking that Renee really had the right to make such demands. However, he says that she is in a difficult position, and he would like her to appreciate the goodwill he is showing. The emperor then hands Renee the petition of the archbishop, who was present at today's council. This is a petition claiming that the lady is a witch, a woman who wreaks havoc across the world, with the power granted to her by her contract with demons. If the powerful order of Beloit on the continent brands someone as a witch, then that person becomes a common enemy of the order. And this time, this brand was placed on the shoulders of our main heroine, Renee. The crown prince explained that it was not difficult to prove the absence of a contract with the demons. Ishur says that, fortunately, His Majesty even prepared a place for evidence. Renee began to read that such power could be gained in a short time, only if a contract was signed. Dealing with demons is considered a crime under the laws of the continent, and so they ask that Renee be burned at the stake. The emperor asks what kind of witch would be honored with the dragon's patronage. The emperor proposes to create a magnificent scene where they will dispel all suspicions about the lady's identity. The Crown Prince agrees that His Majesty's proposal is a reliable method. Renee will be required to receive a priest's blessing at the upcoming Beloit Thanksgiving Festival. The main character smiled, realizing that she had indeed made a contract with the demon. The Lord of Temptation asks her if she would like to become his lover, to make a contract forever. Renee naturally refused, and the constellations are now sending her direct messages. Sidine asked if Renee's powers were obtained through demons, and she asked in surprise if that was a problem. Realizing that things are getting serious, Renee asks the Lord of Temptation to do something. She says that not all demons are bad, to which Sidine replies that they are still dangerous. Demons feed on human suffering, and those who make deals with demons gain power from them. The blood and tears shed because of this would have been enough to fill the greatest river of the empire to the brim and even more. When Renee replied that she did not know, the Crown Prince asked how one could not know such obvious things. Renee explained that she had powers for other reasons, and although they were related, no one forced her to do so. In any case, they confirmed the fact that she made a contract with the demons. The Crown Prince asked Renee what she offered in return for this deal, and she replied that she would give him freedom, and something like that. A system notification showed that she had divulged a heavenly secret, which would result in a skill level being deducted for 30 days. With a heavy sigh, Renee states that it was not a contract that would harm anyone. When Sidine asked what concerned her, she also said no. The Crown Prince could not believe that Sidine was satisfied with one word from the lady. Sidine sincerely does not understand what the problem is, so he tells the Crown Prince that he can leave. Renee understood His Highness's position that the news of a contract with demons sounded so-so, and then she told the Crown Prince that she could break off all relations with him so that he would not suffer. The Crown Prince was indignant, asking who she took him for. The Crown Prince tells them that they are both crazy, although he believes that he himself is crazy, since he is still sitting here. Renee dared to say that of all those present, only His Highness remained sane. The Crown Prince then asks which demon she made a contract with. The power of the constellations is determined by their influence on the worldview, with the exception of a few. Therefore, the fact that for long centuries, their names were spoken with hope by the lips of mortals gave birth to great power. By the same principle, the constellations with which Renee entered into contracts also accumulated considerable fame. The true name of the Lord of Temptation is familiar to Renee, even despite her previous ignorance of mythology and religion. The Crown Prince says that among Beelzebub and Baal, Vasago is also widely known. The girl replied that her demon was also quite outstanding. When the Crown Prince asked her to tell him, she replied that the demon was a little shy. But whether she made a contract with the demons or not, she needs to prove otherwise. Ishir asked if she really thought she could receive a blessing by making a contract with the demons. Renee asked the demon if it would work, and he chuckled, telling her that she didn't know him well. Later, Archbishop Duchess asks the princess if something is wrong, because she looks tired. She waved it off as nothing special and asked if everything was ready for the blessing. The holy water that the Holy Father will use is not simple. It is a sacred relic. Eden is confident that the operation will be a success. She only needs to gain one power, and she will become an empress. No longer will she have to tremble with fear that her head will fly off due to the passing whim of an old man. But in order to escape from the shackles, she will not disdain any means. Princess Iden, known for her intelligence and determination, finds herself in league with sinister forces. Idine, born as the legitimate daughter of the imperial family and burdened with many expectations. By a cruel irony of fate, she was an ordinary person with no talent for anything. Unlike Prince Ishir, who was born from a concubine, he was skilled in swordsmanship and became a master of it. At dinner, the emperor reminds Idine not to forget the rules he established. Since they were born his children, he will not tolerate their succession to the throne without proof of their abilities. The emperor asked his children to be prepared to devour each other. There cannot be two suns under the sky, as the princess thinks. The current emperor has proclaimed new rules, written in blood, that members of the imperial family who fail to seize power will only face death. Was it because of the epiphany he had, after killing all his relatives and ascending to the throne? Or maybe it was just because of bloodlust. No one could know the answer. But it is unlikely that anyone would dare to break the emperor's first law and drown in blood. For those born with imperial blood, this bloody rule was an inescapable shackle. Eden fought desperately, repeatedly changed fencing teachers, drank countless magic potions. Having failed to achieve results, she attempted to make a contract with the demons. Arwen desperately tried to dissuade Eden, because due to the princess's status, high-ranking priests would find out about it anyway. Even if her life is turned upside down, she will protect Eden, and even if a sword flies before her eyes, she will fight to the end. One day, a miracle came to Iden, and she told Arwen that she had finally found a new way to gain power. Arwen said that great power requires sacrifice, but Iden replied that she didn't care. Arwen asked if the princess was really willing to do this for the sake of power, and told her that she would help her in another way. Eden just smirked in response, and asked Arwen if she didn't know the Emperor's rules. The princess says that if she does not get the throne, her father will kill her, and she explained that she didn't want to die, and she certainly didn't want to die by his hand. Eden asked Arwen to attack Renee during the Enlightenment without hesitation if she noticed anything strange. She says this may be the last chance to eliminate the enemy. When Arwen said they weren't even sure if she was an enemy or a witch, Edie replied that it didn't matter. The princess said in a cold tone that the enemy or the witch, and the corpse does not speak. Meanwhile, Renee decided to start the third-floor quest. The drawn-out main quest on the second floor has come to an end, and the reward has been received. After much torment, Renee finally read the second volume of the novel and learned a little about the structure of this world. According to the novel, Princess Iden should have lost the war for succession to the throne long ago. In the original, Idine had many supporters, but when Renee, who had skills, helped Ishiru, this support quickly dissipated. Renee helps Ishiru as intended in the original, and does even more. As in the main character's past life, a variable appeared that should not have been in the original. The girl wondered who it could be, because if it wasn't in the original, then it would be impossible to recognize the identity. She allowed for the possibility that this could be a transmigration or reincarnation. The heroine thought about it and decided that it could be the owner of the tower. The master told Renee in her past life about her future world that his cherished wish would come true and she would stay there forever. She wouldn't want to meet him again, but it would be stupid to deny his involvement. But if this was really the owner of the tower, then she wondered why he wasn't acting up like he had in his past life. Eventually, Renee decides to turn to the constellations and asks if they know anything. They were silent, and she wondered if they really did know something, or if they really didn't. The evil Bloodlord asks Renee to take on the floor's main quest, and she realizes he's right. Renee needs to complete the quest at any cost, because there is a settler in this world, just like her. The third floor's condition is that Renee needs to hear a vow of love. The Hyena Gate skill is activated, which summons a gate connected to the demon world. Since one of the main characters had to swear his love to her, she thought that it did not necessarily have to be Ishir. Someone asked her if she was really sincere, because she always pretended, but no one knew if it was true. The demon extends his hand to her, calling her a soul that for hundreds of years has never been deprived of greatness for a single day. He also calls her Commander of 70 Legions, connected by the 32nd name. The Lord of Temptation, Asmodeus, appears before Renee, swearing by his name. He gently takes her wrist and leaves a kiss on the soft skin, telling her that he belongs to her. The third floor tower test was passed. The conditions were met. The side quest has been completed, and now the entire third floor of the tower has been completed. The system asks Renee if she is ready to move on to the fourth floor task, and the girl realizes that everything worked. On Thanksgiving morning, Renee finally got the skill she had been waiting for. This skill was called Constellation Summoning, and the girl was very happy to receive it. However, they never tried it, but only admired it. This skill, when activated, summons the constellation with which the contract is made into the real world. The evil Bloodlord asked if they should try at least once, but Renee refused. Renee explained that she and the demon had only touched hands for a moment. She tells the constellations that if they too belonged to this world, she would include them as candidates too. The girl herself was not sure that she would be able to meet the tempter through the gate. Constellations and their contractors cannot, in principle, directly interfere in each other's lives. In fact, the first meetings with them, other than signing a contract, can be counted on the fingers of one hand, and most of them were cases like this, where you got lucky the way things worked out. Judging by the fact that the dragon, who was unintelligent in his past life, is here a representative of God. The gates of Gehenna also initially did not allow him to leave. Only his minions came out from there. The Lord of Temptation began to be indignant, and Renee asked what they really wanted to wag their tongues about. She asked, what kind of psychology is this? To confess your love to yourself and then disappear. The Lord of Temptation states that he did not expect this oath to be accepted as truth. Eventually, Renee decided to stop arguing with the constellations and go pat Sidine on the head. The Lord of Temptation is again indignant that she is going to Sidon, but Renee answered him that he has no right to speak to her like that. Meanwhile, the demon Asmodeus thought that in any case, the one who falls in love first loses. He remembers that the last contract with Aeon was him, the master of temptation. Having paid a hefty price, Asmodeus kidnapped the main character into his space. When he confessed that he had fallen in love, the Bloodlord asked him how dare he touch anything. The Queen of Waves and Healing asked Asmodeus to step away from her contractor. Aeon was surprised to meet the Lord of Temptation like this. Asmodeus told her that a person as great as she should recognize her power. The reason he brought her here is because it's an offer she can't refuse. He offers the girl a glorious opportunity to sign a contract with her, but she replies that she doesn't want it. She explained that she already had enough evil constellations, and if he were added, it would be harmful to the divine world. While the demon was objecting, Aeon asked what kind of sectarian talk there could be when his life was at stake. Asmodeus explained that there are not many constellations of the divine world that can win. But then the main character said that if the conversation was over, then let him let her go. The demon thought that the girl was just shy and asked her to let him finish the performance. He introduces himself to the heroine, stating his name, and apologizes for revealing it so late. Aeon agreed to sign a contract with him, and that was their first meeting. After some time, the Lord of Temptation asked Renee what she was going to do with the fourth floor task. After completing the quest on the third floor, she immediately received a request for the fourth floor. The assignment was for Renee to kiss the candidate for the lead role. The evil Lord of Blood and the Lord of Temptation began to ask each other. And now, the Lord of Temptation asks if Renee would prefer that idiot with a terrible character. Or, he asks, would she choose him, who has been her friend for centuries? Indignant, the Master of Temptation said that she should choose him. Before they could continue their argument, Sidine knocked on the door and asked if she was ready. When the girl opened the door, she saw Sidine in a different guise and told him that he was well prepared. But after that, she wondered if she should change her clothes too. Sidine told her that she was already beautiful, which made the main character embarrassed. Beloit Thanksgiving is a vibrant harvest festival held in mid-autumn, a festival dedicated to gathering the best harvests of the year and presenting them to Beloit. One of the most beloved traditions of the festival is dressing up as legendary characters from films and stories. When Renee asked Sidon who he was disguised as, he replied that it was a hero from the past, known as the Light of the Empire. The girl was surprised by this, because now everyone already calls Sidina the Light of the Empire. Sedin said he wears the suit every year, and that he can't let people down. One of the boys recognized Sedin's suit, and the man decided to talk to him. Renee thought that Sidine was used to pretending to be anyone, just so that people would be delighted. When the boy ran away, Sidine apologized to Renee for waiting and said that they could move on. But Renee asked him to wait, touched his nose with her finger, and the image of Sidon completely disappeared. This skill is activated like water, taking the shape of a vessel, the ability to change the target's appearance to the desired one. Renee told him that she liked this appearance better and that she would hide him from prying eyes. Sidine recalled her telling him that she was enjoying the festival for the first time. Then, as a reward, Sidine decided to be her escort. He placed Renee's hand on his head, smiled, and told her she could count on him. No matter how much the girl thinks about Sidina, she always remembers how much he likes it when she strokes his head. The Lord of Temptation began to tease Renee that she had chosen the wrong one, and she asked him to stop. Sedin thought he made her feel uncomfortable, but the girl replied that everything was fine. The heroine realizes that she should steal a kiss, but so far, all she has done is stroke his head. There was still some time left before the consecration ceremony, so Renee and Sidine decided to take a little walk. Happy and satisfied, Sidine was not surprised that Renee won so many gifts. Renee was embarrassed, thinking it was silly, but really funny. Since coming into this world, this may be the first time that Renee has had this much fun. They stopped near some kind of performance, where a doll was telling that the Demon King would soon appear. Sedin says it's a puppet show that's been adapted for children. The play told how the boy was baptized by the prophet, took up a sword, and went to the capital. His goal was to defeat the evil Demon King, who had taken over the city. Renee knew it was a typical story, but for some reason, the demon seemed familiar to her. Asmodeus admits that he once looked like this, and if Beloit had not left him, he could have given Renee the entire empire. Sidian says that he knows this story about the demon Asmodeus, and Renee wonders what Asmodeus wanted to give her. The Demon King, defeated by the sword, left behind a curse. Renee got tired of hearing all this, realizing that it was related to Asmodeus, so she told Sidine that they were leaving. Sidine paused for a moment when the play's protagonist called the girl his goddess. Renee tells him that if she is distracting him, then he can tell her, but Sidine denies it and says they can go. Renee thought that a kiss filled with emotion would be accepted as true love. And if this is blasphemy, then may the gods close the eyes of the main character. They stopped at a tavern where Renee drank her favorite drink. Sidine asked worriedly if she would be okay, since she still had to take part in the ceremony. Renee reassured him that she could easily get rid of the intoxication, and now it was time to act. And also, when the girl went outside, she noticed something funny. People were discussing how Ishir single-handedly destroyed the northern golems, which were a headache. They discussed how being a swordmaster was incredible, and that Ishir saved them. The main character noted that there are quite a lot of people supporting Ishir. Renee remembers that Sidine did not take the oath of allegiance and asks why he is acting with Ishir. Sidine explains briefly that this is because he does not follow the emperor. The emperor started many wars. Eden chose the path of submission to the emperor, but the crown prince holds back the emperor's army. They came to the shelter that his highness runs together with the temple, a place for the poor. Sidine says that although he now has the loud title of king of mercenaries, he also grew up as an orphan of war. He doesn't exactly like Ishir, but he has no complaints about his anti-war stance. He probably assumes that this is the reason why the people support Ishir. Renee asked what Ishir's relationship was with the temple. Given that the archbishop had accused her, Sidine explains that the temple has also split into factions, with the current Pope DeVito III supporting the crown prince. However, in recent times, a new force, centered around the archbishop, has been opposing the papal faction. Previously, because of Leon and Renee's situation, the main character felt like the temple and Ishir were obsessed with power. While she was thoughtfully looking at one point, she suddenly noticed Ishir walking past them. Renee decided to hide with Sidine, while Ishir walked around looking for them. The girl thought that Ishir didn't notice them because of the large number of people. Sidine removes her hand from her face and asks her why they hid. Renee was embarrassed and wondered why they hid. She may have been ashamed that she spoke well of him, but not to the point of hiding. But then, Sidine suddenly leans towards her face, saying that it's even better that they are left alone. Holding the girl closer to him, the knight asks if she enjoyed the holiday she spent with him. Renee stared into Sidine's beautiful eyes, and it seemed as if she was under hypnosis. Sidine leans even closer to her, and it's only a little bit left before his lips cover her own. But at that very moment, unfortunately, Ishir finds them, shouting Renee's name. Renee cursed Ishir, cursed this moment and the task with the first kiss. Ishir tells her that this is an important moment when her innocence will be revealed, and asks why only he is so serious. Renee told him nothing like that happened, but Ishir says Sidine seems to think otherwise. The girl looked at Sidine in panic, seeing his flushed face. Sidine said awkwardly that His Majesty was doing nothing but interfering. Ishir asked if Renee had prepared everything for the ceremony, but it was obvious that she had prepared well. Ishir explains that the Holy Pope will sprinkle her with holy water first, and Renee recalls Ishir saying that it should just be a priest. He explained that since the princess's power was too great, they insisted that the demon also be of high rank. Sidine asked if he should protest since they had changed their words. The girl replied that there was no need for this, and activated the skill that changed her appearance to the desired one. Thus began the consecration ceremony, the main event of the Beloit Harvest Festival. The Bloodlord reproaches Renee for being too frivolous, to which she replies that she is simply not interested. And the main thing is that she came here not as Renee Marcis, but as Ian Cassier. She asked the constellations to ensure that the magic did not fade and to maintain her abilities. They began to bless Sidine. Asmodeus takes out a camera, and Renee does not understand why so unexpectedly. Now, the most faithful servant of God, and the Viceroy of God, who touched him most closely, His Holiness the Pope, will personally conduct the consecration of the true winner of the Imperial Tournament. He asked Yen to kneel before the god, while she thought how arrogant he was. Before the dawn of the Empire, Lama suffered a terrible corruption, falling into the clutches of an unspeakably bloody demon king. However, there was hope. Belua's most faithful servant rose up, received a revelation and a hero who would defeat the demon king. Dad tells Yen that she is a hero who defeated another disaster, the Mad Dragon, and is worthy of receiving a blessing. Asmodeus called her Eon, but the girl asked him not to call her that at that moment. Asmodeus asked her if she remembered that he told her not to trust demons. A system notification shows the girl that the Lord of Temptation is escaping. Renee activates the enhanced sensitivity skill, which allows her to sense time slowing down. The girl suddenly jumps up from her seat and asks everyone to come to her, not understanding why they are running away. She asked the constellations what they were doing, because was this holy water really that dangerous? When Asmodeus said he had an enemy, Renee asked him not to make her laugh, because she had just seen him run away. Asmodeus explained that nothing would happen if holy water got on him. It would only slightly affect his power. He says that he will weaken a little, and the magic cast will weaken. Explaining that no one will know about this, Asmodeus says that he will cast new magic. Now the main character really can't let her reputation fall even by one. Deciding that things are already going wrong, Renee says that if anything happens, she'll just reboot. When she starts the countdown, she receives a notification that the skill has been deactivated. She looked up to see Sidine sitting in front of her, pierced by Arwen's sword. Earlier, Arwen asked the Archbishop why he called her, and he said that she remembered the princess's order. He gives her a crystal that contains the power of someone of his, and tomorrow, before the surprise attack on Renee, she holds it in her hands. As a certain he who appeared to Siraz had ordered, the Archbishop prepared the water of renunciation. The enemy is a swordmaster, and with his powers alone and holy water, this mask can be torn off. But if Arwen's powers are supplemented with power, the problem will be solved. She will be able to tear off her mask in front of everyone. Arve said that she had seen the true strength of the Duchess, and her suspicions about her had not yet been confirmed. Then the Archbishop asked if she was going to disobey the princess's order. He asked the knight not to forget that this was the princess's true wish. The Archbishop asked her to believe that Eon was an evil spirit. Renee found it strange that Arwen dodged her attack. The heroine cannot understand why she did not notice the sudden attack, a scene that was extremely disadvantageous for her, whose divine powers had weakened. Holy water, as if aimed at her and the Lord of Temptations. This sickeningly familiar and ominous feeling takes over her mind. Renee grabbed Arwen, realizing that she had become too relaxed in this world. After attacking Arwen, Renee noticed that she had used up all of her enhanced aura to maintain life. First, she decided to cut her throat, and then use her hunter skill to extract the information. But at that moment, she suddenly hears Sidine's hoarse voice, which seems to bring her to her senses. Clenching her hands into fists, remembering the words of her former colleagues, she jumped up and ran towards Sidine. The Pope ordered Arwen to be captured, saying that there had been an attack during the ceremony. Not understanding how Renee got to this point, she asks Sidine if he is okay. She calls him an idiot, asking why he came here if he knows what she's capable of. He apologized and said his body reacted faster than his mind. Now, the main character realized that from beginning to end, she was haunted by nothing but trouble. Everyone was shouting for others to remain calm, and someone was asking for the bleeding to stop. One of the knights noticed Ion Cassier and asked her to stop her actions. Sidine felt Renee hug him tightly and didn't understand why. Renee thought that once she became so strong, she would never see anyone else's victims again. She wondered if Sidine had really been feeling this way all this time. Asmodeus asked Renee to stop, because she knows what will happen if she uses a power that the constellation did not allow to be touched. Renee hoarsely apologizes to Sidine and admits to him that then and now, she has never been indifferent to him. When her world collapsed, she asked for the brightest blessing to come with him. The Holy Pope is sincerely surprised by the fact that it rained on such a clear day. People started to panic, but some felt like they weren't even getting wet at all. One boy cries out in surprise that his broken arm has healed and no longer hurts. Sidine, clutching his chest with his hand, feels that the pain is gone and his serious wound has healed. The main character smiled weakly and asked Sidine if he was okay. When the light of the Empire seemed about to die, he stood up proudly again, and the people gathered in the square rejoiced. Sidine carefully wiped the blood from Eon's face, and the sight was just what was needed. Arwen was also healed, and that power seemed to be temporary. It had exhausted itself. The energy the girl felt from Arwen was definitely from that man. It was impossible not to recognize this energy, familiar to Renee, but she could not understand where he was because of the launch tower. The main character thinks that Princess Iden has been hiding well until now. When Eden asked Eon to stop, she replied that she was not kind enough to forgive someone who pointed a sword at her. The Crown Prince says that Jan was attacked by a knight, and this is not the place for a princess to be. The Holy Pope adds that this incident cannot be ignored, because this shameful incident happened in the place where the inhabitants of the Empire were to be blessed. The princess swallowed hard and replied that she knew this and was not asking for Arwen not to be punished. She says that this place is prepared for celebration and asks if blood will be shed here. Eden suggested that they first accompany Arwen to the palace and interrogate her there. Sedin intervenes in a rage, saying that even executing her would not be enough, and then asks Eden how she dares to interfere. He told her that if anyone else was standing behind her, she would be the first to be suspected. But Renee shut him up in time. The main character responded to Eden that she accepted the offer to conduct the survey. The Crown Prince also notes that the interrogation will be conducted fairly, and he vouches for this. Ever since Renee's head cooled down, she had no thoughts of killing Arwen. As Eden said, killing in front of thousands of people will inevitably affect reputation, and seeing the princess's reaction, the girl realized that she cared about Arwen. Arwen has personally seen Eon's power, so she fears her, and even if Eden ordered her to kill her, the chances would be slim. It doesn't matter whether Eden ordered Arwen to do something or not, because there was definitely a third party involved. The main character wondered how she would now sort this all out and collect payment for Sedin's spilled blood. Sedin worriedly asked Eon if she was okay, to which she replied that he shouldn't worry. She apologized for going her own way when Sedin was injured, but he said that wasn't the case. The Holy Pope suddenly approached her and asked her to explain everything, because he had never heard of this type of healing. He asked if she had ever received divine revelation, for its power was impossible to resist. Dad admits that it was a truly amazing force that suddenly reminded him of Leon. He was asked to let Yeon rest, and he told her to rest properly. Before leaving, Dad turned around and with a smile asked Yeon to come to their temple more often. Renee said that he seemed like a good person. After all, he was the Holy Pope. Sedin carefully placed the beret on the girl's head, saying that he could arrange a meeting if she wanted. The Crown Prince also decided to leave, realizing that Yeon had many hidden talents, and asked her to rest. The constellations were worried about the heroine, but she said that everything was fine, because the Queen of Waves and Healing had returned. On the evening of the party, Renee returned to Sedina's house, and unfortunately, discovered that she had caught a cold. The Lord of Temptation scolds her for not caring about herself at all, and the Lord of Blood grumbles too. The girl was relieved when the Queen of the Waves returned, and because she was nervous, she lost all her strength. The Wave Queen pats her on the back, asking how she dared to use such a technique without her. Renee knows all this, but she says that at that moment, her body was the first to move too. She asked the Queen of Waves to take care of her a little while she was sick. The Wave Queen wondered why the girl was so upset, since they hadn't lost anyone this time. The heroine simply remembered the past, wondering whether her colleagues had returned to life. She has no way to check what happened to that world, but she is interested in whether everyone is alive and well. The Queen of Waves and Healing told her that she remembered every emotion she felt. She hopes that Renee will become even happier because she knows that she was sadder than anyone. Renee replied that she was a little emotional because she was sick and upset. She thinks that Arwen also targeted her when the Wave Queen was not around, so they should prepare for something. Sedin knocked on the door, saying he had left a change of clothes and asking if she was feeling okay. Renee replied that she was about to go out, but suddenly something happened, as if she had become completely weak. A worried Sedin bursts into the bathroom and feels terribly awkward. Renee knew she had a cold, but she didn't think it was that bad. Sedin, without thinking, approaches her and wraps her in a large towel. Taking Renee in his arms, a blushing Sedin declares that he will hire a maid to look after the house. While the knight carried the girl into the room, she thought about how warm it was for her to be in his arms like this. Sedin warned Renee that he would only dry her hair and that she would be better off sleeping. When Sedin was combing the heroine's hair, she noticed that he had a gloomy expression on his face. He apologized for making her overcome herself, but Renee replied that he shouldn't ask for forgiveness. But Sedin says if he had blocked the shot correctly, she wouldn't have had to work so hard. Renee sighs, explaining to Sedin that he was only helping her. On the contrary, she herself was ashamed, because Sedin reacted before her. The main character really believes that there are no careless knights. She asked Sedin not to protect her next time, because she would not let her guard down. Sedin put the girl to bed and said that he would simply stop getting hurt. Renee closed her eyes tiredly and told Sedin to go to bed too. Before leaving, Sedin places his hand on the heroine's hot forehead and leaves a barely noticeable kiss. In her dream, the girl felt an unfamiliar gaze, then the emotions of other people, murder. She felt negative emotions that were so strong that they pulled her in while she was unconscious. She does not hear a single voice, but she feels sensations of both light and disgust. The main character felt that this power was definitely familiar to her. These strange eyes, full of fear and hatred, seemed very familiar to the girl. After a nightmare, Renee suddenly opens her eyes and sits up in bed, suddenly seeing a sword in front of her. The Bloodlord mutters that such a powerful nightmare made Renee even summon a sword. The girl doesn't understand that it was because of Arwen that she became so sensitive. What she saw in her dream was an ominous omen, and it was unlikely to have anything to do with Arwen. Moreover, the main character is absolutely sure that she saw Leon in her dream. When she came to this world, in order to start looking for Leon, she had to first recognize Leon's face. And Leon, whom she saw in the portrait she found then, was the incarnation of the saint. But what appeared in the dream was sinister and completely unlike her. Although it was Leon, Renee tells the constellations that she seems to have seen the Lord of the Tower, although it is hard to believe. The Bloodlord was genuinely surprised that he could still be alive. This had never happened in her past life, and no matter how strong she became, she never interfered with the affairs of the Tower Lords. The Lord of Temptation is confident that the Lord of the Tower has also passed into this world. Now, it seemed unsurprising to Renee that Idine showed little interest in Leon's actions. The Queen of Waves asks if that girl, Leon Karis, is not a saint. This is exactly what seemed strange to Renee, because although he considers himself a divine being, in essence, he is closer to an evil deity. The Tower Lord may have been obsessed with taking over Leon's body. His soul was the opposite of holiness, and besides, there was not a single reliable person around now. The Emperor and the Duke are strong, and judging by Arwen's young body, she could be useful too. But out of all these strong options, for some reason, he chose Leon. Leanne Karis was the only daughter of Count Karis. The County of Karis was a rather famous family, but it quickly fell into decline after the greedy current Earl took over. They accumulated debts, and then everything near the capital was sold. And if it went on like this, they would have been driven off their lands. A child who was born with holy powers and received the blessing of God, Saint Leanne Karis. A gift from God, sent down by the great god Belua, is Leanne Karis. She was an important child in the Empire, the only saving point for the temple, providing it with support. Beloit desperately needed a saint to check the Emperor's power. Therefore, the temple promised to take care of the saint in every possible way, offering enormous financial assistance. After this, Leon was raised as a saint, and she learned the behavior befitting a saint. And after completing her training, Leon blessed the believers and listened to their problems. According to the will of the temple, after the engagement with the crown prince, no one could replace Leon. Among the jealous aristocrats and ladies who spread gossip, Renee was her only friend, and so her life continued. Leon said that the tea party was ruined by Lady Fireweed, who used magic to spill a cup of tea on her. She says that when she tried to explain, Renee got angry and yelled at her that others wouldn't believe her. Leon wondered why everyone continued to hate each other if the war was over. No matter how hard the girl tries, she cannot understand these people. She suddenly remembered that today was volunteer work day in the slums. One of the volunteers asked her if she was tired, since she had come here personally and was working there herself. Leon smiled brightly and replied that it was only a joy to her, because if she moved, her worries disappeared. For Leon, volunteer work was her reason for being, and she felt calm when she saw people smiling. At one point, she dropped the basket, and a volunteer asked worriedly if she was okay. Leon said that everything was fine, and that she only felt a little dizzy. Leon just wanted a world where everyone would smile. She heard an inner voice telling her that if she didn't go there, everyone would die. That was why she had no reason to ignore Beloit's revelation. But Leon didn't know what result awaited her in the place she came to. Since this revelation, Beloit has been sending constant warnings that Leon must leave. When Leon realized that a threat was approaching, she recklessly headed north. Leon didn't know how to sleep in the open, or how to survive at all, but she moved forward. 6 days and nights of continuous pursuit, and Leon stopped at the northern border of the Empire. The saint encountered a towering source of sinister power. She sat down on her knees and asked Beloit to tell her what it was. He replied that this is something that should not have a place in this world, and that it will bring destruction to this world. Then, a frightened Leon asked Beloit to tell her why she was there. In response, she heard a voice that asked her to tell the whole world that a storm could break out. Leon didn't know if she had enough time to tell the whole world about this, to unite everyone. She saw a cart in the distance, not understanding where it came from or who could have come here. But then the girl's eyes widened when she saw Archbishop Desus stepping out of the carriage. There is a distinctly malevolent aura emanating from this tower, and Leon does not understand why the Archbishop is in such a place. Leon also recalls that the Archbishop never mentioned a tower to the north. Then the girl thought that it was the priests and the temple who created this tower. She didn't know if there was some secret hidden in this temple, or if this was the work of Archbishop Duchess. Leon decided to test the Archbishop, and if he had cheated, she would report it to the Pope. She overhears the conversation of priests who are discussing where such strong bodies come from. One of the priests says that for an apostle of God, it would be better to have a body with greater faith. Leanne realized that there was no apostle of God in this tower, and this was not Beloit's aura. The priests understood that if they did not find him quickly, the apostle would become weaker and weaker. They don't know how much money it takes to make the mercenary king act. Leon decided to ask Beloit what this meant and why the apostle needed a body. While Beloit did not answer her, she suddenly heard someone calling her. The woman explains that her daughter is very ill, and she was afraid that the visiting archbishop would not allow her to have an audience. Leanne replied that the archbishop was busy, and instead she received a message about the continuation of the visit. The girl suggested that the woman go and look at her child first. Leon suddenly realized that this would be a strong body, a sincere believer, and someone who could be brought in the shortest possible time. Leon volunteered to be the bait, and the archbishop was confused by the saint's sudden appearance. But Leon, with an innocent smile, settled the situation by saying that she came here by chance. 3 days later, under Desus's watch, the archbishop approached her and said he wanted to ask her for a favor. He tells how on the way here, he met a patient with a very serious illness, and his strength was not enough to cure him. He apologized for inconveniencing the saint, but she said that the temple was like a father to her. She then asked if they would go to the patient right away, and Desus said yes. When they arrived at the place, Leon couldn't believe that there was a patient there, because the place looked like a prison. The archbishop said the patient locked himself in to avoid infecting others with his illness. After that, they went outside, and Leon looked at the tall tower in front of her. When the girl went inside, she saw something strange, big and dark. Meanwhile, while she was enveloped in horror and fear, the archbishop asked her to grant him his mercy.